Chapter 1, Winning the White Silk School Beauty, System Awakening. Brother Sube, this isn't a good idea. What's wrong with that? Don't you want to? Of course not, it's my first time doing something like this, so I'm a little nervous. It's okay, don't be nervous, I'll be gentle. It's dawn. Sube slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was a milky white ceiling, surrounded by luxurious and familiar rooms. He stretched out of habit, a little fatigue from last night's exercise still flowing through his body. He turned his head and looked to his side. A young girl was lying beside him, fast asleep. The girl's cheeks are white with a hint of pink, her skin is delicate and smooth, and the abundant collagen makes her face look round and plump. Her expression is innocent and cute. The look of it makes people want to take a bite. She was sleeping soundly at the moment, obviously tired from last night. Sube glanced to the left and noticed a torn white silk thread pressing on the girl's calf. Last night was a bit crazy. A lazy smile appeared on Sube's lips, and a familiar feeling of emptiness spread from deep within his body. Bite. Detected the destiny villain. The villain system begins binding. Immediately afterwards, a system interface appeared in Sube's mind. Host, Sube. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 186 centimeters. Length, 21 centimeters. Appearance, 99, only the reader Godfather in front of the screen can reach 100, no, far more than 100. Sube's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the laziness was swept away, replaced by the ecstasy and anticipation that had been suppressed for 20 years. System? You're finally here, he growled in his heart. No one knew that inside his body was a soul carrying the memories of his past life. He knew from a young age that he was transported to the world of this novel and became the prince of the Su family, a top family. In the past 20 years, he has not treated himself badly at all. The memory of being a slave in his previous life made him deeply understand the true meaning of enjoying life to the fullest. He made full use of his immense wealth and background, and interpreted the word dandy to the fullest. Grandpa Su Hashan is a player who has just launched the server. He is among the top 3 players in Longwa and holds a high position of power. Moreover, his trusted students who once followed him are now serving in various military and political positions in Longwa. It can be said that he has many students all over the world. My father, Su Jingyuan, is the top leader of Jiangbei province and a high-ranking official. He has been in charge of Jiangbei for many years and has built Jiangbei into the undisputed first economic powerhouse in Longwa, with tremendous power. Her mother, Lin Shuyuan, is the eldest daughter of the Lin Group, the country's richest family. She controls trillions of assets and has an extraordinary status in the business world. My elder sister Su Wanang is a business genius. She is the one who manages the family company and has made the family business flourish at a young age. And Sube? He, with the title of Prince of Jiangbei, was content to be a dandy. Apart from being rich, well-connected, handsome and tall, he has no other advantages. His life motto for the past 20 years has been, enjoy. Do whatever makes you feel comfortable. After suffering all my life in the previous one, shouldn't I enjoy myself in this one? Wow, after waiting for 20 years, the golden finger finally arrived. Sube was extremely excited. His gaze once again turned to the sleeping girl beside him. Her name is Luo Yunshu. She comes from the Luo family, one of the 4 major families in Dongshan City, and is the youngest daughter of the head of the Luo family. She was admitted to the same university as Sube Jiangbei University, and is the Lolita campus beauty of Jiangbei University. Later, she met Sube and got to know each other. By last night, they knew each other very well. Thinking of what happened last night and feeling the slight sense of deficiency in his body at this moment, Sube was not annoyed, but instead felt a sense of great satisfaction. After all, enjoyment comes first. Okay, introduce your functions. Sube said to the system in his mind. Okay, host. The world you live in is a fusion of novels. There are countless children of destiny here, and your identity is the biggest villain in this world. Villain? Villain is good. Sube's eyes lit up instantly. Of course, I'm a villain. Remind the host, this world has warriors, and the martial arts realms range from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 being the highest. And you, the host, have spent the past 20 years focused on enjoying life, and have never practiced cultivation, so you are just an ordinary person with a little background. In order to allow the host to do whatever he wants in this world, the system provides the host with 2 ways to improve his strength. The first method is to suppress the sun of luck and seize his luck points, which can be used for the lottery. Suppressing the son of fortune feels good. I've long been annoyed by those protagonists who play double standards under the banner of justice. They always say you're destined for death. By the way, to what extent can we suppress them? Can we just kill them directly? Yes, host. Suppression is unlimited. It can be humiliation, toying with, or even killing. Do whatever you want. Not bad, not bad. What about the second one? The second way is to capture the destined heroine. In layman's terms, it is called crossing. Each success will allow the host to advance to a higher realm. A female protagonist can allow the host to advance to a higher realm at most. One more thing to add, a major realm is divided into 4 minor realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. Oh? That means it takes 4 times to reach a higher realm. Yes. So these are not 2 paths? Isn't this just one? As for taking down the heroine, that's not an easy task. The emergence of the system has taken Subei's already free and easy, enviable life to a higher level, making it even more enjoyable. The system has prepared a welcome gift for the host, a new member gift pack. Please claim it. Receive. Reward host's initial realm, early 4th stage. Early stage 4? That's too low. System, please open up a little and give me another level up. Okay, generating reasonable trigger conditions. Detected that the host successfully captured the heroine Luo Yunshu. Realm raised to the early 5th stage. As soon as he finished speaking, tremendous power surged into Subei's body. Subei felt the true energy in his dantian spinning wildly. A sense of power that did not require any effort but was everywhere, spread from the depths of his bones to his heart. Okay, your system works. Is there anything else? Yes, continue to send out newbie gift packs. Reward, ancient kidney body. No need to introduce this, I understand it all, just issue it directly. Okay. Suddenly, Subei felt that the feeling of deficiency in his body disappeared instantly, and was replaced by an endless sense of fullness, and his whole body was refreshed. This reward is good, keep going. Reward, plenty papaya 1. As the name suggests, plump papaya can help girls develop a second growth spurt and reach a higher level after eating it. Subei looked at the papaya in his hand, then looked at Luo Yunshu, who was sleeping beside him. Although this girl's figure is much better than that of an ordinary loli, it's still a little bit worse. Let her eat this papaya. Newbie gift packs have been distributed. Host, please enjoy your villain life. Subei's goal is very clear, which is to suppress the son of destiny and capture the female protagonist of destiny. However, these are all things for the future. And the most important thing right now is: first, raise the realm to the initial stage of the 5th level. Subei fixed his gaze on Luo Yunshu, who was sleeping soundly, and a smile flashed across his eyes. I want to test how powerful this ancient kidney is. Next, he will take the path that is closest to the girl's heart. Luo Yunshu was originally immersed in a dream, but was suddenly awakened by Subei's movement. However, when she realized it was Subei, her eyelashes trembled slightly. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she closed her eyes and pretended to be still asleep. An hour later. Congratulations to the host for completing the strategy mission. Realm improvement, 5th stage midterm. Subei got up quietly, covered Luo Yunshu with the quilt, picked up foaming papaya, pushed the door and left the room. Hearing Subei's footsteps gradually fading away, Luo Yunshu slowly opened his eyes, his tense body relaxed, and he let out a long breath. Why did brother Subei suddenly become so powerful? Luo Yunshu muttered to himself, his heart full of doubts. But in just a moment, the doubt disappeared quietly and turned into a faint smile. It's not a bad thing anyway. When Luo Yunshu propped herself up and got out of bed, the discomfort in her body made her frown slightly and she couldn't help but sigh. Alas, this body is still a bit of a stretch. 10 o'clock in the morning. After washing up, Subei slowly walked to the restaurant and started to enjoy breakfast. At the spacious dining table, Subei was the only one there. This luxurious villa is a private residence in northern Su. Ever since Subei was admitted to Jiangbei University, he moved out of the Su's manor in Wuchuan City, bought this villa in Dongshan City, where Jiangbei University is located, and lived here. P.S. Wuchuan City is the capital of Jiangbei Province, and Dongshan City is the second largest city in Jiangbei Province. Just as Subei was enjoying breakfast, Luo Yunshu had also packed up and walked over slowly. She was wearing a light blue short-sleeved shirt and a white miniskirt, with a sweet smile on her face. The whole person looks pure, cute, smart, and playful. She didn't wear yesterday's JK uniform because her white silk was torn by Sube last night, so she changed into this outfit. However, in Sube's eyes, the charm of this outfit is in no way inferior to that of the JK uniform. After all, if you are beautiful, you will look good in anything you wear. Luo Yunshu sat next to Sube and smiled sweetly. "Good morning, brother Sube." Sube also smiled. "How did you sleep last night?" When Luo Yunshu heard this, her fair cheeks flushed instantly, and she said shyly, "It's good, very comfortable." Sube smiled even more deeply and pushed the glass of milk on the table over. "This is the papaya milk I asked someone to make for you. Drink it while it's hot." That's right, the papaya in this papaya milk is the plump papaya rewarded by the system. Luo Yunshu was touched by Sube's thoughtful care. Then she picked up the papaya milk and drank it all in one gulp. In fact, Luo Yunshu doesn't tea like drinking milk usually, but this cup of papaya milk was specially prepared for her by Sube. So she drank it all with joy and without hesitation. As soon as he finished drinking, Luo Yunshu noticed subtle changes in his body, and his chest began to swell slowly. She quickly covered her chest, her face full of panic. When Sube saw this, he understood that the plumping papaya was starting to work. Not bad, not bad, I actually jumped directly from B to C. As expected, products produced by the system must be of high quality. Looking at the changes in front of him, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Sube's mind. If I had a few more plump papayas? Then, Sube shook his head. Forget it, Luo Yunshu is a sweet and lovely lowly school beauty. For her, this size is enough. As for the E-class and G-class, they are not suitable for her. Luo Yunshu found Sube staring at her, and she blushed. "Brother Sube, what's going on?" Sube smiled faintly. "Papaya milk helps the body develop, how about it? Do you like it?" The blush on Luo Yunshu's face spread to the tips of her ears, and she nodded awkwardly. "I like it, but I just feel a little uncomfortable." "It's okay, you'll get used to it after a while." Sube patted the back of Luo Yunshu's hand soothingly. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in from outside in a hurry. The middle-aged man's name is Mo. He was sent by the family to protect Sube. His realm is in the late 6th level. Mo quickly came to Sube's side and said in a serious tone, "Master, something happened. Brothers, please read the first 3 chapters. If you are not happy, please come and scold me." The main theme of this book is the word cool. There is absolutely no frustration or licking. Just enjoy it as much as you can. Chapter 2. Don't worry, I know my limits. The young lady was holding a press conference in the Hentein conference hall this morning, but the village chief of Biao village and his villagers suddenly barged in and trapped the young lady inside the conference hall. The eldest lady Mo mentioned was Su Wanan, Sube's sister and the head of the Su group. Although the Su group's business is spread across the country, Jiangbei province is their focus. So Su Wanan often travels to various cities in Jiangbei province. Sube was a little displeased after hearing Mo's words, and frowned slightly. Is the security of the Yunding conference hall just for show? Are they supported by the Su family for free? Mo's expression remained unchanged as he continued. The eldest lady didn't let the security guards take action, saying they were just villagers and getting hurt would affect the company's image. Sube shook his head helplessly. My sister is well known for her soft-hearted and kind heart. But although she is kind, she still has her own life. As the biggest villain in this world, I must do things that are consistent with my personality. He wanted to see how these villagers dared to cause trouble on the Su family's territory. Maybe this time, I can meet a lucky guy. Thinking of this, Sube stood up and said to Mo beside him, "Uncle Zhou, how many security personnel are there in the villa now?" "There are more than 50 people in total. If they are not enough, we can transfer them from the Dongshan City Su Group branch." Mo responded immediately. "No need. They are just some unruly people. These people are enough." Sube's eyes were cold, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in his tone. "Uncle Zhou, go gather all the security personnel now and follow me to the Hentein conference hall." Mo nodded heavily. "Yes, master." After saying that, he turned around and left quickly. Sube turned to look at Luo Yunshu. The coldness on his face instantly dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile. "I'll have someone send you back to the Luo family later. I'll pick you up after I finish my work." Luo Yunshu blinked, his eyes full of expectation. "Brother Sube, can't I go with you?" Sube smiled and touched Luo Yunshu's little head, saying lovingly, "There will be blood there later. The scene is too bloody. I'm afraid you will be scared after watching it." Luo Yunshu nodded somewhat disappointedly. Okay then. Sube gently kissed Luo Yunshu on the lips and whispered, "You're so good. I'll reward you when I get back in the evening." When Luo Yunshu heard this, her face turned red instantly and she lowered her head shyly. 10 luxury cars came to a sudden stop outside the Hentang conference hall. The black Maybach S680 in the front stopped steadily, the air suspension system slowly lowered the body, and the electric pedals slid out silently. Sube stepped out of the car. Zhou Mo, who was in the passenger seat, followed closely behind and quickly came to Sube's side after getting out of the car. Behind Sube, 9 silver-gray Alpha MPVs slid open their side doors at the same time, and more than 50 security personnel in black quickly got out of the car and lined up neatly behind him. Almost at the same time, clouds of dust rose on the opposite street, and 3 black cars from the Law Enforcement Bureau and 2 buses braked to a stop. More than 50 law enforcers filed down, and the sound of metal equipment colliding echoed in the air. A middle-aged man emerged from the back seat of the car. He was wearing a neat uniform, with a stern expression, and he scanned the entire audience with an imposing aura. However, when his eyes swept across Sube opposite him, his expression suddenly changed, and the frost on his face instantly dissipated. His Adam's apple rolled twice, and without even having time to adjust his slightly crooked tie, he trotted forward in 2 steps. His originally straight back instantly bent into a humble arc, and his face was filled with a flattering smile. "Young Master Su. Why are you here? Do you have any instructions?" Sube looked at the middle-aged man and said coldly, "Who are you?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across the middle-aged man's face, but he quickly put on a smile. "I'm the director of the Dongshan City Law Enforcement Bureau. My name is Zhao Donglai. I used to work under your father, Mr. Su Jingyuan, and was transferred here last year." Sube chuckled, but there was no smile in his eyes. Oh, it turned out to be Director Zhao. Director Zhao brought so many people with him, is he planning to? Zhao Donglai wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly explained, "I heard that there was a disturbance in the Yunding Club. I was worried that it would affect the reputation of the Su Group, so I quickly brought people here to maintain order and prevent anyone from plotting against the Su Group." Sube curled up the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. "Director Zhao, I'm very happy that you can bring so many people here in person. But I'm not satisfied with your speed. It's been over half an hour since the incident, and you're just now arriving. If the Law Enforcement Bureau can always be this efficient, I think there's no need for it to exist. Everyone should just take off their clothes and go home to retire." When Zhao Donglai heard these words, his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He knew that Sube was not bragging. With the Su family's background, it would be easy to accomplish this. Zhao Donglai hurriedly explained, "Master Su, calm down. It really happened suddenly. The Bureau held an impromptu meeting today, and I was stuck in the conference room the entire time. The Enforcement Bureau had just received this news and was planning to tell me. But Deputy Director Chang Ming was worried that it would disrupt the meeting, so he stopped the matter and told me after the meeting. After I learned about this, I severely criticized Chang Ming and immediately brought people here." After hearing this, Sube understood in his heart that today's disturbance did not happen for no reason, but was deliberately instigated by someone behind the scenes. No matter how powerful Biaozuan is, he should be aware of the Su family's background. They dared to cause trouble on the Su family's territory because they first concluded that Su Wanan was kind-hearted and would not let anyone take action, and secondly, the person behind them was capable of delaying the action of the law enforcement agency. Chang Ming, Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, must be a subordinate of the person behind the scenes, but he cannot be the mastermind. Because at his level, he couldn't even stop Zhao Donglai, let alone fight against the Su family. As for who is behind this, there is no need to worry. After we resolve today's matter, no one will be able to escape." Sube's eyes were cold. "Really? Since that deputy director is so irresponsible, there's no need to wear this outfit anymore." Zhao Donglai nodded and bowed hurriedly when he heard this. Yes, I'll go back." "No, I'll make a phone call right now and remove him from his position." Logically speaking, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau cannot directly remove the deputy director from his post, but with Sube's background, removing the deputy director from his post is just a matter of a word from him. Seeing Zhao Donglai's sincere attitude, Sube concluded that he was not involved in this matter. After all, he expressed his true feelings from the beginning. Sube's expression softened a bit, and he said, "Director Zhao, considering that you were once my father's old subordinate, this will be a lesson for you, but I don't want there to be a next time." "Thank you, Mr. Su. I will take people in to control the situation," Zhao Donglai said, and was about to turn around and leave. Sube waved his hand. "No need, I will handle this matter myself." You people from the law enforcement bureau will guard outside and no one is allowed to come in. Zhao Donglai immediately straightened his back and said in a loud voice, yes. The Hentaying conference hall was in a mess. Under the light of the crystal chandelier, dozens of security personnel formed a solid human wall, protecting Su Wanang tightly behind them. In front of them were nearly 100 villagers from Biao village. The villagers held banners with slogans such as "Forced demolition kills the elderly and weak" and "Black-hearted companies profit from the blood of the people" and pushed forward. A young man with dyed yellow hair stood in front of the crowd and roared, "This little compensation isn't even enough to buy a coffin. The Su group is just sucking human blood." The young yellow-haired boy is named Li Wei, and he is the son of Li Tian, the village chief of Biao village. Under his instigation, the villagers behind him also started pushing and shouting. What kind of listed company is this? It's nothing but a wolf that devours people without leaving any bones behind. The Su group is just giving us a few cents and want to get rid of us? We have to pay more. Su Wantong, who was standing behind the human wall, tried to shout and explain, the compensation payments have all been assessed by a third party. Every payment has been publicly announced. Biao village will have a commercial street in the future, providing employment opportunities. Fart. Li Wei suddenly grabbed the security guard by the collar and spit in his face. Once the commercial street is built, your Su family will make a fortune, but we can't even afford resettlement housing. If the price doesn't rise to 80 million today, we'll tear down this shabby meeting hall. The villagers behind him were like a lit powder keg, pushing and shoving to break through the human wall. In the chaos, Biao village chief Li Tian stood behind the crowd, watching everything silently, with a meaningful arc slowly appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he felt like he was in control of the situation. At this moment, a villager came to Li Tian in a panic and said, "Uncle Li, something bad has happened." Li Tian's face darkened and he said sternly, "How many times have I told you to call your position when you're out there?" "Yes, village chief Li." The villagers quickly changed their words. Li Tian nodded slightly and asked calmly, "Tell me, what's the matter?" The villager leaned close to his ear and lowered his voice, "There are a lot of people outside, including law enforcement officers and a group of people in black clothes." Li Tian's expression suddenly changed. "What?" At this moment, the door of the conference hall was suddenly pushed open. "It's so lively, there are so many people here, are they handing out eggs?" Before he finished speaking, more than 50 black-clad security personnel behind Su Bei ran over quickly from both sides. They were agile and their movements were coordinated. Wherever they went, the villagers were involuntarily pushed to the sides. He managed to carve out a path through the boiling crowd. These security personnel stood on both sides of the passage with straight postures. Unlike the security personnel in the conference hall, this group of people exuded a chilling sense of oppression. Su Bei walked slowly along the passage. There was always a smile on his face, but this smile made people feel a chill down their spine. Zhou Mo followed him closely, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. The originally noisy crowd suddenly became eerily quiet the moment Su Bei stepped in. Su Bei walked straight to Su Wanang, looked down at her slightly pale face, and said softly, "Sister, you go back first. Leave the things here to me." Su Wanang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but "Take the young lady back to rest." Su Bei interrupted Su Wanang and gave instructions behind him. Two burly security guards immediately stepped forward and respectfully gestured for them to come in. Su Wanang sighed helplessly and warned, "Don't make things too big." The smile on Su Bei's face grew stronger, but there was no warmth in his eyes. "Don't worry, I know my limits. What happened today will not be spread outside." He added silently in his heart, they were all silenced, so of course the news couldn't be spread out. Chapter 3, Close the door and leave no one behind. Su Wanang seemed to have noticed something, glanced at her brother, and finally just sighed softly, turned around and walked towards the gate with the security personnel. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from the crowd, "Want to leave? No one can leave until things are explained clearly today." A bearded villager rushed forward, waving his fists. Su Bei slowly turned around and glanced at the villager, his eyes revealing murderous intent. Seeing this, the villagers broke out in cold sweat on their backs. They took back their foot which had just taken half a step, lowered their heads and dared not say anything. As the door of the meeting hall slowly closed, Su Bei raised the corners of his mouth again and looked at the villagers with a kind and friendly expression. "Everyone, although it is your fault for breaking into the Hentaying Club and causing trouble, I am a kind and generous person, so I will not hold it against you. If you have any requests, just tell me directly." Su Bei's expression changed as if he had become a different person, as if the unpleasantness just now had never happened. But in fact, in Su Bei's heart, these villagers in front of him were already dead. Play with them for a while and then send them off in no time. Li Wei was originally frightened by the security situation and shrank into the crowd. But when he saw Su Bei's gentle attitude, he felt that Su Bei was just like his sister, soft-hearted and easy to bully, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Then his arrogance came back, and he stood up with his yellow hair shaking. Who the hell are you? What am I talking to you about? When Su Bei heard this, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Oh, here comes another person who is in a hurry to get on the road. He continued to smile and looked at Li Wei. You are quite a tough guy. Biao. Li Wei pointed at Su Bei. Do you know where the name Biao and Biao village came from? Before he could finish his words, Su Bei suddenly made a move and grabbed Li Wei's arm. In an instant, the sound of broken bones mixed with screams exploded in the conference hall. Li Wei's forearm was bent at a strange angle, the broken bones pierced the skin, and blood dripped onto the floor. Su Bei's tone was icy. Then do you know how the word Bei in Jiangbei province came from? Li Wei's brain was numb from the pain and he was unable to respond at all. He could only scream at the top of his lungs. Su Bei looked at the bloodstains winding on the floor and said with a joking smile, Oh, look at me, I accidentally made the floor dirty. The cleaning staff will scold me later. Immediately afterwards, amid Li Wei's heart-wrenching screams, Su Bei suddenly exerted force and pulled Li Wei's entire arm off. The sound of flesh being torn made the villagers in the front row all take half a step back, and some even covered their mouths and retched. Su Bei casually threw the severed arm at Li Wei's feet. Uncle Zhou handed over a clean handkerchief. Su Bei took it and slowly wiped the blood off his hands. Seeing this, Li Tian, who was behind the crowd, ran over in panic, hugged his son's body, and looked at Su Bei with pleading eyes. Master Su, we were wrong, please let us go. Su Bei didn't know Li Tian, but from Li Tian's actions, he could guess that Li Tian and Huang Mao had an unusual relationship. Su Bei looked at him with cold eyes. Pick up your arm, I asked you to pick up your arm. Li Tian did not dare to hesitate at all and hurriedly did as he was told. At this time, a young man stood up from the crowd and said, In public, you hurt innocent people. Is there any law? Su Bei looked at the young man who spoke. Bite. Son of Fortune detected. Protagonist, Yi Chen. Identity, crazy dragon coming down the mountain. Realm, 4th grade mid-stage. Hearing the system's voice, Su Bei smiled, and this time the smile came from the heart. After waiting for so long, the Son of Destiny finally appeared. But this guy was really patient. He watched the show for such a long time before coming out. Yi Chen walked towards Su Bei, and the security personnel beside him immediately stepped forward to stop him. However, these security guards were nothing but chickens and dogs in front of the Son of Fortune, and were knocked to the ground in just a few moves. Uncle Zhou, who was standing by, saw this and was about to take action, but was stopped by Su Bei. I finally waited for a son of luck, but it would be meaningless if Uncle Zhou accidentally killed him. Yi Chen came in front of Su Bei and accused him with a righteous look on his face. Bullying the weak with your strength, is this the way your Su group operates? Su Bei shook his head and smiled jokingly. No, this is not the Su group's style of doing things. This is my personal style of doing things. What? You don't like me? You want to beat me up? Su Bei's tone was relaxed and casual, as if he was teasing Yi Chen. Yi Chen suppressed the anger in his heart. Although Su Bei in front of him was extremely arrogant and hateful, his master had warned him before going down the mountain not to take action in a crowded place. He snorted coldly, his tone solemn. I disdain to fight with you. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. I'm going to call the law enforcement agency right now, and you can expect to go to jail. After saying that, Yi Chen took out his cell phone and called Cheng Ming, deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Su Bei didn't move, just looked at him quietly. Time passed by minute, but the call never got through. Su Bei smiled and said, You're not looking for that deputy director Cheng Ming, are you? Yi Chen was surprised and asked, How do you know? Su Bei, it really is him. Then stop hitting him, he's probably been arrested now. How about this, I recommend someone to you, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Zhao Donglai. Call him, he's better than that Cheng Ming. Oh, by the way, you probably don't have his phone number. It's okay, he's waiting outside the door right now, just go find him directly. Looking at Su Bei's nonchalant look, no matter how stupid Yi Chen was, he realized that the Law Enforcement Bureau had probably been in cahoots with Su Bei for a long time. He clenched his fists, his voice low and cold. Since the Law Enforcement Bureau is unreliable, then I will take action myself, enforce justice on behalf of heaven, and destroy you, the lawless villain. Sube waved his hand casually. If you want to fight, just say so. You have to find a righteous excuse for yourself. How hypocritical of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichen suddenly jumped up and punched Sube in the face. Uncle Joe was about to step forward to attack, but he saw Sube flash and grab Yichen's wrist first, and his other fist hit Yichen's ribs directly. Yichen groaned and flew backwards. Sube took advantage of the victory and came behind Yichen in an instant. Before he could stand firmly, he slapped him in the face. Yichen was beaten back 3 steps, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He realized that Sube in front of him was at a higher level than himself, and he was no match for him with just his bare hands. So Yichen suddenly reached into his arms, and with a flash of cold light, a sharp dagger was already in his palm. Seeing this, Sube sneered, "This is the so-called protagonist of justice. When he can't win, he starts using a knife." But then again, no one has stipulated that weapons cannot be used. As he spoke, Yichen approached with a dagger in his hand. Sube calmly dodged to the side, and when the blade passed in front of him, his right hand accurately grabbed Yichen's wrist. Immediately afterwards, Sube twisted his wrist violently, and with a crisp sound of bone cracking, the dagger changed hands and landed in Sube's hand. All I heard was a swish sound. Yichen covered his stomach and retreated repeatedly. There was a cut on his abdomen and blood soaked his shirt. Before he could stand firmly, Sube came to him again, grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground. Yichen only felt a buzzing sound in his brain, and his whole body was dizzy. Sube used his knee to pin down the struggling Yichen, put the dagger to his ear, and said jokingly, "Son of destiny? I want to see how your luck can save you in this state." After saying that, the blade flashed and a scream was heard. Bite. Cut off Yichen's ears, luck value plus 50,000. Hear the system voice ringing in your mind. The corners of Sube's mouth rose slightly. It turned out that this was how one could gain luck points. So what's next? Bite. Pierce Yichen's eyeball, luck value plus 50,000. Cut Yichen's tendons, luck value plus 50,000. Yichen struggled frantically in severe pain, his screams becoming more and more shrill. Sube grabbed his hair, forced him to look up, and said coldly, "The game is over." After saying that, a cold light passed by his neck and blood spurted out. Bite. Kill Yichen, luck value plus 600,000. Yichen fell straight to the ground, completely dead. Sube stood up, threw the dagger on the ground, and waved his hand nonchalantly, "Drag him out and feed him to the dogs." Yes. 2 security guards stepped forward and dragged the body away. The scene was dead silent. The villagers were so frightened that their faces turned pale, fearing that they would be spotted by Sube if they made any noise. Some people bent down and vomited continuously after seeing the bloody scene, while others were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats. Even the security personnel standing on both sides were surprised by the scene. Is this still the uneducated and dissolute Su Xiao that they remember? Uncle Joe standing by was even more surprised. He has followed Sube for more than 10 years. It can be said that he has seen Sube grow up, and he has never heard that he has such superb skills. Judging from the fight just now, Sube's level is obviously not low. Thinking of this, Uncle Joe nodded secretly in his heart. This is what the Prince of Jiangbei should look like. Li Tian was also frightened out of his wits. He hurried to Sube and said with a nod and a bow, "Young Master Su, today's incident was all a misunderstanding. It's all Yichen's fault. He was the one who tricked us into causing trouble at the Su Group, saying that the Su Group was a big company and the compensation they gave us for the demolition was too little." Sube smiled and patted Li Tian's shoulder. "Don't say anything, I understand everything. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's fine as long as it's resolved." Li Tian quickly smiled and said, yes, it will be fine once it's resolved." Sube asked again, "By the way, I still don't know your name?" Li Tian immediately replied, "My name is Li Tian, and I'm the village chief of Biao Village." Sube said with a half smile, "Oh, it turns out to be village chief Li. If you hadn't brought people here to cause trouble, with your level, you might never have the chance to talk to me in your life." Li Tian nodded repeatedly, yes, it's my honor." Then he asked cautiously, "Young Master Su, there's nothing wrong. I'll take my people back first." Sube didn't say anything, but just nodded at him with a smile. Seeing this, Li Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, Sube suddenly shouted, "Wow, you really leave?" Li Tian was stunned and looked back at Sube. Sube's fist had already hit his face, knocking him away and causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Sube walked straight up to the podium of the press conference, picked up the microphone, glanced at the shivering villagers below the stage, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Close the door and leave no one behind. Chapter 4 asks you to solve a problem, but you solved the problem of the person who raised it? Following Sube's order, all the security personnel took action. The cries and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the meeting hall. Sube stared at the hellish scene in front of him with cold eyes. The hall was in a mess and blood was everywhere. He was not soft-hearted because he understood that kind people are often bullied. To be honest, a mere 80 million is nothing to the Su family, but the Su family's money is not so easy to get. If he had not done so today, but had chosen to agree to the greedy demands of these villagers, such things would have happened more and more in the future. Just like flies, although it is easy to kill them, there are so many of them that they are annoying. Since you are here to be the villain, you must do it to the end and absolutely cannot have a saintly heart. Outside the conference hall. When the law enforcement officers heard the screams coming from inside, many of them couldn't help but frown, with a trace of pity flashing in their eyes. Zhao Donglai saw this and his face darkened. He shouted at everyone, "Cover your ears. Just pretend you didn't see or hear anything that happened here today. If someone disobeys and the news gets out, don't blame me for not warning you." The law enforcers responded in unison, "Yes." Dongshan City, Luo family. Luo Yunshu walked briskly into the Luo family compound. At this moment, a cold voice came from the yard. "Yunshu, where did you go last night? Why didn't you even come home?" Luo Yunshu looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a serious expression. It was her father, Luo Huayang, the head of the Luo family. Luo Yunshu's eyebrows curved, and she walked closer with a smile, and put her arm around Luo Huayang affectionately. "Dad, I was playing at a friend's house last night." "Is your friend a boy or a girl?" Luo Huayang lowered his voice and asked softly. Luo Yunshu was stunned, his eyes began to avoid, and he stammered for a long time without being able to speak. She didn't want to lie, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Luo Huayang saw his daughter's awkward look and already had an answer in his mind. "Is it a boy?" Luo Yunshu blushed and nodded gently. Luo Huayang sighed. "Yunshu, you've grown up now, it's normal for you to have a boyfriend." "Only." Luo Huayang hesitated to speak, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Luo Yunshu asked curiously, "Just what?" Luo Huayang was about to speak when he was interrupted by a voice coming from afar. "Yunshu is back." Following the voice, the middle-aged man who spoke was Luo Yunshu's second uncle Luo Pingzheng. This second uncle was very useless. All the companies he was given to manage ended up going bankrupt. Thanks to his unremitting efforts over the past 10 years, the Luo family suffered a total loss of more than 30 billion yuan, and fell from the top of the 4 major families to the last. During these 10 years, Luo Huayang repeatedly persuaded his father, then the head of the Luo family, to take back the management rights of the company from Luo Pingzheng. However, Luo Huayang's father loved his youngest son very much. In addition, he was old, his mind was not clear, and his judgment was not as good as before. So he never agreed, but just criticized Luo Pingzheng a few times in a nonsensical way. Until last year, Luo Yunshu's grandfather passed away. On his deathbed, the old man finally made a wise decision, which was to pass the position of the head of the Luo family to Luo Huayang. As soon as Luo Huayang became the head of the Luo family, he immediately took back the management rights of other companies from Luo Pingzheng to prevent him from squandering the last few companies. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Luo family had already fallen into an economic crisis. Faced with the devastated Luo family, no matter how capable Luo Huayang was, he was powerless to save the situation. Because of this, Luo Yunshu really disliked his second uncle. But out of politeness, she still called out to Luo Pingzheng, "Second uncle." Luo Pingzheng smiled widely and replied, "Hey." Then, he turned his gaze to Luo Huayang, "Brother, Yunshu is back, why don't you let her into the house?" Luo Huayang said indifferently, "Why? Can't I chat with my daughter for a while?" Luo Pingzheng's smile remained, but his tone was a little urgent. "Of course, but you can chat any time, but Master Gao can't wait now." "Mr. Gao? Which Mr. Gao?" Luo Yunshu asked puzzledly. Luo Pingzheng smiled broadly. "Who else could it be? Of course it's Gao Shang from the Dongshan Gao family. The Gao family is the head of the 4 major families in Dongshan City, and Gao Shang is the son of Gao Ziyuan, the head of the Gao family." When Luo Yunshu heard the name Gao Shang, he asked in confusion, what is he doing here?" Luo Pingzheng had a meaningful smile on his face and reached out to pull Luo Yunshu. "Of course I came for you. Let's go meet Master Gao with second uncle." Luo Yunshu instinctively took a step back, his attitude firm. I won't go. Luo Pingzheng didn't expect his niece to actually refuse him. His face darkened instantly. Why don't you go? Master Gao came here specifically to see you. If you don't go, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to him? And is this the way our Luo family treats guests? Luo Yunshu looked at his father helplessly, his eyes full of help. Luo Huayang frowned deeply, and after thinking for a moment, he sighed helplessly, reached out and patted Luo Yunshu on the shoulder. Go and meet him. Don't worry, Dad is here, no one will make things difficult for you. Seeing his father said so, Luo Yunshu bit his lip and chose to believe him. After all, blood is thicker than water. How could a father harm his own daughter? So, Luo Yunshu followed Luo Huayang and Luo Pingzheng and walked towards the Luo family hall together. After resolving the issues in Biao village, Sube leaned lazily in the soft leather seat of the Maybach and went to the Luo family to pick up Luo Yunshu. At this moment, the cell phone in my pocket suddenly rang. Sube took out his cell phone and the screen showed an incoming call from his father Su Jingyuan. He pressed the answer button, and a deep and serious voice immediately came from the receiver. Sube, I heard from your sister that someone was causing trouble at the Su group. Did you lead people over to resolve it? Sube responded simply, yes. Su Jingyuan's tone was filled with doubt. Don't you always stay out of your family's affairs? Why are you suddenly getting involved in this today? Sube said calmly, I didn't want to get involved, but they were making too much noise and even blocked my sister there and wouldn't let her leave. As a younger brother, I can't just sit back and watch. Su Jingyuan chuckled, his voice filled with a hint of relief. Oh, you've grown up. It seems that going to college was not in vain. He paused and asked again, by the way, how did you solve it? Sube looked calm. It's very simple, I killed them all. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Then there was a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, I asked you to solve the problem, but you solved the person who raised the problem directly. Well done, you are worthy of being my son, Su Jingyuan. You really have the potential to be an emperor. Su Jingyuan seemed to be still not satisfied and continued to talk non-stop. Your sister is a good person in every way, but she is too soft-hearted. How can someone who wants to accomplish great things be so indecisive? His words were filled with a sense of disappointment. Then, his tone changed and became relieved again. But fortunately, with someone as decisive and ruthless as you, the Su family has a successor. Sube quickly interrupted. Stop, let's not talk about this for now. I think this matter is not that simple. There must be someone behind the scenes fanning the flames. Su Jingyuan smile deepened when he heard this. Oh, son, when did you become so clever? You even thought of this. In fact, Sube, who has the memories of his previous life, has always been very smart, but before he only thought about enjoying himself and was too lazy to care about these things. Sube asked doubtfully, what do you mean? Did you know this a long time ago? Su Jingyuan's tone was full of pride. Of course, everything is under your father's control. Sube, tell me about it. Su Jingyuan explained slowly, actually, the matter is very simple. It's probably that a powerful person wants to take action against our Su family, but is afraid of retaliation if we find out. So they didn't show up in person, but instead found a big fool from somewhere named Yi. Yi. Sube continued, Yi Chen. Su Jingyuan, yes, it's Yi Chen. This guy is very righteous, so they set up a trap to make Yi Chen mistakenly believe that it was our Su group that was harming the villagers of that village. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone when he said this. Use him to incite the villagers to deal with the Su group. They calculated that your sister is soft-hearted and won't attack the villagers. Once the incident gets out of hand, they can use it as a handle to deal with me. At the end of his speech, he couldn't help laughing again. But they never expected that you would suddenly appear and act out of the ordinary, taking care of them all. Ha 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 ha. Sube, alright, since you know everything, I won't care anymore. You go and handle it. Su Jingyuan said firmly, don't worry, everything has been handled. None of these people can escape, ha 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 ha. That's fine. If nothing else, I'll hang up. After saying that, Sube hung up the phone in a hurry. Brothers, if you feel that something is inappropriate when reading, you can read a few more chapters. It may be foreshadowing by the author. Chapter 5 Dongshan does not allow such a powerful person to exist. Luo Family Hall. Goldman Sachs leaned back in the leather seat, twirling a cigar between his fingers, and boasted to the Luo family's top executives. I just had dinner with young Master Su yesterday, and we just casually discussed a small business worth 30 billion. His tone was so light that he made it sound like the truth. I have to say that Goldman Sachs can boast without blushing. Those high-level Luo family members who were deceived were stunned. One of the Luo family's senior executives couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Su? Which young Master Su?" Gao Sheng sneered, flicked the ash off his cigarette, and said with a bit of disdain, "Which other young Master Su is there in Longhua? Apart from Su Bei of the Jiangbei Su family, who else dares to call himself young Master Su?" Another Luo family leader exclaimed, "Is that the crown prince of Jiangbei, Su Bei?" Goldman Sachs held his head high, "Yes." The Luo family executive looked incredulous. "I didn't expect that Master Gao actually knew Master Su." Gao Shang leaned back, his arms casually resting on the armrests, and said lazily, "It's more than just acquaintance. We are in the same circle and often go out for drinks together." Hearing this, the senior members of the Luo family whispered to each other and discussed the matter. Just as Goldman Sachs was about to continue bragging, Luo Yunshu followed Luo Huayang and Luo Pingzheng in. As soon as Luo Pingzheng saw Gao Shang, he immediately smiled and said flatteringly, "Mr. Gao, our Yunshu is here." Gao Shang's gaze was instantly attracted by Luo Yunshu. He stared at her intently, quickly stood up, walked forward, and extended his hand enthusiastically. "Yunshu, long time no see." Luo Yunshu really disliked this Gao Shang, thinking, "Do we know each other well? It's been a long time since we last met. Ugh, greasy guy. I miss brother Su Bei so much. I wonder when he will come to pick me up." Luo Yunshu did not shake hands with Goldman Sachs. She was already Su Bei's woman, so how could she possibly have physical contact with another man? So she stood there motionless. Seeing this, Luo Pingzheng hurriedly winked at Luo Yunshu. But Luo Yunshu pretended not to see it and did not reach out his hand. Gao Sheng awkwardly withdrew his hand, his smile a little stiff, but he still forced himself to say, "It's okay, Yunshu is a girl, it's normal for her to be shy." After a pause, he changed the subject. "By the way, Yunshu, I brought you a gift." As he spoke, he walked to the table beside him, picked up an exquisite little box, and carefully handed it to Luo Yunshu. Then he gently opened it, revealing a dazzling necklace. This necklace is called the Oath of Time and Space, and it's made of. When he said this, Goldman Sachs suddenly got stuck and forgot the words that followed. He frowned and thought for a long time, but couldn't remember what to say next, so he could only laugh dryly. "Anyway, it's worth 200 million. I bought it at an auction specifically for you." When the people around heard the number 200 million, their eyes lit up instantly, and they stretched their necks, staring at the necklace greedily. Although the Luo family is wealthy and powerful, the company is now suffering heavy losses, and the money they get is pitifully small. These 200 million are an astronomical figure for them. Luo Yunshu pushed the necklace away without hesitation, saying in a cold tone, "I don't want it." In her heart, even if Goldman Sachs gave her a gift worth tens or hundreds of billions, it would not be as good as one from brother Su Bei. Luo Pingzheng hurriedly put on a smile and reached out to take the necklace. "Mr. Gao, I'll accept it on behalf of Yunshu." But as soon as he stretched out his hand, Gao Shang slammed the box shut, glared at him fiercely, and said in a bad tone, "This is a gift for Yunshu, why are you accepting it?" Luo Pingzheng was startled, and quickly nodded and bowed, saying with an apologetic smile, "Yes, yes, yes." Then, he turned around and advised Luo Yunshu, "Yunshu, this is a token of Gao Xiao's kindness, please accept it." Luo Yunshu had a cold face and said nothing, not even willing to glance at Goldman Sachs. Seeing this, Luo Huayang said calmly, "Forget it, since Yunshu doesn't want it, then Master Gao, you can take it back." Seeing that Luo Yunshu and his daughter did not give him face, Gao Sheng's face instantly turned gloomy. He put away the necklace heavily and placed it on the table beside him. Then he sat back down, crossed his legs, and said with a stern look, "Okay, let's get down to business." Seeing this, the others also sat down in their seats. Goldman crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces as he slowly spoke, "Master Luo, I'm well aware that the Luo family is currently in dire straits due to a broken capital chain, and is only one step away from bankruptcy. And my Gao family has enough strength to help you overcome the difficulties." After saying this, he paused deliberately. "But I have one condition." Luo Huayan looked serious and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Gao, what are the conditions?" Gao Sheng directly stretched out his finger, pointed at Luo Yunshu opposite him, and said in a tough tone, "I want Yunshu to marry me." Hearing this, Luo Huayang fell silent. He had actually anticipated this condition, but when Goldman Sachs said it himself, he was still in a dilemma and was very conflicted. Luo Yunshu stood up immediately and said firmly, "I won't marry." Luo Huayang waved at her and motioned her to sit down first. Then he looked at Gao Sheng and said in a softer tone, Mr. Gao, marriage is a matter of life and death. I hope you can give us some time to consider it. Gao Sheng sneered, okay, I can wait, but can your Luo family wait? When Luo Pingzheng heard this, he quickly interrupted, Brother, Yunshu, you have to consider the Luo family. Shut up, do you have the right to speak here? Luo Huayang interrupted him harshly, his face full of anger. Luo Pingzheng opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but thinking that he had no power, he could only lower his head and shut his mouth obediently. Luo Huayang suppressed his anger and looked at Gao Sheng again, Mr. Gao, how about changing the conditions? For example. Okay, Master Luo, this is just my one condition. If you don't agree, then there's no talk. Goldman interrupted him impatiently. Luo Huayang also lost his temper. He stood up suddenly and said firmly, okay, then my Luo family will find another way. Gao Sheng also stood up with an arrogant smile on his face, think of another way? Master Luo, you don't think other families will help you, do you? I tell you, in Dongshan, if a coin falls from the sky, it will have the surname Gao. So as long as my Gao family doesn't allow it, no one will dare to help your Luo family. Before he could finish his words, the door of the Luo family's hall was suddenly pushed open. So awesome! Is this the strength of the Gao family? Sube clapped his hands slowly, a smile on his lips, and walked into the hall slowly. Zhou Mo stood straight and followed closely behind Sube. Goldman was immersed in the pleasure of threatening. Hearing these sarcastic words, he turned his head abruptly and looked at Sube unkindly. Who are you? Is this a place you can just come in casually? Brother Sube. When Luo Yunshu saw Sube's figure, his eyes lit up instantly. She stood up without hesitation and ran towards Sube. Sube stretched out his long arms, holding Luo Yunshu firmly in his arms, and said gently, Yunshu, do you miss me? Luo Yunshu snuggled tightly in his arms like a docile kitten and nodded gently, yeah. When the other people in the hall heard the name Sube, they all looked at each other, too scared to speak. Especially Goldman Sachs, his face turned pale in an instant, and cold sweat kept sliding down his forehead. Everyone knows that Sube is the #1 playboy in Long Country. He is ruthless and anyone who offends him never has a good ending. It's over, it's over. I just said something rude to him. What should I do? Goldman was in a panic and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Sube patted Luo Yunshu's back gently, wait for me for a moment. After saying that, Sube fixed his eyes on Gao Sheng and ordered Zhou Mo beside him, Uncle Zhou, please break the 3 legs of this young Master Gao and throw him out. Dongshan does not allow such an arrogant person to exist. Zhou Mo nodded slightly, Master, why don't you just kill him? Sube glanced around and softened his tone, no, this is Yunshu's home after all. This is my first time here, so I have to give Yunshu some respect and not make this place dirty. Yes, Master. Zhou Mo took the order and approached Goldman Sachs step by step. Goldman was so frightened that his knees went weak and he collapsed to the ground, unable to even utter a sound to beg for mercy. Immediately afterwards, shrill screams rang out in the hall, making people's scalps numb. Zhou Mo carried Gao Sheng, who had fainted from the pain, and strode out the door. Seeing this, Luo Pingzheng's flattering spirit came back. He took 2 steps at a time and approached Sube, saying with a smile, Young Master Su, your presence is a great honor to our Luo family. Sube didn't even glance at him, but looked at Luo Yunshu gently, who is he? Luo Yunshu's expression was gloomy, he is my second uncle. Sube, is it good for you? Luo Yunshu shook his head slightly. Sube's expression instantly turned cold, and he shouted to Zhou Mo who was about to leave, Uncle Zhou, wait a minute, break his legs as well and throw him out together. Chapter 6, Enjoy the sweet moments on the road. Luo Pingzheng's face turned pale in an instant, his legs went limp, and he fell to his knees with a thump. He raised his head, his face full of fear, and cried out, Master Su, spare my life, I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. Then, he turned to Luo Yunshu, crawled 2 steps, clasped his hands together and bowed repeatedly, Yunshu, please help my second uncle, please beg for mercy for him. Luo Yunshu ignored Luo Pingzheng's plea for mercy and turned his head away. If it weren't for her second uncle, the Luo family wouldn't be facing bankruptcy, and what happened today wouldn't have happened. Just because he kneels down and begs a few words, you expect me to forgive him? Absolutely not. For all the things he did, breaking his leg was the least of his worries. Seeing this, Luo Huayan sighed and did not say anything to stop him. During the turbulent days when the Luo family was in trouble, this younger brother had been doing a lot of tricks behind the scenes and even wanted to push Yunshu into the fire pit. It was time for him to be punished. Among all the people in the Luo family, there was only one person who really wanted to plead for Luo Pingjiang, and that was Luo Pingjiang's wife. It doesn't matter if I break both legs. At worst, I'll end up in a wheelchair. But what would she do if she lost her third leg? Do I need to keep a mistress? Thinking of this, her face turned red and white. Although she wanted to beg for mercy, she swallowed the words back when she saw Su Bei's cold eyes. Forget it, having a lover is better than losing your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Mo expressionlessly let go of the unconscious Gao Sheng in his hand, and his figure flashed, appearing in front of Luo Pingjiang in an instant. Before Luo Pingjiang could react, he heard a few crisp cracks followed by a shrill scream. Luo Pingjiang's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Zhou Mo grabbed Goldman's collar with his left hand, picked up Luo Pingjiang with his right hand, and strode out the door. The other Luo family executives in the room were terrified by the bloody scene. After everything was settled, Luo Huayan straightened his messy collar and walked towards Su Bei. He had a look of uneasiness on his face, fearing that the Prince of Jiangbei might be unhappy and do something crazy again. Luo Huayan forced a smile and said, "Hello, Su Xiao, I am Luo Huayan, the head of the Luo family." Luo Yunshu pulled Su Bei's arm affectionately and whispered, "Brother Su Bei, this is my father." Su Bei showed a gentle smile and looked at Luo Huayan, "Father-in-law, you can just call me Su Bei." When Luo Huayan heard the word father-in-law, he froze and didn't know how to respond for a moment. However, when he saw the intimate behavior between his daughter and Su Bei, and the way Su Bei addressed him, he immediately understood. It seems that my daughter spent the night at the home of the Prince of Jiangbei. Thinking that the Luo family was about to cling to the Su family as a powerful backer and that there was hope for resolving the economic crisis, a smile slowly spread across his face. "Yeah, good. Don't stand there, sit down quickly." As he spoke, he extended his hand and greeted everyone enthusiastically. Luo Yunshu sat down next to Su Bei, and Luo Huayang also returned to his seat. Su Bei spoke first, his tone unhurried. "I have also heard about the situation of the Luo family. For Yunshu's sake, the Su group will provide financial assistance." Upon hearing this, the Luo family members in the hall finally felt relieved. But Su Bei's turn of events made the Luo family's hearts, which had just been relieved, become anxious again. Su Bei continued, "The money of the Su group didn't come from the wind. If the Luo family doesn't have the potential to be worth investing in, the Su group won't do this losing business even if Yunshu pleads with them." Luo Huayang sat up straight, his eyes firm. "Young Master Su. No, Su Bei, don't worry, the Luo family will definitely prove our value to the Su group." Su Bei smiled and said, "That's good. I'll have Su group send someone to contact you later." Luo Huayang nodded quickly, "Okay." Su Bei, "Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll take Yunshu back." "Aren't you going to leave after finishing your meal?" Luo Huayang was reluctant to leave his daughter. "No, I still have a lot of things to do." As he said that, Su Bei stood up. Of course he is very busy, and he is planning to go back and improve his strength. Luo Yunshu, who was standing beside him, stood up immediately and put his arm around Su Bei. Luo Huayang also stood up. "I'll see you off." Su Bei took Luo Yunshu's hand and walked out. Luo Huayang was reluctant to leave his daughter, so he followed her all the way to the Luo family's gate, his eyes full of affection. Su Bei saw Gao Sheng and Luo Pingjiang passed out beside the gate, frowned slightly, and said to Zhou, "Uncle Zhou, throw them away, the smoke is in my eyes." "Yes." Zhou responded, picked up the two men, and threw them onto the street. The two of them flew out like kites with broken strings and fell heavily to the ground. Su Bei turned and looked at Luo Huayang. "Father-in-law, there's no need to see me off. We'll get in the car now." Luo Huayang nodded quickly, a smile on his face. "Oh, okay." Then, he looked at Luo Yunshu again, his eyes full of worry, and warned, "Yunshu, take care of your body, don't push yourself too much, and get enough rest." As a father, Luo Huayang always felt a little worried. After all, Luo Yunshu had never been so close to a boy before. Now that his daughter has begun to fall in love, he is both relieved and worried that the two of them are young and lack restraint, which may harm his daughter's body. When Luo Yunshu heard this, her cheeks flushed instantly. She lowered her head shyly and whispered, "I know, Dad, you should go back soon." After saying that, she took Su Bei's hand and walked quickly towards the car. Then the car started slowly and left the Luo family. Inside the car, Su Bei smiled and looked at Luo Yunshu. "Your father's warning is because he is afraid that I will bully you, right?" Luo Yunshu's fair face flushed instantly. "What are you talking about?" She raised her hand angrily to slap Su Bei, but Su Bei grabbed her wrist. Immediately afterwards, Sube pinched Luo Yunshu's little face with his other hand and squeezed it with his fingers a little harder. Her fair face immediately puffed up into a soft ball, and her pink lips pouted. Luo Yunshu froze, his eyes wide open, and he made indistinct sounds out of shyness and anxiety. This cute look of being teased made Sube's heart beat suddenly. So cute, definitely the ceiling of lowly. Immediately afterwards, before Luo Yunshu could react, Sube stood up, approached her, and kissed her pouting lips. There was a slight noise coming from the front row. Joe Mo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was very sensible and slowly raised the partition in the middle of the Maybach. After Sube finished the kiss, he gently rubbed Luo Yunshu's soft and cute face with his fingers, and said with a smile, "Now no one can see it, you don't have to be shy." Luo Yunshu lowered his head, his voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, "We're almost home, why don't we go back and?" Sube gently flicked Luo Yunshu's hot cheek and said teasingly with a smile, "We will have things to do when we go back. Now we can enjoy the little sweetness on the way." Luo Yunshu hesitated for a moment and replied softly, "Okay then." She took a rubber band from her pocket and tied her hair up. Sube leaned back on the leather seat, quietly waiting for his exclusive time with Luo Yunshu. Chapter 7, 10 consecutive draws will definitely pay out gold. When we got back to the villa, it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sube and Luo Yunshu sat at the dining table and enjoyed lunch. Sube looked at Luo Yunshu, who was concentrating on eating, with a smile in his eyes. "Yunshu, I have prepared a surprise for you." Luo Yunshu paused while eating. Her cheeks were puffed up, and she had food in her mouth. She asked vaguely, "What's the surprise?" "Eat well first, I'll tell you after you finish eating," Sube said lovingly. "All right." Driven by curiosity, Luo Yunshu unconsciously sped up his eating. "Eat slowly." Sube reached out and gently wiped the sauce from the corner of Luo Yunshu's mouth. "No one's competing with you for it, don't choke." Luo Yunshu muttered softly, "I know." But her hands did not slow down, and she continued to quickly clear out the food in the bowl. After dinner, the two returned to the bedroom. Luo Yunshu pulled Sube's arm and asked impatiently, "Tell me quickly, what is the surprise?" Sube smiled and opened the wardrobe beside him. Inside are various JK uniforms, sailor suits, gymnastic suits, and even unique school uniforms. At the bottom of the wardrobe, there are countless white stockings stacked up. Luo Yunshu's face flushed instantly when she saw it. This is too much." "How is it? Do you like it?" Sube rested his chin on the top of Luo Yunshu's head, and his arms naturally wrapped around her waist. "You can wear your own clothes when you go out, and keep the clothes in here at home." As he spoke, Sube bent down and picked up a package of white silk, "Especially this one, you are only allowed to wear it for me to see. I also had people prepare hundreds of pairs. If they get torn, I'll replace them. If they're not enough, I'll buy more." Luo Yunshu turned around, buried his head in Sube's chest, and said in a shy voice, "You were so bad." Sube patted Luo Yunshu's back gently. "Okay, pick out which one to wear later?" Luo Yunshu raised his head and looked carefully in the wardrobe. Finally, she fixed her gaze and picked out a blue and white sailor suit. Sube's smile deepened, and he said in agreement, "This suit is nice, it will look great on you, go change into it." Luo Yunshu whispered, "Then I'll go take a shower first." Sube nodded, his eyes full of tenderness. "Go, I'll wait for you." Luo Yunshu picked up his clothes and was about to turn around and leave, but was grabbed by Sube. She turned around in confusion. Sube smiled and handed over a pair of white silk stockings. "You forgot to take this." Luo Yunshu's cheeks turned even redder. He took the white silk and hurried towards the bathroom. His back looked a little flustered. While Luo Yunshu was taking a shower, Sube opened the system interface in his mind and found that his luck value had reached 1.1 million. "System, I want to draw a lottery. Please explain the rules to me first." "Okay, host. Lottery rules: 1 draw per 100,000 luck points. 10 consecutive draws will yield a gold quality reward." You must have learned this lottery mechanism from a certain game company. You didn't learn the proper optimization of the drop rate, but you did understand the probability theory. It really is like taking the essence and retaining the dregs. Forget it, give me a 10 draw combo first. Okay. Deduct 1 million luck points, and begin the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Abundant Papaya 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Huan Pill 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Beauty Pill 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Huan Pill 1. The repeated prompt sound made Sube frown. Sure enough, the 10 consecutive guarantees are all routines. Then, on the 7th draw, the system interface suddenly glowed purple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the longevity and strengthening ginseng 1. However, the 8th and 9th draws fell into a repetitive vicious circle. Until the last pull, the system interface suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Finally, withdrawing funds? Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chishashura X1. Final settlement, Plumping Papaya 2, Revitalizing Pills 3, Beauty Pills 3, Longevity Strengthening Ginseng 1, Chishashura 1. System, please introduce these new items to me. Okay, host. Huanneng Pills, instantly restore physical strength to peak state after taking it. Beauty Pill, enhances your appearance in all aspects, leaving your skin looking rejuvenated and achieving the ultimate aesthetic standard. Longevity and Strengthening Ginseng, taking it can extend your life by 10 years, while also warming your internal organs and eliminating hidden diseases. Shishashura, a surreal concept pistol that can be summoned by the host's thoughts. When used with chi bullets, it can directly kill warriors below the 6th rank. Infuriating bullets do not need to be purchased, unlimited use. Listening to the introduction of the system, Sube quickly calculated in his mind. Huanneng pills can restore physical strength. Good. Give one to Yunshu later so she doesn't get too tired and lose her strength. Give Yunshu one of these beauty pills too. Although she's already incredibly beautiful, it wouldn't hurt to improve it a bit more. This is a good longevity ginseng. Send it to the old man. After all, as long as the old man is still alive, the Dragon Kingdom will not be able to turn the world upside down. Finally, his gaze fixed on the introduction of Chishashura. Chishashura, worthy of being a gold quality reward, is truly very tempting. Half an hour later. Luo Yunshu finished taking a shower, changed his clothes and walked in. Sube was sitting on the edge of the bed at this moment. When he looked up, his eyes were instantly attracted by Luo Yunshu. He stared at her straight, forgetting to blink. Luo Yunshu's hair was tied into 2 ponytails, decorated with white rabbit ears, making her look playful and cute. She wore a blue and white sailor suit with light blue long sleeves and a white body, and a light blue goldfish knot at the neckline, which was delicate and lively. She wore a pleated miniskirt of the same color, and her legs were wrapped in delicate and smooth white silk, which made her skin look even whiter. She had a smile on her lips, curved eyebrows and eyes, and she looked youthful, cute and sweet. Sube's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously and he almost drooled. In my previous life, I watched and envied Brother Bohu, and now in this life, I can become Brother Bohu. Luo Yunshu felt a little uncomfortable under Sube's burning gaze, and called out softly, Brother Sube? Sube finally came back to his senses. Oh, Yunshu, you look so beautiful in this outfit. As he spoke, he eagerly pulled Luo Yunshu's hand and pulled her into his arms. Then he took out a pill and handed it to Luo Yunshu. Luo Yunshu blinked, his face full of confusion. Brother Sube, what is this? Sube patiently explained, this is a beauty pill. After eating it, it can make your appearance rise to a higher level. Come and eat it. Luo Yunshu took the beauty pill and ate it without any hesitation. In an instant, her already delicate skin became smoother and firmer, the contours of her facial features became more refined and three-dimensional, and her overall temperament became more dazzling. Sube looked at the inexplicably beautiful Luo Yunshu in front of him, and it was as if a fire was burning in his heart, making him feel a little hot. Luo Yunshu's eyes were full of anticipation. How is it? Have you really become more beautiful? Sube nodded. It was beautiful to begin with, and now it's even more ridiculously beautiful. Luo Yunshu smiled sweetly after hearing this. At this time, Sube handed over another pill. This is the Huanneng pill. After taking it, your physical strength will be restored to its peak. Don't eat now. Eat it later when you're tired. When Luo Yunshu heard this, her cheeks instantly flushed. She lowered her head and nodded slightly. Sube looked at her shy appearance, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his arms unconsciously hugged Luo Yunshu tightly. Then let's start now. Sube pulled the curtains, closed the door, and then pressed the switch on the bedside. The warm yellow light instantly filled the entire room, enveloping the 2 overlapping figures. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the strategy mission. Realm raised to the 5th level late stage. Chapter 8. What? The destined heroine? 4 hours later. Sube got up from the bed quietly. Luo Yunshu curled up in bed, already exhausted and falling into a deep sleep. Although she took the energy pill in the middle of the process and regained her strength. But Sube seemed to have endless energy. It lasted for 4 hours straight without interruption, which really made Luo Yunshu very tired. Sube walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. He didn't know when the outside was already shrouded in darkness. He looked at the night outside the window, his mind full of thoughts. This companionship that lasted from day to night left him with endless aftertastes. The next day at noon, Sube, who was used to eating at home, decided to take Luo Yunshu out for dinner. In order to avoid being too conspicuous, Sube picked out the cheapest car in the garage McLaren 720S. Then he drove the McLaren and took Luo Yunshu away from the villa. Sube went out to eat, on the one hand to change his taste, and on the other hand to find the son of destiny and the destined heroine. The car drove into the old city, and the narrow streets were in sharp contrast to the prosperous areas where people in northern Jiangsu lived. He parked the sports car on the side of the road, got out with Luo Yunshu, and walked side by side into an inconspicuous restaurant on the street. The decoration inside the restaurant is extremely simple, full of the sense of age, and the air is filled with the tempting aroma of food. The two found an empty seat and sat down. "Welcome." A crisp voice came from the cashier counter. Sube looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl with a low ponytail, holding a stack of menus, walking towards him quickly. The girl was wearing a simple white t-shirt and a light blue apron with a few drops of oil stains on it, making her look a little disheveled. She was born with delicate features, her facial features exuding a natural and pure beauty, her cheeks were slightly rosy, and her whole body was filled with a youthful and simple aura. Compared with Luo Yunshu next to her, the girl is inferior. Luo Yunshu's beauty is extraordinary and has the unique charm of a lowly school beauty. The girl in front of me looks more like the girl next door, young and simple. Seeing her appearance, Sube couldn't help but think of the common school beauties often seen in novels. Generally, this type of character comes from a poor family, with the father missing and the mother relying solely on running a small restaurant to make a living. On weekdays, she has to go to school and help with housework. Then she meets the protagonist and is taken into his harem. Therefore, Sube suspected that the girl in front of him was the destined heroine. But he had no evidence, so he could only try it out first. Sube took the menu, but didn't order anything. Instead, he looked at the girl and asked casually, "Are you working here part-time?" The girl was slightly nervous when she heard the question. She bit her lip, revealing 2 shallow dimples, and replied, "No, this store is owned by my mother. I usually come here to help when I have nothing to do." Hearing this answer, Sube was secretly happy in his heart. It's a sure thing, this life experience is too typical, she is definitely the destined heroine. And if she is the destined heroine, then the son of destiny should not be far from appearing. Thinking of this, Sube felt a little more expectant. Ever since he killed Yicheng yesterday, he has been enjoying this feeling very much. It feels great. I can finally deal with those novel protagonists that I have complained about. However, he also had some doubts. According to common sense, once the destined heroine appears, the system should give a prompt, but now there is no movement. Did I make a wrong judgment? Or is there something wrong with the system? Luo Yunshu, who was sitting opposite, saw Sube's strange behavior and felt a little confused. Could it be that brother Sube fell in love with his sister? Sube ordered the dishes and the girl left with a polite smile. While waiting for the food, Sube's eyes always fell on the girls intentionally or unintentionally. He wanted to see when the son of destiny would appear. Seeing that Sube's eyes were always on that girl, Luo Yunshu became more and more certain about his guess. Brother Sube must have taken a fancy to that girl. Yes, that girl is really beautiful. In fact, Luo Yunshu had already prepared herself mentally. She knew that Sube was handsome and came from a wealthy family, and he would definitely not be in love with only her. Besides, Sube's ability is so powerful that she really can't stand it if it's like this every day. So she didn't mind Sube finding a few more partners. At worst, they could just be sisters in the future. But even so, a sense of loss still welled up in her heart. Sube noticed the change in Luo Yunshu's mood. He smiled and held Luo Yunshu's hand, then asked gently, "What's wrong?" Luo Yunshu didn't want to say it out loud, she was worried that Sube would think she was narrow-minded. So she shook her head and forced a smile, "Brother Sube, I'm fine." Sube could tell at a glance that Luo Yunshu was lying, so he whispered, "Why are you hiding it from me? Just say whatever's on your mind." Luo Yunshu hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak out. She looked at Sube sincerely, "Brother Sube, you can find a few more, but can you please not abandon me?" Sube was slightly stunned, then reacted. He didn't expect Luo Yunshu to have such thoughts, and then he held her hand tightly, what are you thinking? Of course I won't abandon you. Luo Yunshu raised his head, his eyes full of anticipation. Really? Sube smiled and nodded, of course. How could he bear to abandon such a cute lowly school beauty? He continued, and even if I find you a few sisters, I won't neglect you. You will always be the first. Luo Yunshu nodded and said seriously, well, brother Sube, don't worry, I will get along well with the sisters. Seeing Luo Yunshu being so sensible, Sube smiled and touched her head lovingly. After the food was served, the two began to eat. At this moment, the glass door of the hotel was suddenly pushed open. 5 energetic young men wearing tight pants and loafers walked in. They all had the same frisbee hairstyle. When these 5 people came in, there was a lot of noise. They laughed and kicked the stools blocking the way aside. The stool legs made a harsh friction sound against the ground, which was particularly out of place in the restaurant. They had will-o'-the-wisp keys hanging around their waists and walked on tiptoe, as if possessed by a ghost. The commotion attracted the attention of the people eating. They didn't care about other people's eyes, chatting loudly, swearing one after another, and walked to a table for 4 with a swagger. One of them picked up a stool and placed it next to them. The 5 of them sat down and continued to do their own thing, making constant noise. His words either mentioned his parents or his organs. Sube frowned and looked over. He really hates this kind of young man who has no manners and disturbs other people's meals. Sube originally planned to go over and beat this group of people up, beat them half to death and throw them out. With his current top status, it is normal for him to beat up anyone he dislikes, and if that doesn't work, he will just kill him. But he changed his mind and realized that he couldn't take action now. Because according to the general plot development of a cool novel, this group of people will definitely cause trouble and make things difficult for the destined female protagonist. When they have a conflict and are about to bully the heroine, the son of luck will appear to save the beauty. Sure enough, after the 5 people sat down, one of them shouted at the top of his voice, "Waiter, order!" The sound was so loud that the guests at the surrounding tables frowned. The girl was a little scared when she saw the group of people, but she had to walk over. Her voice was trembling. "What do you want to order?" Just as Sube guessed, the 5 men were all stunned when they saw the girl's appearance. A spirited young man with dyed yellow hair suddenly grabbed the girl's wrist with a malicious smile on his face. "We don't want anything else. You look so pretty. Come have a few drinks with us later." The girl subconsciously pulled her hand away, took 2 steps back in panic, and almost bumped into the table behind her. "No, I don't drink. I have to work." After Huang Mao's hand was shaken away, he felt that he had lost face in front of his brothers, and his face instantly became gloomy. He stood up in anger and said, "You're shameless, aren't you?" As he said this, he walked towards the girl and was about to reach out to grab her. At the critical moment, a glass bottle flew over from a distance and hit the yellow-haired man directly on the head. With a bang, the yellow-haired man was shot in the head and blood gushed out of his head instantly. His originally yellow hair was dyed red, and he looked disheveled. Seeing this, Sube curled up his lips into an expected smile. "It's here, it's finally here, I was right. The Son of Destiny is about to make a brilliant appearance." Bite. Detected destined female lead, Sui Tone. What? The destined lady? Chapter 9: The Son of Fortune being used by others. Sube looked in the direction where the glass bottle came from and saw a girl standing at the door. It was Sui Tong. Sui Tong was wearing a yellow short-sleeved shirt. The curve of her chest was almost the same as Luo Yunshu's after she upgraded her cup size. She was wearing shorts. She is very pretty, with 2 small canine teeth faintly visible when she smiles, and she exudes the agility of a junior sister. When the other 4 energetic young men saw their brother being beaten, they all stood up and thought it was time to show their loyalty. "How dare you hit my brother?" one of them shouted. They didn't care how pretty Sui Tong looked. They had hit their brother's head and it was bleeding, so they had to save face. So they rushed towards Sui Tong together. Sui Tong is very skilled. She dodges left and right flexibly and strikes at the right moment. With just a few moves, all of them were knocked to the ground. This group of energetic young men lay on the ground, screaming in pain. Sui Tong stepped on someone's face and said, "Get lost. Don't let me see you again." Everyone scrambled to their feet and ran out in panic. Sui Tong walked in and came to the girl's side. The fierce look on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a sweet smile. "Yun-gu, are you okay?" Chunyan shook her head. "I'm fine, thanks to you for coming in time." "Thank you so much, Itone. Hee hee, why are you being so polite to me? Suitong waved her hands and said with a smile, I just finished practicing martial arts and my stomach is growling with hunger. I wanted to come to your restaurant for dinner, but who knew I would run into these guys messing around? At this time, the mother who heard the noise also ran out from the kitchen. Seeing the mess on the ground, she hurried to Chung Yunja's side, looking anxious. What's going on? Chung Yunj quickly said, Mom, it's okay. It was just some hooligans causing trouble, but Itong beat them away. The mother looked at Suitong gratefully and took her hand. Itong, thank you, Auntie. Suitong waved her hands a little embarrassedly. Auntie, don't say that. Yungu and I have such a good relationship. It's only natural for me to help you when we meet. Seeing this, Chung Yun smiled and said, Mom, Itong is here to eat, go get her something delicious. The mother finally reacted, looked at Suitong, and asked softly, come and have dinner. What do you want to eat? Auntie will make it for you right away. Suitong's eyes sparkled, it's still the same, my favorite big bowl of wide noodles. Auntie made 2 big bowls. Chang Yunj teased her deliberately, our bowl is big, are you sure you can finish it? Oomph, you underestimate me. I'll let you see my strength later. Suitong pouted in dissatisfaction. My mother smiled and said, Auntie will cook you a bowl first. If it's not enough, you can always add more. Yungu, please take care of Itong. After saying that, he turned around and quickly went back to the kitchen to busy himself. Su Bei's eyes became hot as he looked at Suitong. I have to say that Suitong is really beautiful. She is on par with Luo Yunshu, and they both have their own characteristics. Luo Yunshu is that cute and shy little loli. Suitong has a sweet appearance and a lively and playful feeling. In short, both of them are very good looking. So, he had decided to accept this girl of destiny, and even Jesus could not stop her. Immediately afterwards, under the influence of the system, the story about Suitong entered his mind. Suitong is the daughter of Su Xiaoping, the owner of Qingyun Martial Arts School. The son of destiny who is related to her is named Lin Yan, and his father is the owner of Tianzi Martial Arts School. 15 years ago, these 2 martial arts schools were the 2 strongest martial arts schools in Dongshan City, and the 2 martial arts schools had a good relationship. The incident happened 15 years ago. The Tang family, one of the 4 major families in Dongshan, wanted to acquire Tianzi Martial Arts School, but was opposed by Lin Yan's father. Later, a series of conflicts occurred between the 2 sides. In anger, the Tang family hired the assassin organization Blood Shadow Hall to massacre the Lin family late one night. Lin Yan's father fought desperately to protect Lin Yan, and with his last breath he sent him to Qingyun Martial Arts School and entrusted him to Su Xiaoping. He also asked Su Xiaoping not to tell Lin Yan the truth. Because he knew that the Tang family was too powerful, Lin Yan's revenge would only cost him his life, so he wanted Lin Yan to live well. Considering their past friendship, Su Xiaoping took Lin Yan in. For the next 5 years, Lin Yan lived in the Su family and grew up with Suitong, so they could be considered childhood sweethearts. During this period, Lin Yan repeatedly asked Su Xiaoping to investigate the murderer. Su Xiaoping always gave him a perfunctory answer, saying that the investigation was still ongoing and there was no result yet. The Tang family was indeed very secretive in this matter. They handled everything cleanly afterwards without leaving any clues. 5 years later, the Tang family learned that Lin Yan was still alive, so they sent assassins to assassinate Lin Yan several times again, hoping to wipe out the root of the problem. Su Xiaoping had no choice but to send Lin Yan abroad and gave him some money so that he could study hard abroad. As a result, Lin Yan was only interested in revenge and did not choose to study, but became a mercenary. Today, Lin Yan has become the leader of the famous Tiger Fang mercenary group in a small country through his own efforts. According to the plot development, Lin Yan will find out today that the enemy who wiped out his family is the Blood Shadow Hall. Although he failed to find out the employer behind the scenes, he followed the clues and found out that the Su family was behind the Blood Shadow Hall, so he blamed the Su family for this grudge. After all, for the protagonist, everyone involved in the extermination of the family deserves to die. But the Su family is the top family in Longwa, without a doubt. It is too difficult to seek revenge on the Su family. Su Hashan, the head of the Su family, is among the top 3 in Longwa, and his son Su Jingyuan is the top leader of Jiangbei province. These 2 are surrounded by many experts. Even if Lin Yan had 9 lives, he couldn't do anything to these 2 people. Moreover, Lin Yan made a rule for himself, which was not to kill women, so the only person in the Su family he could kill was Su Bei. In addition, Su Bei is the heir of the Su family. Killing him means cutting off the Su family's inheritance, which can also be regarded as revenge for the Lin family. so Lin Yan decided to return to China tomorrow to assassinate Su Bei. After digesting all this, Su Bei couldn't help but complain in his heart, is Lin Yan mentally ill? It's not like I wiped out his entire family, so why are you seeking revenge on me? But since he's determined to die, I can only help him. After calming down, Su Bei felt that something was wrong again. Where did the news about Lin Yan come from? Why do all the clues point to the Su family, but there is no mention of the Tang family? If they could even figure out that the Su family was behind the Blood Shadow Hall, how could they not figure out that the employer was the Tang family? It was obvious that someone was using Lin Yan as a gun behind the scenes. Luo Yunshu saw that Su Bei's eyes were always on Sui Tong. She showed a sly smile on her face and tugged at the corner of Su Bei's clothes. Brother Su Bei, are you interested in this sister? Su Bei came back to his senses, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, she will be your sister from now on. Luo Yunshu's eyes lit up. Great. I think she's quite upright, so she must be very easy to get along with. Su Bei smiled and touched her head. Okay, let's not talk about this for now, let's eat. He was determined to get Sui Tong, but not now, because he had some things to deal with in the afternoon. After finishing their meal, the two left the restaurant. As soon as he went out, Su Bei saw a heavily made-up woman sitting on the front of his McLaren. The woman tilted her head and pouted, constantly twisting her waist and raising her legs to change her posture, looking as artificial as possible. A friend with blue-purple hair next to her held up her phone and said, "This angle is amazing. Lift your legs higher." Seeing this, Su Bei curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer. Are there so many ways for people to seek death nowadays? He turned to look at Luo Yunshu, his eyes becoming gentle. Yunshu, wait here for a while, I'll go take care of something small. Luo Yunshu nodded obediently. She has become accustomed to Su Bei's character of being gentle and considerate at home, but decisive and ruthless towards others. Su Bei put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the car slowly. He walked to the car, pressed the key, and the car made a crisp sound. The woman sitting in the front of the car finally noticed him. Looking at the car keys in Su Bei's hand, her eyes lit up instantly. She twisted her waist and jumped out of the car, moving in front of Su Bei. Her low-cut dress could hardly cover her chest. She bit her lip and forced out a smile that she thought was charming. Little brother, is this car yours? Please comment, please review the book. If there is anything wrong with it, please point it out directly, or just criticize it. The author can bear it and will change it. Chapter 10. It's okay to feel pain, women are meant to be hurt. Brothers, chapters 10 and 14 are a bit harsh and dark, so please skip these two chapters if you mind. Su Bei looked at her with a smile, his eyes full of amusement. Yeah, what's wrong? The woman quickly took out her phone and smiled in an especially ambiguous way. How about adding WeChat and making friends? Su Bei did not respond. His eyes fell on the front of the car, and when he saw the paint scraped off by the high heels, the smile on his lips became even wider. He pointed at the front of the car, his tone still relaxed. You scratched the paint on my car. How are you going to compensate me? The woman rolled her eyes coquettishly, looking nonchalant. It's just some paint peeling off. She tilted her head, her eyes moving, and said in a deliberately coquettish tone, if you want compensation, I will give myself to you. Su Bei looked at the woman. The woman was wearing extremely revealing clothes. Her body was indeed hot and very curvy, but her appearance was a little ugly. If Luo Yunshu's appearance is 98 points, then this woman is at most 70 points, and she has nothing good except her figure. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but then he put on that playful smile again. You want to compensate me with yourself? Okay, then come with me to the alley next to you. There are too many people on the street and it's not suitable. Su Bei took into consideration that Luo Yunshu was still nearby. If they fought on the street, the scene would be too bloody and the little girl might be scared. The woman didn't notice the murderous intent hidden in Su Bei's smile at all. She thought that Su Bei had taken a fancy to her and wanted to go to the alley with her to do something paid. A hint of surprise flashed across her face, and then she feigned modesty and said, it's not a good idea to do this in the alley in broad daylight. Su Bei said calmly, that's better than being on the street. The woman rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and twisted her waist. Hate it, I'll just go with you. She turned to look at her best friend who was taking pictures of her, raised her chin, and said casually, Xiaoqin, you go back first, I have something to do. After saying that, the woman twisted her hips and followed Su Bei into the alley. There was a smug look on her face, as if she was sure of victory, feeling that she had successfully caught a rich man. He even imagined what it would be like to live in a luxurious villa. Come to the alley. Su Bei stopped and turned to look at the woman. How about this? The woman took a look around. The alley was filled with a damp and moldy smell, and the peeling walls were covered with moss. Although she felt a little disgusted, she managed not to show it, and said in a gentle voice, "The environment is a bit poor, but for you, it's not that important." While speaking, she did not forget to curl her hair with her fingers, making a shy look. Sube looked at her with a half smile. "Really? Are you ready?" "Hate it, don't ask me, just come directly." The woman giggled and patted Sube's chest, pretending to be shy. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, Sube grabbed her wrist tightly. The woman was startled, but she quickly reacted and smiled knowingly. "So you want to play violence? I understand." The smile on Sube's lips widened. "Then I will start." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his wrist, and with a click, he broke the woman's arm. The woman's originally smiling face instantly turned into horror. The intense pain made her scream out, "No! Ah, it hurts!" She struggled desperately, but could not break free from Sube's grip. Sube still had a smile on his face. "It's okay to feel pain, women are meant to be hurt." After saying that, he clenched his fist and punched the woman hard in the chest. This punch was very powerful. With a pop sound, the silicone implant on the woman's chest burst directly, and the liquid in the silicone splashed everywhere. Although silicone has great cushioning power, it cannot withstand this blow. The woman felt as if her internal organs were shattered, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. Seeing this, Sube dodged and all the blood splattered on the ground. His smile remained unchanged. "Fortunately I hid in time, otherwise my clothes would have been dirty." He paused, his tone somewhat teasing. "You know what? My family is not well off and I can't afford new clothes. I'll have to wear this one for several years." After saying that, he grabbed the woman's hair and slammed her head to the ground. With a bang, the woman's entire face hit the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust and gravel. Then he suddenly grabbed the woman's hair and forced her to look up. At this time, the woman's front teeth had been broken. Because the ground was covered with stones of various sizes, when her face fell, several sharp stones pierced directly into her eye sockets, causing her to twitch in pain. The rest of the gravel also pierced her face, making it a bloody mess and a horrible sight. The woman wailed in pain, her voice shrill. At this time, footsteps were heard at the entrance of the alley, and someone heard the noise and came to check. Sube slowly raised his head, his eyes cold and sharp as he swept over the man. The other party was so scared that his face turned pale and he fled in panic. The woman held on to her last bit of strength and begged for mercy with tears in her eyes. "Please, I beg you, let me go. I will compensate for your car, I will compensate." Sube still had that chilling smile on his face, and his tone was as gentle as if he was coaxing a child. "Yes, aren't you paying for it?" He squatted down and leaned close to the woman's ear. "You agreed to compensate me with yourself, why are you asking me to let you go? I really don't like you being so untrustworthy. I've decided to give you a little punishment." After saying that, he stood up, grabbed the woman's hair with one hand, and dragged her towards the trash can. The woman's face was covered in blood after being dragged, and she could only struggle weakly on the ground, uttering faint moans. Sube opened the lid of the trash can without hesitation and roughly folded the woman and stuffed her into the can. The woman collapsed in the trash can, silent and unable to even utter a moan of pain. Sube looked down at her and said jokingly, "Are you asleep? Then I'll help you close the lid so that no one can disturb your rest." After saying that, he closed the lid of the trash can and walked towards the alley. As he walked, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his hands slowly, threw it behind him, and left the alley without looking back. Just stepped out of the alley. He saw two law enforcers, one fat and one thin, running towards him breathlessly and stopping in front of him. The fat man just opened his mouth to ask a question, but the thin man, quick-witted and quick-talking, shouted with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Su." Sube frowned slightly, his tone was a little cold. "What do you want to talk to me about?" The thin man hurriedly shook his head, and while stealing a glance at Sube's expression, he secretly gave the fat man a warning look. "It's okay, it's okay." The fat man was an honest and sincere man. Although he was warned by the thin man, his face flushed and he still wanted to speak out. Seeing that the fat man was hesitant to speak, Sube pointed at him and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" The fat man hesitated for a moment and stammered, "We just received a report that someone was committing a crime here." After listening to this, Sube smiled and said, "So that's what happened. Okay, you don't have to worry about it. I've already dealt with the perpetrator." The fat man was a little bit unbelievable. "Huh?" The thin man slapped the fat man's head in frustration. "What? Young Master Su said so, how could it be false?" He winked at the fat man desperately, wishing he could carve the words "stop talking too much" on the other's forehead. The fat man finally reacted and nodded with a silly smile. Sube nonchalantly reminded, by the way, the person who reported the case is not bad, go find him and give him a reward later. The thin man looked embarrassed, hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Su, we will take care of the person. Sube realized that the two had misunderstood each other and smiled helplessly. What are you thinking? I'm telling the truth. Give him some money. Jiangbei needs people like him who are brave enough to do what is right. When the two heard this, they immediately straightened their backs and responded in unison, Yes, Master Su. Sube didn't say anything more and turned to walk towards Luo Yunshu. When he walked away, the thin man immediately leaned close to the fat man's ear and lowered his voice, Seal, you better be more careful. This is Master Su, the crown prince of Jiangbei. If he stomps his feet, the whole of Jiangbei will tremble. If I hadn't stopped you just now, you would have almost gotten into big trouble. The fat man showed an honest smile on his face. No, I think young Master Su is quite righteous. Not only did he help us eliminate the assailant, but he also thought of praising the person who reported the crime. Unlike those dandy boys who bully others by taking advantage of their power, he is truly a role model for us. He spoke sincerely, completely unaware of the look the skinny guy next to him gave him as if he were a fool. Chapter 11 Teacher Su wants to punish Luo. In a secret meeting room in a small country. Lin Yan put his hands behind his back, staring at the map on the wall, his eyes revealing a subtle determination and forbearance. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open. 7 young men walked in, came up behind Lin Yan, stood upright, and shouted in unison, Captain. Lin Yan slowly turned around, scanning everyone with a stern gaze, then looked at Xie Tianyu beside him and asked, Tianyu, is everyone here? Xie Tianyu stood tall and straight, his eyes firm as he responded, Captain, all the high-ranking members of the Tiger Fong mercenary group are here. Lin Yan nodded slightly, Okay, now that everyone is here, I have something to announce today. I'm leaving the Tiger Fong mercenary group tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a slight commotion in the conference room. Everyone whispered to each other, their faces full of shock and confusion. Captain, why? Where are you going? A senior official asked anxiously. Lin Yan's expression was calm, and he slammed his palm on the conference table. Everyone, be quiet. Upon hearing this voice, the conference room fell silent. Lin Yan looked around at everyone with a determined gaze, his tone calm and resolute. I want to return to my country for revenge. I can't say more about the specifics. So from now on, the position of leader of the Tiger Fong mercenary group will be held by Deputy Leader Xie Tianyu. When Xie Tianyu heard this, he immediately straightened up and said quickly, Captain, I. Lin Yan raised his hand to interrupt Xie Tianyu. No need to say more, I believe you. He looked up at the many senior executives in front of him, his eyes burning. Brothers, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. But now 15 years have passed. I have been hiding in seclusion, practicing day and night, all for this moment. This hatred has long been ingrained in my blood. If I don't avenge this, I, Lin Yan, will cease to be a human being. One of them suggested, Captain, let's go together. We're willing to contribute. Hearing this, some people in the crowd muttered to themselves, if you want to go, go by yourself. Don't bring up we when you brag. They're not my enemies, and they have nothing to do with me. I'm not going. Lin Yan looked arrogant and disdainful. No need, I'm going to kill just a dandy boy. With my strength at the late 5th rank, killing him is as easy as pie. Even if he has some bodyguards around him, they can't stop me if I want to take action. Hearing this, the man continued to complain in his mind, this extremely arrogant captain is really too boastful. He's boasting too much about a late 5th grade cultivator. Villa. Sube leaned on the sofa in the living room and said to Zhou Mo in front of him, Uncle Zhou, help me find 5 energetic young men. The 5 people who were beaten out of the place where I had lunch this afternoon. Once you find it, just kill it. Zhou Mo bowed slightly, his eyes dark. Master, have they offended you? Should we also? As he spoke, he gestured at his neck with his hand. Sube curled his lips. It can be considered as an offense. After all, their appearance makes me sick, but it is not to the extent that their families are involved. Zhou Mo nodded, his expression solemn. I understand. Sube sat up straight. There is one more thing. Go find Zhao Donglai, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and tell him. After giving the instructions, Zhou Mo left the villa. Sube also stood up and took the elevator to the 6th floor of the villa. He walked to a door on the 6th floor and pushed it open. What comes into view is a classroom. The desks and chairs in the classroom are neatly arranged, and there are still geometric shapes drawn with chalk on the blackboard. That is right, this is the room that Su-bei had carefully built based on a 1-to-1 scale of a high school classroom. Luo Yunshu was the only one in the room. At this moment, she was sitting at her desk, concentrating on solving the exercises on her desk. Luo Yunshu has a petite figure and a fair face with a pair of bright big eyes that are clear and pure, revealing the innocence and agility of a girl. She was wearing the SZ school uniform, a white short-sleeved shirt with blue shorts, which made her look fresh and cute. In addition, she also wore a white silk stocking, which made people very angry. Her long, smooth hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised with a sweet smile. With such a face full of collagen, it's hard to believe that she is already 19 years old. When Su-bei saw this scene, a gentle smile appeared on his face. He walked slowly into the classroom and came to Luo Yunshu's side. "Student Luo, I see you've been staring at this question for a long time. Don't you know how to do it?" Luo Yunshu raised his head, his eyes full of help, and said softly, "Yes, Teacher Su, can you teach me how to do this problem?" Looking at Luo Yunshu's distressed expression, Su-bei smiled and thought to himself, "This girl's acting is really good. She acted quite realistically. She's much better than a certain yak." He said gently, "Well, as a teacher, let me teach you how to do it." Su-bei bent down and reached out to hold Luo Yunshu's little hand holding the pen. His palm rested against the back of her hand as he guided her to write and draw in the exercise book. In less than a minute, the originally dense equation was solved. Luo Yunshu stared at Su-bei's serious and handsome face in front of him, swallowed unconsciously, and said softly, "Thank you, Teacher Su." After saying that, she leaned over, gave Su-bei a quick kiss on the face, then quickly turned her head away. Su-bei smiled and scratched her hot face. "I taught you how to solve the problem, and you rewarded me. But you didn't listen carefully in class, which resulted in you not being able to solve this problem, so I have to punish you severely." After saying that, he reached out and picked up Luo Yunshu, and with his other hand, he swept all the books on the table to the ground, and then put her on the desk. Luo Yunshu was frightened and instinctively hugged his neck. After being placed steadily on the desk, she lowered her head and dared not look directly at Su-bei. Her ears were red and her hands were awkwardly twisting the corners of her white school uniform. Su-bei supported himself on the table with one hand, holding her in his arms, with a smirk on his face. "Student Luo, are you ready to accept your punishment?" Luo Yunshu nodded gently, Seeing this, Su-bei reached out to hold the back of her head, then lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the strategy mission. Realm raised to the peak of the 5th rank. In the next 3 hours of hard life. Su-bei's scolding voice could be heard from the classroom. "I told you not to listen carefully in class and to be distracted in class. Will you still be distracted in the future?" Luo Yunshu begged for mercy with tears in her eyes. "I won't dare to do it again. Teacher Su. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to be distracted again." Although Luo Yunshu kept begging for mercy, Su-bei refused to give up easily and did not stop his hands at all. In his opinion, teachers must be strict. If students make mistakes and are not severely punished, how can they remember them in the future? Chapter 12. This time when I return to China, I want to take back everything that belongs to me. In the early morning, sunlight shines into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa. After washing up, Su-bei returned to his room. Luo Yunshu was seen curled up into a small ball, with the pink quilt almost wrapping her whole body, leaving only half of her flushed face exposed. He sat down beside the bed, reached out and gently patted Luo Yunshu's shoulder, and said in a gentle tone, "Yunshu, it's time to get up. It's already 10 o'clock. Luo Yunshu slowly opened his hazy eyes, his eyes were unfocused, and his voice was hoarse. "Brother Su-bei. I feel so uncomfortable." Her breath was hot as she spoke, and her whole body slumped limply on the bed, devoid of her usual energy. Su-bei was startled, and put his hand on her forehead, frowning slightly. "It's so hot, you have a fever, how could this happen?" The scene in the classroom yesterday flashed through his mind. Could it be that the air conditioning in the classroom was set too low yesterday afternoon, causing Yunshu to catch a cold? Without thinking too much, he immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. "Hello, Uncle Zhou, ask Dr. Lu to come up." After hanging up the phone, he reached out and brushed away the strands of hair on Luo Yunshu's forehead, and said gently, "Don't worry, the miracle doctor will be here soon." Luo Yunshu nodded reluctantly and tucked his head back into the quilt. 2 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. "Master, Divine Dr. Lu is here. Come in." The door was pushed open, and Zhou Mo led Lu Jiuzhang in. Lu Jiuzhang was carrying a medicine box. Although this old doctor in his 60s had a head full of white hair, his back was straight and his eyes were bright. His every move and gesture reveals a spirit and energy that is no less than that of a young person, and he doesn't look like a man in his 60s at all. Sube nodded slightly, his tone indifferent but polite. "Divine Dr. Lu, thank you for your help." Lu Jiuzhang smiled and waved his hand. "Master, don't worry." As he spoke, he walked to the bedside, but did not get close. He first observed Luo Yunshu's expression from a distance. Then he took out a silk thread from the medicine box and motioned Sube to help him tie one end of the thread gently around the pulse point on Luo Yunshu's wrist, and pinch the other end between his fingers. He applied a little pressure with his fingertips, and the silk thread instantly tightened. He closed his eyes slightly, feeling the slight vibration coming from the end of the thread. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, took out silver needles from the medicine box, and skillfully inserted them into Luo Yunshu's dazui, suchi, and other acupuncture points. His fingers flew flexibly, and the silver needle twisted quickly on the acupuncture point. A gentle true energy flowed into Luo Yunshu's body along the silver needle. Luo Yunshu, whose face was originally flushed with fever, gradually began to show beads of sweat on his forehead, and his tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. After a while, Lu Jiuzhang retracted the silver needle and looked at Sube with a smile. "Master, it's okay now." The young lady just caught a cold, and coupled with the recent overwork, she developed a fever. "I have used my true qi to drive away the coldness in the young lady's body. All she needs is a good night's sleep." Sube's expression relaxed a little, and he nodded. "Divine Dr. Lu, thank you for your hard work." Then he looked at Zhou Emo beside him and said, "Uncle Zhou, go down and get 2 million for Dr. Lu." Zhou Emo nodded, "Yes." After saying that, he led Lu Jiuzhang out of the room. Sube looked at Luo Yunshu, whose complexion had returned to its rosy complexion, and thought, the intensity of the treatment on this girl has indeed been a bit too great recently. It's time to quickly win over Sui Tong and share some of the burden with her. Dongshan International Airport. As soon as the hatch opened, Lin Yan stepped out. The glaring sunlight made him squint slightly. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar skyscrapers in the distance, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. There was an unspeakable meaning hidden in that smile. "Dongshan, I, Lin Yan, am back. I've been waiting for this day for 15 years. This time when I return to my country, I want to take back everything that belongs to me," he whispered to himself, with a fierce tone in his voice. Lin Yan, who was immersed in his own emotions, was suddenly pushed hard by the ant behind him. The old lady was in a hurry to get on with her journey, so she squeezed past him, muttering, "Go ahead and brag. This is the gangway, get out of the way." Lin Yan almost fell down, and his pretending to be cool disappeared in an instant. His eyes turned fierce as he stared at the ant's receding figure, thinking, if this happened abroad, you would have been dead long ago. But soon, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his expression returned to calm. "I've been a mercenary for too long. It's time to control my temper." He walked into the airport lobby and suddenly stopped in the middle of the crowd, watching the people coming and going around. Lin Yan opened his arms and took a deep breath of the air filled with the cool air and the scent of crowds, with a nostalgic expression on his face. Ah, the taste of home. His expression suddenly turned cold, and a confident yet murderous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His voice was icy. "Back then, you, the Blood Shadow Hall, destroyed my family. Now I'm back. Sube, are you ready to face my wrath?" As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps suddenly came from all directions. A dozen law enforcement officers surrounded him with weapons in hand. The leader shouted, "Lin Yan, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately." Lin Yan's muscles tensed up and he subconsciously wanted to take action. At this moment, a figure flashed in front of him, and a big hand pressed heavily on his shoulder. The person who came was Zhao Donglai, director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. His eyes were sharp and his tone was cold. "Don't move, otherwise, you will die now." Zhao Donglai was able to become the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau in a big city like Dongshan City, not just by relying on connections and social skills. His realm had reached the peak of the 7th level, and the aura he exuded was so overwhelming that Lin Yan couldn't breathe. Lin Yan knew in his heart that he was no match for this man. The thought of resistance that had just emerged in his mind disappeared in an instant, and he can only stand there obediently. But he is not afraid of being caught because he has a backup plan. He was certain that it wouldn't be long before these people would let him go. Zhao Donglai winked at the person behind him. Several law enforcement officers immediately stepped forward, handcuffed Lin Yan, and escorted him out of the airport. Hello? Master Su, I've already captured the person. What do you think we should do with him? Let's lock him up first. Find a few smart people to go in and look after him. After all, he just returned to China. Let him experience our enthusiasm for overseas returnees. I understand, Mr. Su. After hanging up the phone, Su Bei turned and looked at Luo Yunshu on the bed. His expression softened a bit. Yunshu, you should have a good rest at home. I'm going out to take care of something. Whatever you want to eat or drink, just ask the servants to bring it to you. Luo Yunshu nodded obediently. Yeah. Su Bei walked out of the room and suddenly remembered that there were too few maids in the villa and their quality was poor, so he went back to ask someone to replace them. He went downstairs and came to the front yard of the villa. Zhou Mo came up quickly and said, Master, someone is looking for you outside. Su Bei raised his eyebrows. Who is it? Zhou Mo, it's a woman. Chapter 13. Being my woman is very tiring. Su Bei walked towards the villa gate, and Zhou Mo followed closely behind. At the gate of the villa, a woman was standing there. The woman's face was full of technology, and the pale foundation was applied without any layers. She looked as white as if she had been dead for 3 days. Her facial features looked ordinary under the exaggerated makeup. But her figure is very eye-catching. She wears bold and revealing clothes, showing off her curvy curves to the fullest. Su Bei walked over and found that the woman looked familiar. He said in a cold tone, Who are you? When the woman saw Su Bei coming out, her eyes lit up instantly and she quickly walked towards him. She deliberately twisted her, but as she walked, with every step he took, his chest shook, making a small duang-duang sound. However, when she was about to approach Su Bei, 2 bodyguards quickly stepped forward and blocked her way. She glared at the bodyguard impatiently at first, then quickly put on a flattering smile and said in a sweet voice, Handsome guy, we've met before. The woman you left with yesterday is my best friend. Su Bei remembered, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, and his tone remained cold. So? Xiaoqin pouted, looking aggrieved. I just want to ask, where is Qianqian? Su Bei raised his eyebrows. Qianqian? Xiaoqin quickly explained, it's the woman who left with you yesterday. I sent her a message, but she hasn't replied yet. I was really worried, so I came to check on her. Su Bei looked at her with a half smile. So her name is Qianqian. She was so exhausted yesterday that she fell asleep at my house. She hasn't woken up yet. What happened? Can you let me in and take a look? As she said that, Xiaoqin wanted to rush into the villa, but was blocked by the bodyguards. Su Bei sneered, This is my home, can you just come in if you want? Xiaoqin said pitifully, Just let me take a look. I'm really worried about her. As she spoke, she deliberately pulled her top down, making the already revealing clothes look even more charming. Su Bei took a glance and thought to himself, It is indeed very big, but it is probably fake. After all, it is exactly the same size as Qianqian's yesterday. It is probably done in the same hospital. He finally realized that Xiaoqin in front of him was not here for her best friend. She said she was worried, but her face was full of excitement. It was most likely that she came for him. Su Bei's eyes glared, and he suddenly thought of something. Wait, this is the most luxurious villa area in Dongshan, the security system is very strict, how did you get in? Xiaoqin looked a little flustered. After hesitating for a moment, she stammered, To be honest, my father is a security guard here. He let me in. Su Bei raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, So that's how it is. You are quite honest. In this case, I will tell you the truth. Actually, your best friend is not here with me. Yesterday, I took her to the Wanhuan Hotel and booked a presidential suite. You know what happened then. After that, I gave her 500,000 yuan and let her live in another villa of mine. Didn't she tell you this? When Xiaoqin heard the 5 words Wanhuan Hotel, her eyes lit up instantly. That's the most luxurious hotel in Dongshan. She regretted very much. Why didn't she take the initiative to follow them yesterday? Otherwise, with my conditions, I would definitely be able to charm this rich young man in front of me. By then I can get 500,000. When she thought of Qianqian again, her heart was full of resentment. Qianqian, you were so good, I treat you as my best friend, but you didn't tell me such a good thing, and you didn't reply to my messages, it really makes me angry. Although Xiaoqin thought so in her heart, she couldn't say it out loud. She put on a sweet smile and said, She didn't tell me. Can you tell me where the villa is? Su Bei smiled evilly and said, "Why? Do you want to go over and accompany her?" Xiaoqin nodded shyly, "Yeah." Su Bei smiled gently, "Okay, I'm going there too, why don't you come with me?" Xiaoqin's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Okay, okay." Su Bei looked at Zhou Mo, "Uncle Zhou, have someone drive the car over here." Immediately afterwards, a Maybach S680 slowly arrived at the gate. The subordinate opened the car door for Su Bei. As Su Bei just sat down on the leather seat with his long legs, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Xiaoqin stumbled over in high heels. Just as she was about to get into the car, she was stopped by the bodyguard's arm. She stood on tiptoe unwillingly, her chest heaving violently. "Wait for me." Su Bei looked at her blushing face with a half smile, "I have a habit. If she is not my woman, she cannot ride in my car." Xiaoqin's eyes turned, and she immediately pointed to the commercial vehicle behind her, "Then I can take this one too." Su Bei laughed. This time he was really amused. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless woman. Su Bei suppressed his smile, "There is no room in that car, but I have prepared a car specifically for you." Xiaoqin was secretly delighted, "Wow, I didn't expect that I was so charming. They prepared a special car for me when we met for the first time." Su Bei waved to his men, who immediately pushed a bicycle out of the yard. The moment Xiaoqin saw the bicycle, the smile on her face froze. Su Bei said with a half smile, "This is to test your physical strength. After all, being my woman is very tiring. Actually, you're treated much better than your best friend. Your best friend didn't even have a bicycle yesterday and had to run all the way here. She was so tired that her legs gave out, and she staggered straight into a trash can in the street." When Xiaoqin heard this, she smiled again, "It turns out that I am treated so well." She immediately got on her bike and said, "I love riding a bike. It's good for exercising." Su Bei instructed, "Okay, then you ride slowly, and we will drive slowly too. But you must keep up. If you don't, you won't be able to go to the villa." Xiaoqin said confidently, "Don't worry, I will definitely catch up." Su Bei closed the window and said to the driver in front, "Drive as fast as you can. There's no need to wait for her." "Yes." The driver responded and the vehicle suddenly rushed out. Seeing this, Xiaoqin hurriedly pedaled her bicycle hard to catch up, fearing that she would be left too far behind. However, the Maybach was driving so fast that Xiaoqin had to pedal with all her might, and finally even stood up and pedaled desperately. Her whole body rose and fell with the movement of pedaling, and the fullness in front of her body swayed with it, which was particularly eye-catching in the sun. Passers-by couldn't help but look at her. A middle-aged man riding an electric bike was so engrossed in watching Xiaoqin that his head followed her figure and he forgot to look at the road. With a loud bang, it hit the electric pole on the roadside. Chapter 14. Take a deep breath, dizziness is normal. The Maybach slowly drove into the old town and finally stopped at the entrance of the alley where it was yesterday. Su Bei got out of the car and turned to look at Xiaoqin, who was chasing him breathlessly. Xiaoqin noticed Su Bei's gaze, forced a smile, and finally rode shakily in front of him. She got off the bike with weak legs, almost losing her balance. She gasped for breath and asked, handsome guy, why, did you stop?" Su Bei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, "We're here." Xiaoqin looked around in some confusion and found that she was surrounded by dilapidated houses from the old city. There was a stinking alley next to it, and the alley smelled as bad as a rotting corpse. This place doesn't look like a villa at all. Xiaoqin was puzzled. "Where is the villa?" Su Bei pointed towards the alley, "It's in here." Xiaoqin was stunned. She looked into the alley but didn't see any trace of the villa. But she also felt that Su Bei, such a rich young man, would not joke with her. After all, what was the point of lying to herself? If the villa is really in the alley, it should be a design that is low-key on the outside and luxurious on the inside. After all, rich people nowadays like to play with this kind of contrast. Thinking of this, she immediately cheered up and smiled expectantly, "Then let's go in quickly." Su Bei smiled softly, "Okay, since you can't wait, let's go." After saying that, Su Bei walked towards the alley. Xiaoqin hurried to catch up. When they reached the end of the alley, Su Bei suddenly shouted towards the dark corner, "Qianshan, your best friend is here to see you." It was eerily quiet all around, without even a trace of wind. Xiaoqin looked around in confusion, wondering where Qianshan was and why there was no one in sight. Su Bei walked slowly to a smelly trash can and stopped. He turned his head and hooked his finger at Xiaoqin, "Come here." Xiaoqin forced a smile and walked over quickly. She stared at the stained trash can in front of her and forced a smile, "Handsome boy, what are you doing?" A strange smile appeared on Subei's face. Aren't you going to see your best friend? As he said that, he suddenly opened the lid of the trash can. Come, take a closer look, your best friend is still sleeping here. Xiaoqin took a closer look and saw Qianqian's bloody face facing her. She immediately let out a shrill scream. She stepped back in panic. At this moment, she finally understood that Qianqian was killed by the handsome guy in front of her. Xiaoqin turned around and tried to escape to the alley. But just as she took 2 steps, Subei appeared behind her like a ghost, grabbed her neck, and chuckled in her ear. Didn't you agree to accompany your best friend? Why are you running? Xiaoqin struggled desperately, scratching Subei's arms with her hands. Subei gradually put more force into his hands and whispered softly in her ear, take a deep breath. It's normal to feel dizzy. Oh, no, I forgot you can't breathe right now. In less than half a minute, Xiaoqin's struggles became weaker and weaker, and Subei finally let go of her arms. Xiaoqin collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, completely dead. The reason why Subei chose this gentle way of killing was because he had to meet the destined heroine Suitone later. He was afraid that blood would splash on his clothes and affect his image. Subei carefully straightened the wrinkles of his clothes and walked out of the alley calmly. He waved to one of his men not far away. The subordinate immediately trotted over. Master. Subei said calmly, go and clean up the 2 bodies inside. Don't leave them here. It would be bad if they scared the children. Yes. The subordinate nodded respectfully, turned around, and walked quickly into the alley. Dongshan Law Enforcement Bureau, Detention Center. In the dark cell. Lin Yan sat cross-legged on the hard bed, his eyes closed, looking mysterious. Doing this is not cultivation, but showing off. The roommates around are confused and think that some otherworldly master has been locked up. In fact, he had been waiting for law enforcement officers to come for interrogation, but 2 hours passed and no one came to pay attention to him. Lin Yan gradually became restless. He began to doubt whether this was a real law enforcement agency or someone else impersonating it. Lin Yan suddenly opened his eyes, stood up swiftly, strode to the door of the cell, and pressed the call device without hesitation. However, half an hour passed and there was still no sign of any law enforcement officers. During this time, Lin Yan pressed the call device several times in succession. Every time he pressed it, his brows furrowed more and the impatience in his eyes became more obvious. At this moment, he was standing at the door of the cell, tapping the ground with his toes, his eyes moving back and forth between the closed cell door and the call device. Lin Yan was full of hesitation. Should he shout? But when he thought about how shouting would affect his image, he gritted his teeth and finally gave up. Lin Yan slowly turned around and glanced at the other cellmates in the cell. His eyes gradually became cold, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The roommates subconsciously shrank back when they were stared at by this look, and a sense of fear inexplicably arose in their hearts. Most of these people came in because of minor offenses such as drunk driving, bigamy, and spreading rumors. But when they looked at Lin Yan's tall and strong body and his ferocious and cruel eyes, they all had doubts in their hearts, wondering if this guy was a murderer. Lin Yan walked towards them slowly. The roommates widened their eyes in horror and shouted in trembling voices, You don't come over here. Lin Yan stood in front of them and moved his neck slightly, making a cracking sound. Then he shook his wrists, and his joints made a series of crisp sounds. The next second, screams rang out one after another in the cell. Ah ah. Hearing the screams, law enforcement officers rushed in quickly. Seeing Lin Yan with his arms slightly opened and legs apart, he had an extremely oppressive posture and was punching at other people. The law enforcers immediately took out their electric batons and swung them at Lin Yan without hesitation. As a 5th-rank warrior, Lin Yan could not be hurt at all by ordinary punches and kicks. His chi shield can easily resist most physical damage. But in addition to physical damage, this electric baton also causes more magical damage. This high-voltage electricity turned Lin Yan into an electric shock boy. Lin Yan's eyes widened, a look of pain appeared on his face, his whole body twitched violently and uncontrollably, and he made indistinct sounds from his mouth. But in a moment, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he fell into a coma. Seeing this, the roommates who were beaten by Lin Yan hurriedly got up from the ground. They surrounded the unconscious Lin Yan and one of them kicked him. Some people felt unsatisfied and kicked several more times, their faces full of satisfaction after venting their anger. Chapter 15, Serve well our son of destiny who has returned to China. In the distance, Subei, who was sitting in the Maybach, suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Bite. Lin Yan was electrocuted and fell unconscious, luck value plus 50,000. Lin Yan was beaten and kicked in the face by a group of people, luck value plus 50,000. System, this also increases my luck value? Yes, this is an indirect suppression of the Son of Fortune. After all, it was you who had him locked up. Inside the cell, law enforcement officers stood by and watched coldly as everyone vented their anger. After they stopped kicking Lin Yan, they stepped forward and dragged Lin Yan out. In the interrogation room, Lin Yan sat slumped in the interrogation chair, his face covered in bruises and several clear shoe prints, looking extremely miserable. A law enforcer walked in with a basin of water, stared at Lin Yan with cold eyes, and suddenly splashed the water in his face. Lin Yan was suddenly awakened by the stimulation of cold water. He coughed violently, shook off the water droplets on his face, and looked around vigilantly. Only then did he realize that his hands were chained to the armrests of the interrogation chair. Seeing this, the law enforcer turned around and left with the basin in his hand, expressionless. The law enforcer opposite leaned forward, staring at Lin Yan with a sharp gaze, and asked in a cold voice, "Lin Yan, why did you beat other prisoners?" Lin Yan's chest heaved violently due to these words. He took a few deep breaths before he could barely suppress the anger in his heart. After calming down, he said, "I pressed the call device so many times, and none of you came. I've waited so long, I have no choice but to rely on this method to attract your attention." The law enforcer pressed in a harsh tone, "Then can't you yell? Don't you have a mouth?" Lin Yan raised his head slightly, a hint of stubbornness flashed in his eyes, and he said stiffly, "I can't shout." The law enforcer asked impatiently, "Why?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan raised his head slightly and was about to stretch out his right hand, but found that his hands were handcuffed. He was stunned for a moment, narrowed his eyes, and with a stubborn curve at the corner of his mouth, he said slowly with a hoarse and sticky voice, "Because a man has to have dignity." The law enforcer frowned and warned, "Speak properly. If you make such sticky and disgusting noises again, I will put you in the small dark room." When Lin Yan heard this, he immediately changed his expression and put on a flattering smile. "No, I'll explain it nicely." He warned himself in his heart, a real man should be able to bend and stretch. His current goal is to make a phone call to contact the outside world. As long as he can get through, a big shot in the province will rescue him. So, he had to endure it. The law enforcer on the opposite side was stunned when he saw this. How could this person change his expression so quickly? It is said that you should not hit a smiling person. Faced with such a cheerful look, I really don't know how to make things difficult for him. The law enforcer had no choice but to say, "Okay, tell me, what do you want from us?" Lin Yan immediately apologized with a smile, "I want to make a phone call." The law enforcers instinctively wanted to refuse, after all, this was against the rules. But at this moment, Zhao Donlai's voice came from the headset, "Meet his request." The law enforcer hesitated for a moment and looked at Lin Yan, "Okay." When Lin Yan heard this, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. In the command center, the monitoring screen flashed blue light. Deputy Director Ma Bo stared at the screen, his face full of confusion. "Director Zhao, why did you agree to him?" Zhao Donlai crossed his arms, a meaningful sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth, and slowly said, "This is what Su Xiao meant. He wants to play the long game and catch a big fish." Ma Bo suddenly realized, his brows relaxed, and he nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Donlai suddenly turned around, looked at Ma Bo, and said in a deep voice, "Is everyone ready?" Ma Bo straightened his back unconsciously and quickly replied, "Everything has been found according to the requirements." Zhao Donlai let out a chilling smile. "That's good. When he finishes his call, I'll come back and move him to another cell. I'll have those people go in and take good care of him." "Okay." Ma Bo responded and once again turned his gaze to the smug Lin Yan on the screen. He shook his head slightly and couldn't help sighing, "I don't know how he offended young Master Su. Alas, it's so miserable." Qingyun Martial Arts School. The owner of the martial arts hall, Su Xiaoping, stood with his hands behind his back at the front of the hall, looking gravely at the apprentices who were practicing martial arts. These young men either moved weakly or had disordered and uneven breathing, and they lacked the energy and spirit that a warrior should have. He sighed inwardly, with this level of skill, 20 years ago, he couldn't even get into the Qingyun Martial Arts School. But things are different now. Although Qingyun Martial Arts School is still the largest martial arts school in Dongshan, the number of apprentices is pitifully small, with less than 50 people left. In order to maintain the operation of the martial arts school, Su Xiaoping had to relax the standards and accept these young people with mediocre qualifications. He watched the martial arts gym becoming increasingly deserted, his brows furrowed, his heart filled with worry. If this continues, the martial arts school might really have to close. At this moment, a sound of light footsteps came from the second floor. Suitone walked down the stairs slowly and saw her father's solemn expression. Her heart ached slightly, knowing that her father was worrying about the future of the martial arts school again. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and put on her usual smile again. She trotted over to Su Xiaoping and said in a light tone, "Dad, go and have a rest. I'll watch over them for you." Su Xiaoping turned to look at his daughter. Seeing her smiling face and lively expression, the depression in his heart eased a little. He forced a smile and shook his head. "No, Dad's not tired." At this moment, the door of the martial arts hall was pushed open. Su Xiaoping and Suitong turned their heads at the same time and saw two figures standing against the light. They were Subei and Zhou. Zhou took 2 steps forward and asked loudly, "Excuse me, is Master Su Xiaoping here?" Su Xiaoping was slightly startled, then quickly stepped forward and said, "I'm Su Xiaoping." "Who are you?" Suitong also followed and stood beside her father. As soon as her eyes fell on Subei, who was in the lead, she couldn't help but be stunned. Subei has a very handsome appearance, picturesque features, and a noble temperament. His every move reveals a calm and unhurried demeanor. Wow, so handsome. This thought popped up in her mind involuntarily, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. Subei raised the corners of his lips slightly, took a step forward, and extended his hand. "Master Su, hello, I am Subei." Subei? Su Xiaoping was stunned, then realized, isn't this the Prince of Jiangbei? He was a well-known figure in Dongshan, so naturally he had heard of Subei's name. This young master is a well-known playboy who acts flamboyantly, but why did he suddenly come to Qingyun Martial Arts School? Did the martial arts school offend him in some way? Su Xiaoping felt a little wary, but he didn't show it on his face. He quickly extended his hand to shake his, saying respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Su. I wonder what brings you here today." Chapter 16. Since there is no such thing, let us make one. Subei smiled slightly, and said in a cheerful tone, "I came here to discuss cooperation with Master Su." Cooperation? Su Xiaoping was stunned for a moment. The Su Group is the top chaebol in Longhua, with businesses spread across the country, while Qingyun Martial Arts School is now just a small martial arts school that is barely able to survive. Subei, the heir of the Su family, came in person to discuss cooperation. Is he serious? He was filled with doubts, but he didn't dare to neglect it. He quickly stepped aside to lead the way. "Young Master Su, this is not the place to talk. Let's go to the living room on the second floor to discuss in detail." Subei nodded, "Okay." Su Xiaoping turned around and said to Suitong, "Go get my treasured Waish into Hongpo and make tea for the guests." However, Suitong was staring at Subei in a daze at the moment and did not hear what her father said at all. Su Xiaoping called out again, "Atong?" She suddenly came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurriedly responded, "Oh, okay, I'll go right away." After saying that, he left quickly. Su Xiaoping looked at Subei awkwardly. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I made fun of you." Subei's gaze lingered on Suitong's back for a moment, and his smile deepened. "It doesn't matter. This is your daughter, right?" On the surface, he pretended not to know Suitong, but in fact, his main purpose of coming here was to win over this destined heroine. But looking at Suitong's attitude towards him, it seems that it will be easy to win him over. Su Xiaoping nodded, "It's my daughter." After saying that, he led Subei and Zhou to the second floor. In the reception room on the second floor, Su Xiaoping and Subei sat opposite each other. Suitong came over with 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of her father and the other in front of Subei. Subei raised his eyes and looked at Suitong, with a gentle smile on his lips. "Thank you." Suitong met his gaze, her cheeks suddenly burning, and she lowered her head hurriedly. "No. You're welcome." Su Xiaoping on the opposite side was very confused when he saw this. There were 2 things he couldn't understand. First, Subei is known as the biggest playboy in Longhua. Although no one has heard of what he has done specifically, his reputation has always been bad. But the Subei in front of him was polite and courteous in his words and deeds, completely different from the image in the rumors. Secondly, his daughter Suitong is usually cheerful and generous, and has a lively and outgoing personality, but today she became extremely reserved, as if she had become a different person. No matter how confused you are, now is not the time to think about it. Su Xiaoping looked at Suitong, who was standing aside, and said, "Itong, please go out first. I have something to talk to young Master Su about." Subei suddenly said, "No need. Your daughter is not an outsider. There is nothing you cannot listen to." Su Xiaoping hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, Itong, please move a stool and sit next to me." Su Yitong blushed as she brought a stool and sat down next to her father. Su Xiaoping turned to Su Bei, his expression serious. Mr. Su, I wonder what exactly you mean by cooperation. Su Bei picked up the teacup and took a sip, his expression calm. I want to invest in Qingyun Martial Arts School. Hearing this, Su Xiaoping suddenly thought of the incident 15 years ago when the Tang family acquired Tianzi Martial Arts School. It's just that at that time the Tang family was talking about acquisition, while Su Bei was talking about investment. But in his opinion, there is not much difference in essence. The martial arts school industry was booming at the time, so it was understandable that the Tang family acquired Tianzi Martial Arts School. But now Qingyun Martial Arts School is on the verge of bankruptcy. Why should the Su family still invest? Su Xiaoping asked tentatively, Young Master Su, you've seen the current state of Qingyun Martial Arts School. It's almost on the verge of collapse. Are you sure you want to invest? Su Bei said firmly, sure. Then, he asked, Master Su, what do you think is the root cause of Qingyun Martial Arts School's current situation? Su Xiaoping sighed, the industry is in recession, and fewer people are willing to practice martial arts. Su Bei continued to ask, then why are there fewer people willing to practice martial arts? Su Xiaoping answered without hesitation, now that living conditions are better, no one can endure hardship. Practicing martial arts is tiring and difficult, so naturally, we can't persist. Su Bei shook his head, this is just one of the small reasons. The real point is that, in the eyes of most people, martial arts training is no longer useful. If we talk about hardship and fatigue, I think studying is also very hard and tiring, but most people can stick with it because studying is useful. They need to study hard to get good grades, go to a good university, find a good job, and live a good life. But what if martial arts training can also achieve this? Su Xiaoping's eyes lit up. Master Su, what you mean is? Su Bei's eyes were burning. What I mean is to incorporate martial arts training into the learning system. Since we already have physical and arts exams, why can't we add a martial arts exam? Su Xiaoping looked embarrassed. Master Su, your idea is indeed novel, but Dragon Country currently has no such policy. Su Bei chuckled, policies are made by people. Since there is no policy, let's make a new one. When Su Xiaoping heard these words, he felt a chill down his spine. Does the Su family really have such great power that they can change policies at will? He calmed down and asked, if this is really possible, how does young Master Su plan to invest in our martial arts school? Su Bei said methodically, the Su group will inject funds to help Qingyun Martial Arts School open branches across the country. We will be responsible for the funding and daily management, while you, Master Su, will be in charge of the teaching. What do you think? Su Xiaoping was stunned for a moment. Doesn't this mean that Qingyun Martial Arts School will become the largest martial arts school in the country, and he will become the owner of the largest martial arts school in the country? He asked in disbelief, but there are so many martial arts schools across the country, why did young Master Su choose our Qingyun Martial Arts School? Su Bei said sincerely, what I value is not Qingyun Martial Arts School, but you, Master Su. As the president of the Jiangbei Province Warrior Association, I feel that no one in Jiangbei Province is more suitable than you in terms of your understanding and professionalism in martial arts. Also, since we're looking for someone to teach, instead of looking for someone far away, we should give priority to local talents in Jiangbei. After listening to this, Su Xiaoping was deeply moved. Master Su, I will remember your kindness. In the future, Qingyun Martial Arts School. Su Bei raised his hand to interrupt him. Master Su, there is no need for polite words. I do this not for you, nor for the sake of making money, but simply to do my part to ensure that the younger generation has a healthy physique. After hearing Su Bei's words, Su Yitong looked at him with a little more admiration in her eyes. It's not just that he's handsome, but he also has such a vision and sense of responsibility. Such men are really rare. Su Xiaoping had not expected that this young man from a wealthy family would have such a broad mind, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration in his heart. He turned to look at his daughter and saw that her eyes were full of love. Then he understood why she behaved so abnormally today. It turned out that she had fallen in love with Su Bei. Indeed, which girl wouldn't be moved by such an outstanding man? If Yitong could really marry him, it would be a great blessing. But when he thought of the Su family's prominent family background, he shook his head secretly. How could someone with a strong background like Su Bei look down on an ordinary family like his own? Chapter 17. This is not a competition, it is clearly teasing his daughter. After saying so much, Su Bei felt a little thirsty, so he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he put down the teacup, his eyes inadvertently swept over Su Yitong beside him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. By the way, Master Su, I heard that your daughter is also a warrior. She has reached the early 5th rank at such a young age. It's really rare. Su Xiaoping was a little surprised. Young Master Su actually knows about my daughter? Su Bei smiled gently, his tone gentle. Ling Qianjin is very talented and is considered a leader among the younger generation of Jiangbei martial arts. Naturally, I have heard of her. When Su Yitong heard this, her heart beat faster involuntarily and the tips of her ears turned slightly red. She didn't expect that Su Bei had known her for a long time. How about this? Su Bei suddenly suggested, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Since we want to cooperate, I also want to see the real kung fu of Qingyun Martial Arts School. He turned his gaze to Su Yitong and said in an inviting tone, Miss Su, how about we have a sparring match? Su Yitong was stunned. She didn't know whether to agree or refuse. She subconsciously looked at her father with help in her eyes. Su Xiaoping was conflicted and frowned slightly. He only knew that Su Bei was the heir to the top chaebol in Longwa and was known as the #1 playboy, but he had never heard that this young Master Su was also proficient in martial arts. If Yitong accidentally hurts Su Xiao, the consequences will be disastrous. He looked troubled and spoke carefully, Master Su, I'm worried. Before he finished speaking, Su Bei interrupted with a smile, Master Su, don't worry, I will be careful not to hurt your daughter. Su Xiaoping was stunned, and the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. He was originally worried that his daughter would accidentally hurt Su Bei, but he didn't expect Su Bei to say that he would show mercy. Su Yitong bit her lip, took a deep breath, and mustered up the courage to say, Dad, since young Master Su wants to spar with me, then let me try. I will be careful. Su Xiaoping looked at his daughter's determined eyes, then looked at Su Bei's calm and composed expression, and finally nodded, okay, remember to stop when you're done. Several people stood up and went to the competition hall on the first floor. Inside the competition hall, the wooden floor shone with a warm luster, and the air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. Su Yitong stood in front of Su Bei, clasped his hands together, and said seriously, Young Master Su, please give me some advice. Miss Su, please go first. Su Bei had a slight smile on his face and made a gesture of invitation with his right hand. Su Yitong took a deep breath, tapped the ground with her toes, and moved like a swallow. She instantly approached Su Bei and threw a straight punch towards Su Bei's chest. She only used 30% of her strength in this punch, for fear of hurting Su Bei. However, just as the fist was about to touch Su Bei's clothes, Su Bei suddenly turned sideways and dodged lightly. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed her wrist directly. Su Yitong was startled and subconsciously wanted to pull her hand away. But she found that Su Bei's strength was just right, which neither hurt her nor prevented her from breaking free. The distance between the two of them instantly shortened, so close that she could even smell the faint pine scent on Su Bei's body. Miss Su's boxing technique is very standard, but her shoulders are too tense when she's exerting force. Su Bei's tone was gentle, with a hint of guidance. As he spoke, his other hand naturally rested on Su Yitong's shoulder, and his thumb gently pinched her tense muscles. Relax a little here, and the force will flow more smoothly. Su Yitong's ears instantly felt hot, and her heartbeat quickened. Why is he suddenly so close? She took a step back in panic, her cheeks flushed. Thank you for your guidance, Master Su. Su Bei smiled nonchalantly, shall we continue? Okay. Su Yitong took a deep breath, tried to calm her heartbeat, and got into position again. This time, she didn't hold back and attacked with all her strength. Her figure was as fast as lightning, her punches were fierce, and her strength at the early 5th level was fully unleashed. However, Su Bei still handled it with ease, every dodge was just right, and he even deliberately got close to her when their bodies intertwined. Su Yitong could feel the corner of Su Bei's clothes gently brushing against her arm, bringing a subtle touch. After 3 moves, Su Yitong's forehead was covered with sweat and her breathing became rapid, but Su Bei remained calm and composed. The last move. Su Bei suddenly spoke. Before he finished speaking, he flashed and instantly moved close to Su Yitong, gently embracing her with his right hand. Su Yitong was spun around by him, with her back pressed against his chest. Careful. Su Bei's voice sounded in her ears. Su Yitong's whole body stiffened, and her heartbeat almost burst out of her chest. She could clearly feel the warmth of Su Bei's chest and even hear his steady heartbeat. I lost. Her voice trembled slightly. Su Bei chuckled softly, then slowly let go of her, took a step back, and bowed, saying, Thank you. Su Yitong lowered her head, not daring to look at him at all. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the corners of her clothes, and her heart beat fast for a long time. She secretly raised her eyes and met Su Bei's smiling gaze, then looked away in panic. On the side, Su Xiaoping was already stunned. He saw clearly that Su Bei was not sparring at all. He's clearly flirting with his daughter? But what shocked him even more was that the strength Su Bei had just displayed was at least at the peak of the 5th rank. This legendary dandy young master is actually a hidden martial arts master? Su Xiaoping was shocked. Su Yitong stood aside, her heart still beating fast. I seem to like him more. Zhou Mo quickly stepped forward, came to Su Bei's side, and handed him a white handkerchief. Master. Su Bei took the handkerchief but didn't wipe his sweat because he wasn't sweating at all. He walked towards Su Yitong, handed her the handkerchief, and said in a softer voice, Miss Su, wipe the sweat off your face. Su Yitong was slightly startled, and when she looked up, she met Su Bei's focused gaze. The look was too direct, causing her heart, which had just calmed down, to start beating wildly again. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take it. Thank you, Mr. Su. Just call me Su Bei. Su Bei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his tone calm. Su Yitong clutched her handkerchief, and the tips of her ears turned red again. Okay. Su Xiaoping walked over and looked at Su Bei. Young Master Su, how about we go to the living room and take a rest? Okay. Su Bei retracted his gaze, straightened his cuffs, and took the first step. Su Yitong followed behind. She secretly raised her eyes and looked at Su Bei's back, her heart skipping a beat again. Every move this man made seemed to carry some kind of magic, making her involuntarily want to get closer. The living room fell silent for a moment. Su Xiaoping looked at Su Bei, then at his daughter. He felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and was about to say something to ease it. At this time, Zhou Mo suddenly said, Master Su, I have something I want to ask you. Mr. Zhou, please speak. Su Xiaoping turned around and asked. Zhou Mo said sincerely, to be honest, I've been stuck in the late 6th stage for 2 years and haven't been able to break through. So I'd like to ask for your advice. Su Xiaoping nodded, that's no problem. Then let's go out and talk, and let these 2 young people rest for a while. After Zhou Mo finished speaking, he walked straight towards the door. Su Xiaoping looked at Su Bei and his daughter hesitantly, and finally followed Zhou Mo out. Only Su Bei and Su Yitong were left in the room. Chapter 18. It's not a good idea to do this here. It was very quiet in the reception room. Su Yitong, the usually lively and cheerful girl, has become extremely introverted at this moment. She clutched her handkerchief, her mood still not completely calmed down. Su Bei's intentional or unintentional teasing during the sparring made her feel very confused. Su Bei's eyes fell on Su Yitong and he asked gently, Miss Su, are you feeling unwell? Su Yitong suppressed the heat on her face and said in a panic, No, by the way, Su Xiao, no, Su Bei. She quickly changed her words, her voice a little softer. You don't have to call me Miss Su, just call me by my name from now on. Su Bei smiled and said, Okay, Yitong. Hearing this intimate name, Su Yitong felt a surge of warmth again. She originally wanted Su Bei to call her by her full name, Su Yitong, but Su Bei just called her Yitong. Su Yitong lowered her head slightly, feeling a little annoyed that she had not explained it clearly, but in her heart she was not disgusted by the name. When Su Bei saw her helpless look with blushing cheeks, his smile deepened and he thought, it seems that this destined heroine is not that difficult to conquer. He knew in his heart that Su Yitong had a liking for him largely because of his appearance, and being handsome was indeed an advantage. Su Bei stood up and walked in front of Su Yitong. Su Yitong was startled by his sudden approach and her heart trembled. Her body subconsciously tensed up. What is he going to do? Is he going to? However, things were not as she thought. Su Bei simply stretched out his hand and gently placed it on her tense shoulders. Yitong, don't be so nervous, relax a little, this is your home, and... He paused deliberately. Am I that scary? Su Yitong became even more panicked when he looked at her, and quickly shook her head. Her shoulders unconsciously relaxed a little at his gentle touch and words. That's right. Su Bei smiled, withdrew his hands, and sat back on the sofa opposite her. His expression became more serious. Actually, I admire you very much and want to be friends with you. Seeing Su Yitong's eyes widened in surprise, he added, Don't get me wrong, we're just friends. Do you know why? Su Yitong shook her head blankly, but her heart beat faster because of his focused gaze. Su Bei said slowly, Because of the quality in you, and that clarity that has not been tainted by the world, it really touched me. He laughed self-deprecatingly, his tone filled with helplessness. Isn't it possible that you don't believe what I'm saying? Do you think I only care about looks? Then, he changed the subject, his tone just right and sincere, but actually, I don't care about a person's appearance. Because in my opinion, there is no standard for beauty. There are only differences between people, not gaps. He stared at Suitone with burning eyes, and this difference in you makes me want to understand it. Su Bei's words sounded very sincere. But in fact, these were all the content he memorized after searching on the internet yesterday. Suitone was deeply moved by his words. From childhood to adulthood, many people have praised her for her talent in martial arts and her beautiful looks, but no one has ever commented on her so profoundly. She felt that Su Bei was the one who truly understood her. She had already had a good impression of Su Bei because of his handsome appearance and outstanding temperament, and after hearing these words, her eyes gradually became blurred when she looked at Su Bei. Su Bei caught the change in her eyes and knew that the time was right. He stood up, leaned over slightly closer to Suitone on the sofa, and locked his eyes with her. So, Itone, are you willing to be my friend? Suitone's cheeks were burning hot, her heart was beating like a drum, and she nodded gently. I do. A satisfied arc appeared on Su Bei's lips. He didn't step away, but slowly moved closer. Feeling Su Bei's breath getting closer and closer, Suitone was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Her usual cheerfulness disappeared without a trace. She stammered, Su Bei, doing these, here, isn't it a good idea? Some embarrassing thoughts flashed through her mind. Su Bei looked at her flustered appearance and chuckled, his tone a bit teasing. What are you thinking about? As soon as he finished speaking, under Suitone's wide-eyed gaze, Su Bei leaned over and kissed her slightly open red lips. Suitone's mind went blank in an instant. From the initial astonishment, to gradually relaxing, closing my eyes, and starting to immerse myself in this feeling. After a moment, Su Bei slowly raised his head and ended the kiss. He chose not to continue because it was not appropriate here. After all, it's impossible for Uncle Zhou to discuss with Su Xiaoping for more than 4 hours. As for actually getting it, he would have to wait until Suitone came to his house tomorrow. Suitone slowly opened her eyes were blurred, and when she saw Su Bei standing so close to her, she felt a huge sense of shyness. She quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Su Bei stood up straight, adjusted his cuffs, and said in a normal tone, Itone, are you free tomorrow? Come to my house and have a visit? Suitone was still immersed in the kiss. When she heard the invitation, she nodded hurriedly, yeah. Su Bei was very satisfied with her reaction. Okay, it's settled. I'll have someone pick you up tomorrow. It's getting late. I'm leaving now. Suitone still lowered her head and hummed softly. She felt dizzy, hot, and weak all over. Law Enforcement Bureau, Detention Center, Cell. After finishing the call, Lin Yan sat cross-legged on his bed, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He was very excited because he would be able to leave this damn place soon. At this time, the door of the cell was opened. Hearing the noise, Lin Yan's heart suddenly rejoiced. Such high efficiency, can I leave now? He quickly looked towards the door, only to see the law enforcer walking in with 9 prisoners. These prisoners were all big and strong with dark skin. They did not look like dragon people, but rather like people from the country where Lin Yan's Tiger Fang mercenary group was located. Lin Yan took a quick glance and didn't take it seriously. Who cares who he is? I'll be able to get out soon anyway. After the new prisoners came in, they gathered in the corner tacitly, forming a tight circle. They lowered their voices and communicated with each other head to head, glancing at Lin Yan from time to time with malicious smiles on their faces. Lin Yan had already closed his eyes, thinking about what he should do first after getting out. At this time, a tall and strong black man walked towards him. He raised his big black hand and was about to drop it on Lin Yan's shoulder. After all, Lin Yan is a 5th-grade warrior, and his perception is far beyond that of ordinary people. The sweaty palm was just raised in the air. Lin Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and his right hand instantly grabbed the other person's thick wrist. He twisted his 5 fingers with force and sank his body at the same time. He quickly and efficiently pressed the big black man down onto the cold bed. Lin Yan stared at the other person sharply. What do you want to do? Chapter 19. I want to reward you well. The black man was caught off guard, his face black with pain. He gasped with a grimacing expression and hurriedly explained, Ouch, don't do it. Brother, I really don't mean any harm. I just want to invite you over for a couple of drinks and make friends. He spoke the Longwa dialect very authentically. As he spoke anxiously, he gestured towards the group of people. Lin Yan glanced over and saw that the group of people were holding bottles of wine in their hands, some were drinking, and some were still swaying. It seems that I was overthinking it. He loosened his hand and softened his tone a little. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. The big black man stood up with a grin, rubbing his twisted arm, feeling as if the bones were about to shift. There wasn't a trace of anger on his face. Instead, he grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth. Oh, it's okay. No fight, no friendship. My name is Tegan. What's your name, brother? Lin Yen. Lin Yen answered briefly. Tegan's face immediately lit up with enthusiasm, and he took a step closer. So it's Brother Lin. Give me a favor and come over to hang out with us guys? Let's get to know each other. Lin Yen frowned and waved his hand. Thanks, you guys drink, I'll just sit here for a while. Tegan, however, persisted, his smile growing even warmer. Hey, Brother Lin, don't be so distant. We're brothers living under the same roof from now on. Are you worried about being discovered by law enforcement? Don't worry, my brother was able to get the wine in, which means he's got it covered in this place. No one dares to interfere, so drink without worry. Lin Yen thought about it and felt that what the other party said made sense. Besides, I really hurt the other person badly just now. If I don't give him a little face, it would seem that I am too unkind. Anyway, it's just a small sip for your own good intentions, it won't interfere with your work. Okay, then drink some. Lin Yen finally gave in. When Tegan heard this, a huge smile suddenly broke out on his face. That's right, Brother Duhiba, let's go. Lin Yen followed Tegan and several other big black men who gathered around them, found a place to sit in the corner, and formed a circle. Someone handed me a bottle. Lin Yen took it and took a sip, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat. He put down the bottle, still thinking in his heart, the person who was going to pick him up should be here soon, right? But gradually, he felt something was wrong. My head was getting heavier and heavier, and I could hardly open my eyelids. The scene before my eyes began to blur and spin, and the world was spinning. He tried to hold up his body, but his arms had no strength at all. Finally, everything went completely black before his eyes, his body uncontrollably slumped forward, and he fell straight to the ground, completely losing consciousness. The others looked at Lin Yen falling to the ground, and almost at the same time, they showed a smile full of greed and expectation on their faces, exchanging excited glances with each other. Tegan stood up swiftly and winked at an equally strong black man standing next to him. The two men tacitly held Lin Yan's arms, one on the left and one on the right, dragged him up, and threw him heavily back onto his own hard bed. Tegan turned around and glanced at his other companions, whose eyes were shining. I tricked this person into coming here, so I'll go first. The rest of you should line up. The others chuckled and no one objected. Tegan turned around with satisfaction and sat down beside Lin Yan's bed. He reached out and patted Lin Yan on the back twice, his voice deliberately lowered, with a kind of hypocritical regret. Brother, I'm sorry. Just return to the villa. Bite. Lin Yan was knocked unconscious, luck value plus 50,000. Lin Yan bleeds, luck value plus 50,000. A smile appeared on Su Bei's lips. It seemed that his plan had started smoothly. He walked straight to the elevator and went to the 5th floor. In the living room, Luo Yunshu was curled up on the large sofa watching TV. She had playful twin ponytails and wore a tight-fitting gymnastics suit. She wore a clean white short-sleeved shirt on the upper body, refreshing blue shorts on the lower body, and her signature white stockings on her legs. She looks petite and delicate, like an exquisite doll, but her chest has full and attractive curves, and there is a unique charm in her cuteness. Hearing Su Bei's footsteps, Luo Yunshu immediately put down the half-eaten snack in his hand and wiped his hands with a wet wipe. Then she quickly jumped off the sofa and ran towards Su Bei. Su Bei naturally opened his arms and steadily caught the little one that jumped into his arms. When that soft and warm body approached, Su Bei could feel his body instinctively stiffen for a moment. He suppressed his strange feeling and asked with a smile, wearing so little. Aren't you feeling uncomfortable? Luo Yunshu buried his little head in Su Bei's warm arms, his voice soft and sticky. Yeah, it's not uncomfortable anymore, it's been a long time since I got better. She raised her little face and looked at him with her big, bright eyes. Su Bei smiled and asked, You haven't seen me all day today. Did you miss me? Luo Yunshu nodded shyly, Of course I did. Su Bei touched her soft hair and said, I miss you so much too. By the way, there will be a guest at home tomorrow. Hearing this, Luo Yunshu raised her head curiously. Is it the sister from yesterday? Su Bei's eyes flashed with praise, and he gently pinched her little face. Little clever girl, how did you guess that? You are so smart. Will you welcome this sister? Luo Yunshu nodded vigorously, her face full of seriousness. Of course, I will definitely get along well with this sister. Su Bei's heart softened, and he picked up Luo Yunshu and kissed her on her pink lips. Our Yunshu is so well behaved and sensible. Luo Yunshu's face turned even redder after being kissed. She asked in a low voice with a bit of timidity and expectation. Then, Brother Sube, today, can you scold me again today? After saying that, she lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. Sube looked at her shy yet eager expression and couldn't help but smile. Are you sure? Don't you need to rest any longer? Luo Yunshu quickly shook his head, his voice a little anxious. I've rested for a whole day and recovered a long time ago. And I can still rest tomorrow night. As she spoke, her voice became softer and her eyes became vague. Sube instantly understood the meaning of her words, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Okay then. He deliberately drawled out his words, but it's not a scolding. Sube leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of ambiguity, it's a reward. You behaved so well today, so I want to reward you well. After saying that, Sube held the soft Luo Yunshu in his arms and turned to walk towards the sofa. Chapter 20. The real nightmare has just begun. The next morning, Sube sent someone to Qingyun Martial Arts School to pick up Suitong. Before leaving the martial arts gym, Su Xiaoping warned, Etong, you are an adult now. Your father can't always control you, but you must pay attention to safety. In fact, there were two more words at the end, which Su Xiaoping did not say, but Suitong understood. She smiled and waved at Su Xiaoping. Dad, go back. I will pay attention. Then Suitong got into the Maybach and left Qingyun Martial Arts School. On the other side, in the cell of the detention center, Lin Yan slowly woke up while lying on the bed. He felt pain all over his body, even in the joints between his bones. He thought, is this alcohol so strong? But gradually he noticed something strange. The clear and continuous pain seemed to come from a specific part of his body. Lin Yan tried to get up. But as soon as he tried to prop himself up, a sharp pain suddenly hit him, making him gasp and fall back down. He looked back at his pants and found a large dark red blood stain on them. What happened? Was I stabbed? He endured the pain and groped around his body with stiff fingers, but he couldn't find any wounds. But the piercing pain was real and did not subside at all. At this moment, he couldn't help but fart. But this fart was silent, without any sound at all. Lin Yan raised his eyes and glanced over, meeting the gazes of those big black guys. There was undisguised mockery in that look. His heart sank, and he instantly realized that he was no longer clean. A violent rage surged from the bottom of his heart. He wanted revenge and beat these bastards to death. He suddenly tried to stand up, and the movement immediately affected the injured area. Severe pain spread throughout his body, forcing him to fall back onto the bed. As he sat down, the tearing pain came again, causing cold sweat to instantly break out on his forehead. In fact, as the leader of the Tiger Fang mercenary group, Lin Yan has suffered all kinds of injuries and endured all kinds of hardships. His pain tolerance has been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. But this pain is different, it carries an indescribable humiliation. Lin Yan took a few deep breaths, clenched his teeth, and forced himself to suppress the severe pain. His eyes suddenly turned ice cold, and with a tangible murderous intent, he locked his eyes on those big black guys. Awakened, time to hunt. Lin Yan endured the severe pain with every step and stood up. He rushed towards those people regardless of anything and started punching them. History always repeats itself. Just as he knocked down two people, the law enforcer pushed the door open again and rushed in. Without saying a word, he stabbed him accurately with the electric baton. The electric current instantly ran through his whole body, and Lin Yan's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself slumped in the cold chair again. The law enforcer poured a large basin of freezing cold water on him to wake him up. The law enforcer opposite him had a stern face, frowned, and said in a stern tone, Lin Yan, what's wrong with you? Why are you beating other prisoners again? Lin Yan's Adam's apple rolled, the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a word. This matter was so shameful that he would rather die than say it out loud. His eyes flickered as he squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Mr. Law Enforcer, those roommates. Lin Yan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally swallowed his words back. The law enforcer tapped the table impatiently with his pen. Tell me, what's wrong with them? They're so hesitant. Lin Yan clenched his teeth so tightly that his words almost squeezed out from between his teeth. They keep staring at me with that look. I suspect they have bad intentions towards me. Upon hearing this, the law enforcer's face showed clear sarcasm, and he sneered, plotting something bad? You're a grown man, what can they possibly do to you? Lin Yan argued, really, I think my life would be in danger if I stayed with them any longer. The law enforcer slammed the table and said, don't say anything that's detrimental to unity. These are your roommates. You'll be seeing them every day. How can you talk nonsense?
Lin Yan's eyes dimmed, he became completely deflated, and sighed resignedly. He knew that this matter could not be explained at all. His only thought now was to leave this damn place as soon as possible.
But why is there no movement since I made the phone call yesterday? Lin Yan asked hoarsely with a faint glimmer of hope. Can I make another call? The law enforcer snorted coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. How about I just let you go? That's nice of you to think about. You even want to call me every day. Yesterday, I allowed you to fight one, which was already an exception. Stop talking nonsense and get back to your cell.
Lin Yan still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, imagining that someone might come to rescue him the next moment. But what he could never have imagined was that shortly after he made that call for help yesterday, the provincial big shot he had high hopes for was quickly dismissed from his post.
Now, there is really no one who can get him out.
Lin Yan hung his head and was escorted back to the cell with heavy steps. Those roommates had all experienced his ruthlessness, so when they saw him come in, they subconsciously shrank their necks, moved away, and squatted in the corner far away from him. However, those occasional glances at him were filled with deep resentment and unwillingness. They will have their revenge, but not now. Lin Yan lay on the bed and closed his eyes tiredly. He thought he couldn't stay in this torturous place for much longer. But what he didn't know was that the real nightmare had just begun.
Villa.
Under Jomo's guidance, Suitong took the elevator to the 5th floor of the villa. The elevator door opened, and as she stepped out, she heard the door to the bedroom next to her open.
Subei and Luo Yunshu walked out together.
As soon as Subei saw Suitong, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he quickly walked over to her. "Itong, you're here." Suitong nodded slightly and said then she looked at Luo Yunshu behind Subei. Luo Yunshu is petite, with fair skin and clear eyes. She stood behind Subei, her whole body exuding sweetness and well-behavedness.
Suitong was slightly stunned, then she understood.
She didn't know about Luo Yunshu's existence before, but the way Subei and she walked out side by side, and the natural sense of closeness when the girl looked at Subei, already explained the relationship between the two. This situation was not surprising. It was normal for someone of Subei's status to have other women around him, and she was mentally prepared for it. Brothers, please read the first 40 chapters, or you will be scolded.
Chapter 21 Experience Tester.
Suitong maintained a decent smile on her face and her gaze lingered on the girl's face for a moment. Subei turned sideways and brought Luo Yunshu to Suitong, introducing her calmly. "Itong, let me introduce you, this is Luo Yunshu." Before Suitong could speak, Luo Yunshu had already taken a step forward and looked up at Suitong. The corners of her mouth curved into a sweet smile, and her voice was crisp and a little soft. "Hello, Sister Itong." Looking at the delicate doll-like face in front of her, especially the big eyes with an innocent smile, Suitong's heart was instantly filled with love.
Luo Yunshu's cuteness is intuitive and overwhelming, with an irresistible attraction. It's so cute.
Suitong couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This kind of clean and sweet little loli, not to mention men, even she, a girl, likes it very much. The smile on Suitong's face immediately became more genuine. She subconsciously softened her voice and responded with a smile. "Hello, Sister Yunshu."
She couldn't help but look at Luo Yunshu twice more, and added sincerely, "You are really beautiful."
When Luo Yunshu heard Suitong's praise, her smile became even sweeter. "Sister Itong is so beautiful too." Her voice was sincere, without a trace of courtesy. Looking at the innocent smiling face in front of her, Suitong subconsciously reached out and gently touched Luo Yunshu's little head. Her tone was full of pampering. "Sister Yunshu has such a sweet mouth." Subei stood aside, watching the two girls getting along so harmoniously. A relaxed smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He spoke gently. "Yunshu, take your sister Itong around the villa, familiarize yourself with the environment, and have some fun.
I'll go and have someone arrange lunch for today." Luo Yunshu immediately nodded obediently. "Yes, okay, Brother Bei."
She then affectionately took Suitong's arm and said, "Sister Itong, come on, I'll take you for a good look around. This house is so big." Suitong was held by her arm, and the smile on her face deepened. "Okay, thank you for troubling Sister Yunshu." She nodded to Subei, then let Luo Yunshu pull her and walk to other places. Watching the two people walk away, Subei's smile faded and he turned to walk towards the elevator and go downstairs. He walked straight to the villa's dining room and briefly explained to the private chef his preferences and taboos for today's lunch. The private chef responded respectfully and immediately turned around to get busy. Subei walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, took out his cell phone and called Zhao Donglai. The call was connected quickly, and he listened to Zhao Donglai's report on the other end of the phone, which was obviously about Lin Yan's latest condition. When he heard a certain key point, Bei couldn't help but pull up the corners of his mouth. He praised calmly, "Director Zhao, you've done a good job. Keep serving. I'll come over to check on you after I'm done with these few days." After the other party responded, Bei hung up the phone. Then Bei opened the system interface in his mind, which showed a luck value of 600,000. Some of these luck points were because Lin Yan was electrocuted, some were because Lin Yan was knocked unconscious, and more were because Lin Yan was defiled. After all, the black men are indeed very powerful, and the damage caused to Lin Yan by so many black men is irreparable. This level of attack would definitely be a devastating blow to both the mind and body for a lucky child like Lin Yan, so the luck value given to him was a little higher. System, give me a 6-draw combo. Okay. Deduct 600,000 luck points, and begin the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Huan Pill 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Abundant Papaya 1. After the last two draws, a purple light and a golden light appeared on the system interface. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ID card Sharpshooter X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Experience Detector 1. The purple light is the identity card, and the golden light is the experience detector. Final settlement, Revitalizing Pills X3, Papaya X1, ID card Sharpshooter X1, Experience Tester X1. ID card? ID card Sharpshooter, the host will possess top-tier marksmanship, especially useful when paired with Chisha Shura. I see. Then what is this experience detector? What is it used for? Experience detector, used to detect the number of experiences of girls. This device can directly bind to the host's visual nerves. When the host intends to use it, by looking at the target woman, he can check her exact experience value. Although the experience of the female protagonist of this world is T0, the host can use this device when trying new things to avoid accidentally eating poisonous substances. Wow, your system is very thoughtful. Yes, you can have this. After lunch. Bei put down his red wine glass, looked at Suitong who was sitting opposite him, and asked casually, "Etong, can you swim?" Suitong was slightly startled when she heard this, then shook her head a little embarrassedly. "Not really, I was too busy practicing martial arts before." Bei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a gentle smile. "That's perfect, I know how to do it, and I can teach you. I just ate so much, it would be nice to move around in the afternoon to help digest the food." His suggestion sounded natural. When Suitong heard that Bei wanted to teach her how to swim, her face turned slightly red. Swimming means wearing a swimsuit, right? This was only the second time she and Bei met, and she felt a little embarrassed to wear such cool clothes and be frank with each other. Suitong wore a polite smile and tried to decline tactfully. "This is too much trouble for you? And I don't have a swimsuit." Bei leaned forward slightly, his tone carrying a kind of consideration that was hard to refuse. "It's no trouble, I have all the swimsuits here, don't worry, they are all new. Besides, I have a swimming pool here too. It's an indoor heated pool. It's very quiet and there won't be anyone else around. You don't have to feel embarrassed." Suitong opened her mouth, wanting to find a more appropriate reason to refuse, but she didn't know what to say for a moment. It seemed inappropriate to refuse directly. After all, Bei was very nice to me and he had no ill intentions towards me. At this time, Luo Yunshu, who had been sitting quietly next to him, gently put down his juice cup. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes, a trace of obvious fatigue on her face. "Brother Bei, Sister Etong, I'm not feeling well. I may not be able to play in the water." She looked at Suitong. "Sister Etong, let Brother Bei teach you. He is very good at teaching. I want to go back to my room and lie down for a while." Bei immediately looked at Luo Yunshu and said gently, "You didn't sleep well last night, right? Go back to your room and have a good rest." Luo Yunshu nodded, then stood up and gave Suitong a slightly weak smile. "Sister Etong, I hope you have fun." After saying that, she went back to her bedroom to rest. Bei turned his gaze to Suitong again. Although Suitong still felt a little uncomfortable, she finally nodded gently. "Okay, thank you for your help." Bei smiled with satisfaction. "No trouble, let's go now." Chapter 22 Swimming Teaching. Next to the indoor heated swimming pool. Bei changed into swimming trunks early and was half leaning on a lounge chair by the pool, holding a glass of ice drink in his hand. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the direction of the locker room, and his heart was full of anticipation for Suitong's upcoming appearance. In the locker room. Suitong stood in front of the floor-length mirror, holding a dark blue Japanese-style one-piece swimsuit in her hand, feeling conflicted. This was the first time in her life that she wore a swimsuit.
Thinking about having to face Sube wearing such cool clothes, Suitong's cheeks couldn't help but turn red.
After countless times of self-encouragement, she finally bit her lip and put on her swimsuit. The moment Suitong pushed open the door of the locker room, Sube's eyes widened and his hand holding the cup tightened unconsciously.
The dark blue Japanese-style one-piece swimsuit fits Suitong's body curves perfectly. The plump parts are round and full, and the slender parts are tight and smooth.
The design of the one-piece briefs makes her legs look even longer and straighter. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Sube's eyes, because he specially selected this swimsuit, inspired by the Japanese movies he had watched in his previous life. The tight fabric of the swimsuit shows off Suitong's figure to the fullest. But he didn't expect that there would be a girl who could have both a sweet face and a mature figure. Moreover, Suitong's breasts are even fuller than Luo Yunshu's after she upgraded her cup size. Sube realized that he had really underestimated her before. Suitong walked slowly towards her, her cheeks flushed, her eyes looking around in panic, but she never dared to look Sube in the eye. She folded her hands tightly in front of her belly, trying to hide her inner shyness and nervousness. Her usual liveliness was completely replaced by her shyness at this moment, forming a sharp contrast. Sube quickly put down the cup in his hand, walked a few steps to Suitong, and raised a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. "Etong, the swimsuit suits you very well, you look really beautiful in it." Suitong's face instantly turned red to her ears, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. "Thank you."
Sube said calmly, "I see your forehead is sweating. Is it too hot here? Why don't we just get in the water quickly? It's cool down there." Suitong responded softly, "Yeah, okay." Sube smiled lightly, then turned around and jumped neatly into the swimming pool, splashing large amounts of crystal water. He adjusted his body flexibly in the water and stood up steadily after a moment, with the water just covering his chest. Sube raised his hand to wipe the water droplets off his face, walked to the edge of the swimming pool, and stretched out his hand to Suitong on the shore, his eyes full of tenderness and encouragement. "Come on, get down slowly, I will catch you." Suitong took a deep breath, tried to calm her inner tension, and carefully walked down the escalator by the pool. When one of her little feet touched the pool water first, a cool feeling spread along her skin. As her body gradually immersed in the water, she slowly adapted to the water temperature. However, just as she was about to reach out and hold Sube's arm, her foot slipped, her center of gravity was unstable, and she fell into the water. "Careful!" Sube reacted quickly. He quickly wrapped his arms around Suitong's waist and embraced her tightly. His other hand held her back firmly, holding her upper body tightly in his arms. Suitong felt dizzy, and the next second she bumped into a strong chest. Her cheek was pressed against Sube's chest, and she could clearly feel his strong heartbeat. Although the arm around her waist was tightly around her, it made her feel inexplicably at ease. The water in the pool gradually returned to calm, but Suitong's heartbeat became more and more rapid. Sube's body temperature came through the thin swimsuit, making her mind go blank and her whole body stiff. Shyness, panic, and a hint of secret heartbeat surged in her heart. Sube looked down at Suitong in his arms. A few strands of wet hair stuck to her forehead and cheeks, making her look particularly delicate and pretty. Her frightened eyelashes couldn't stop trembling, her rosy lips were slightly open because of her panting, her cheeks were flushed, and her pitiful appearance made people feel a little pity when they saw her. Sube could clearly feel the soft curves in his arms and the slight trembling of her body. "It's okay." His voice was low and gentle, soothing. However, he did not loosen his arms immediately, but slightly adjusted his posture to allow Suitong to stand more steadily. "The edge of the pool is a little slippery, take your time. Are you sure you can stand firmly?" Suitong's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Stand still." She tried to move away from Sube's arms. Sube's arms also relaxed slightly, but he did not withdraw completely. Instead, he held her waist lightly, always paying attention to her balance. After Suitong stood firmly, Sube withdrew his arm and smiled gently. "Now that you have adapted to the water temperature, I will start teaching you formally." Suitong nodded slightly, her voice still trembling. "Yeah, okay." During the following teaching process, every time Sube approached to correct her movements, Suitong could clearly see his handsome face. Their bodies touched and rubbed against each other in the water from time to time, gradually melting the last bit of defense in her heart. And just like that, half an hour passed. The last line of defense in Suitong's heart completely disappeared, and was replaced by an increasingly strong love for Sube. Sube noticed this and knew that the time was ripe.
So he signaled Suitong to grab the ladder by the pool with both hands. With his support, Suitong's whole body slowly floated in the water, and she experienced the feeling of swimming for the first time. However, as time went on, the atmosphere around began to become subtle. Suitong also noticed this strangeness, but she did not choose to refuse, but let this feeling continue to spread. Bite. Detected that the host successfully captured the heroine Suitong. Realm raised to the early stage of the 6th rank. 2 hours later, Suitong was so tired that she collapsed in the water and didn't even have the strength to raise her hands. Even though she was a warrior with physical strength far beyond that of ordinary people, she couldn't hold on at this moment. Swimming is a sport that requires far more physical energy than she imagined. Coach Sube, however, seemed to have endless energy and was always teaching and guiding tirelessly. Sube also noticed her fatigue. He raised his hand and took out a vitality pill from thin air and handed it to her. "Take this, and you won't feel tired anymore." Suitong now completely trusts Sube. She took the pill without hesitation and swallowed it, and her strength was instantly restored. Sube picked up Suitong and walked ashore. Then he gently placed her on a lounge chair by the pool. Although this recliner is called a leisure bed, Suitong did not get any real rest in the next 2 hours. Another 2 hours passed before the swimming lesson was truly over. Chapter 23. Why does this little loli say everything? It's different from the ecstatic life in northern Jiangsu. On the other side, in the Law Enforcement Bureau Detention Center. As a 5th rank warrior, Lin Yan's physique far exceeds that of ordinary people. After a day of rest, 90% of the pain in his body had dissipated. It's time for dinner. Lin Yan looked at the simple meal on the plate, and a complex emotion surged uncontrollably in his heart. I rushed back to the country this time to seek revenge, but who would have thought that before I could get my revenge, I would have to stay in this detention center for 2 days. What is even more frustrating is that after receiving that fatal electric shock, I was also given, well, it's hard to put into words. In a trance, a clear figure appeared in his mind. It was his childhood sweetheart, Suitong. I wonder if Itong is doing well now. Is she still as clean and pretty as she was when she was a child? There are 2 beliefs that support Lin Yan to survive as a mercenary abroad. The first one is to come back alive and settle the blood debt of that year with personal hands. The second is that after taking revenge, he will go find Suitong and marry her home with dignity. During the countless moments of life and death in a foreign country, Suitong's face and the voice in his memory were the spiritual pillar that kept him going. For this thought, and also for the sake of being able to stand in front of her cleanly in the future. While his brothers were looking for local black women abroad, he always went away alone and managed to keep his virginity. Because of this, he was often teased by his brothers as having diarrhea, but he never cared. Even when he later became the leader of the Tiger Fong mercenary group and his conditions improved, giving him the opportunity to taste white girls, he still resolutely defended his bottom line. An indescribable irritation suddenly rushed to his head. Lin Yan slammed his chopsticks on the iron table with a clang sound, spat out the steamed bun crumbs in his mouth, and shouted, "Don't worry. Once I get out of here and have my revenge, I'll come find you right away. Go to the martial arts gym and marry you in style." Lin Yan's movements were so loud that they attracted the attention of law enforcement officers. The man pointed at Lin Yan and scolded him, "Are you working at the market? If you don't want to eat, don't bother." The anger on Lin Yan's face instantly disappeared. He put on a flattering smile and nodded quickly, saying, Okay, let's eat right away." After saying that, he quickly picked up the steamed bun crumbs he had spit out, stuffed them into his mouth, chewed them, and swallowed them. Then he picked up the bowl of bland soup on the table, tilted his head back, and drank it in one gulp. After dinner, I returned to the cell. Lin Yan's eyes turned cold in an instant as he glanced at the burly black men in the cell. The murderous intent in his eyes was very obvious. Without exception, those who were stared at by him quickly lowered their heads or looked away. No one dared to look him in the eye. This time Lin Yan really learned his lesson and became more vigilant. He secretly vowed that he would never touch any food or drink handed to him by others again. He wanted to see who would dare to do anything bad to him this time. Lin Yan walked to his hard bed and lay down, staring at the ceiling, his mind still repeatedly thinking over every step of his plan after getting out. However, as I thought about it, a heavy feeling of fatigue came over me without warning. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. My consciousness gradually became blurred. He tried to open his eyes, but to no avail. Finally, his eyes closed completely, and he lost consciousness and remained motionless. Tegan, who had been secretly observing in the corner nearby, saw Lin Yan completely close his eyes, then slowly stood up.
He tiptoed to Lin Yan's bedside and tentatively called out a few times, "Hello? Brother Lin?" Lin Yan didn't react at all.
Tegan was worried, so he reached out and pushed Lin Yan's shoulder hard.
Lin Yan's body shook as he pushed, but still showed no reaction.
Tegan was a little bolder and even stretched out his fingers, bent his knuckles, and tapped Lin Yan's forehead a few times, neither lightly nor heavily. Lin Yan remained motionless.
Tegan finally showed a relieved yet somewhat obscene smile of pride on his face.
He turned around and said to the other big men in the cell who were also watching nervously, in a low voice that couldn't hide his excitement, "It's done. The drug is taking effect.
He's completely passed out. Where does the medicine come from?"
The answer was clear, it was in the bowl of soup that Lin Yan drank up to the last drop that night. Lin Yan could never have imagined that even though he had been so cautious and rejected all suspicious things, he still couldn't escape this disaster. As soon as Tegan finished speaking, the big black men in the cell, who had been unable to contain themselves for a long time, immediately grinned and laughed. They stood up one after another, and gathered around Lin Yan, who was lying on the bed with an impatient look on their faces. This time, they lined up consciously without even being asked. Next, the system's voice continued to come into Subei's mind. Lin Yan was tainted, luck value plus 50,000.
Lin Yan's wound bleeds again, luck value plus 50,000. Early morning.
At the dinner table, Luo Yunshu and Suitong sat together eating. Luo Yunshu noticed that Suitong was a little absent-minded while eating, so she asked with concern, "Sister Itong, what's wrong with you?
Are you feeling unwell?"
Hearing this, Suitong's eyes dodged for a moment, and she lowered her head slightly, her voice a little embarrassed. "No.
It's okay."
Luo Yunshu understood instantly, blinked his big eyes, and couldn't help raising a sly arc at the corner of his mouth. "Does it feel a little painful?"
Suitong's face turned red instantly.
"I didn't expect that this seemingly harmless little girl in front of me actually knew so much."
She nodded awkwardly, her voice weak. "Yeah."
Luo Yunshu smiled understandingly, her tone soothing. "It's okay, Sister Itong. It's always like this the first time, you'll get used to it slowly. Besides, you're in a swimming pool, so the buoyancy of the water can support you a bit, saving you some energy." Then, her face wrinkled, revealing a slightly aggrieved expression. "Unlike me, my knees were all bruised when I woke up the next day." Suitong felt ashamed and embarrassed when she heard this, her face turned red and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into.
Why does this little Lolita say everything out loud?
Suitong was so embarrassed that she lowered her head and whispered in defense, "Actually, it wasn't all in the water. Later, I even got ashore." At this time, Subei came over after washing up.
Seeing the slightly strange atmosphere between the two, he asked curiously, "What are you two talking about in whispers?" Chapter 24 Xinshu Villa.
Suitong raised her head suddenly, her face still flushed, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. "No.
Nothing."
Luo Yunshu understood what he meant and knew that Suitong was being shy. So she raised a lovely smile and said to Subei, "Brother Subei, we are talking about some girls' topics." Subei sat down at the dining table and looked at the two of them with a gentle smile in his eyes. Okay, I won't ask about girls' topics anymore." Luo Yunshu smiled sweetly at him with satisfaction. Subei turned his gaze to Suitong, his eyes softened a little, and asked softly, "Itong, how did you sleep last night?" Suitong tried to calm the heat on her face and nodded, "Very good." Seeing that she looked quite natural, Subei said with relief, "That's good. By the way, I'm going to the imperial capital today. You can stay at home or go out and play."
Luo Yunshu immediately asked with concern, "Brother Subei, when will you come back?"
Subei thought for a moment and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, it will be today, or tomorrow at the latest." Luo Yunshu puffed out her chest and said seriously, "Then go ahead and don't worry.
I'm at home to protect Sister Itong."
When Suitong heard this and looked at Luo Yunshu's cute little appearance, her heart softened. Her previous shyness was immediately washed away and she couldn't help laughing out loud. She reached out and gently rubbed Luo Yunshu's hair, with a doting smile. "Sister is a warrior, why should I ask you to protect me?"
"Of course I will protect you." Subei watched them interacting, his tone relaxed. "I don't need your protection. I have so many bodyguards in this villa, can't they protect you?" He picked up his chopsticks. "Okay, let's eat." After dinner, Subei took a Maybach to the airport and flew to the imperial capital. Law Enforcement Bureau, Detention Center. After Lin Yan woke up, he felt the familiar strange feeling in his body, and anger surged in his heart again. It is tolerable, but Lin Yan cannot tolerate it.
As the leader of the Tiger Fong mercenary group, he has been living on the edge of a knife for many years and has killed countless people. Abroad, he has always been the only one who reaps other people's lives. I never thought that one day I would become a prisoner and become someone else's plaything. And the one who did it was a big black guy. Lin Yan was furious and was about to take action on the spot. What greeted him next was the familiar one-stop service: beating people, being subdued by electric shocks, being splashed with cold water to wake him up, and being dragged into the interrogation room to be lectured. Finally, under the scolding of the law enforcement officers, Lin Yan could only return to the cell dejectedly and endure the pain to recuperate.
Imperial capital.
As the most important city in Longwa, land here is extremely valuable and the whole city is crowded. But in the heart of this steel forest, there is a large compound covering an area of 100 acres. Xianshu Villa.
Xianshu Villa covers an area of 500 acres and is the residence of Su Hushan, Su Bei's grandfather.
At this moment, Su Bei had just gotten off the plane and arrived at the gate of the villa by car. The guard standing guard at the door had a tense expression on his face, his eyes warily scanning the approaching vehicles.
However, when the car door opened and they saw that it was Su Bei who stepped out, all the guards straightened their backs instantly, moved in unison, and shouted in a loud voice, "Hello, young master." The captain of the security team reacted the fastest, with a warm smile on his face, and trotted over to Su Bei. "Master, you are here." Su Bei nodded casually. "Well, come and see Grandpa. Is he at the villa?" The captain maintained a respectful attitude and quickly responded, "Yes, the old man is here." "Shall I arrange for someone to inform them right away?"
Su Bei waved his hand and said naturally, "Don't bother, I'll go in and find him directly." The captain immediately stepped aside and said, "Okay." Then he turned around and shouted loudly to the gate, "Let them pass." When you step into the villa, the scene inside truly explains what it means to be in a state of luxury in a quiet environment amidst the hustle and bustle. Who would have thought that in the heart of this city with skyscrapers and cramped spaces, there would be such a vast piece of pure land? Everywhere you look, you can see carefully maintained, lush and precious plants, and rare tree species scattered around. People who don't know would think this is some famous tourist attraction. As soon as Su Bei got off the car, the people in the villa had already prepared a special car for him. After all, the manor covers a very large area, and it is really tiring to walk there on foot. The car stopped in front of the reception room. In the hall, Su Hushan was talking with several officials. When he heard the servant whispering that Su Bei had arrived, he immediately raised his hand to signal, ended the conversation with a few brief words, and dismissed everyone. A genuine smile immediately spread across his face, and he walked out the door with brisk steps. As soon as he saw Su Bei, Su Hushan laughed out loud, "Xiao Bei, why are you standing there like an idiot? Come in, come in." Su Bei also smiled and walked forward quickly. "It seems you are busy." Su Hushan waved his hand nonchalantly and walked inside with Su Bei. "Busy with nothing, these are just trivial matters, nothing important." The two walked into the spacious and elegant reception room, and Su Bei naturally sat down next to Su Hushan. Su Hushan looked at Su Bei carefully and asked with concern, "Why did you suddenly come to the capital? You didn't even say hello in advance." Su Bei leaned back in his chair and said in a friendly tone, "I missed you, so I came to see you." Su Hushan picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip, and deliberately put on a serious face, but there was a smile in his eyes. "Huh, you finally remembered your grandfather? Counting the days, it's been 2 years since I last came to the capital, right?" Su Bei explained with a smile, "Yes, I'm in college now. The workload is heavy and the courses are tight. I can't get away." Su Hushan glanced at him rudely and pointed out the truth directly. "You kid, are you still trying to fool me?" "Grandpa, what kind of virtue are you, don't I know? Study hard? If you can just go to school and attend classes, I'll be so grateful." Su Bei was a little embarrassed by what he said. He chuckled, then remembered the important matter and sat up straighter. "By the way, Grandpa, I brought you something this time." Su Hushan put down his teacup and spoke in the tone of an elder. "What else do you want to bring home, kid? Is there anything that Grandpa is missing?" Su Bei showed a mysterious smile and insisted, "This, you really don't have it here." After saying that, he glanced at Zhou Mo who was standing beside him. Zhou Mo understood and immediately presented an exquisitely carved rosewood box with both hands. Su Bei took the box, gently opened the lid, and carefully placed the contents in front of Su Hushan. Inside the wooden box, there was a ginseng herb with a strange shape and a faint fragrance. Su Hushan took a closer look and looked up with some doubt. "Isn't this just a ginseng?" Chapter 25: The Shen family in the imperial capital. Su Bei shook his head, looking serious. "Grandpa, this is not ordinary ginseng. It's called the longevity and strengthening ginseng. It's said that taking it can eliminate all chronic illnesses in the body, and more importantly, it can extend your life by 10 years.
Su Hashan's face showed obvious surprise and doubt. Is it really that magical? There are such strange things in the world? Su Bei said firmly, it's absolutely true. I'll have the kitchen cook it for you at lunch later. You'll know for yourself when you try it. Upon hearing this, Su Hashan's face immediately relaxed and he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. He is old and has accumulated many old injuries from his youth. If this ginseng really has such magical effects, it would be like a timely help to him. He said happily, okay. Then Grandpa will have to taste it later. Su Hashan changed the subject and asked expectantly, Xiao Bei, how long do you plan to stay in the capital this time? Su Bei originally planned to leave that day, but seeing the undisguised expectation and joy in his grandfather's eyes, he changed his mind and said, stay one night. We have to go back to Dongshan tomorrow. The smile on Su Hashan's face immediately faded a little, and his tone was obviously disappointed. Only staying for one day? Su Bei explained, there are indeed a lot of things piling up in Dongshan waiting for me to go back and deal with them. I really can't spare much time. Deep down, he really didn't want to stay in the imperial capital for long. This place has so many rules and regulations, and there are invisible constraints everywhere. Although he has a high status and these rules are meaningless to him, it is definitely not as comfortable as living in Dongshan. It's so crowded here that the air doesn't feel fresh enough. What's more, Dongshan has 2 girlfriends waiting for him. Of course, after he has dealt with the affairs of the imperial capital, he should go back and take good care of the son of fortune who is cultivating himself in the cell. Su Hashan listened and sighed softly, his tone a little lonely. Okay, busy, everyone is busy, it's better to be busy. Sensing the clear loneliness in his grandfather's tone, Su Bei's heart softened, and he quickly added, next time. Next time I will definitely bring your granddaughter-in-law to see you together. When Su Hashan heard the word grandson's wife, his eyes lit up instantly and the loss he had just felt disappeared. He asked excitedly, oh? Xiao Bei, you have a girlfriend? Who's her family? Is she pretty? Su Bei smiled and replied, they are all girls from small families in Dongshan. As for whether it's beautiful or not, it must be beautiful. You can always trust your grandson's judgment. Su Hashan smiled and nodded repeatedly, his face flushed. Okay, I must bring it here next time so that Grandpa can take a good look. He straightened his expression and said seriously, when you're looking for a girlfriend, you don't need to look at her family background. It doesn't matter whether she's from a wealthy or small family, or even if she's just an ordinary girl. As long as you really like it, Grandpa will be happy. Our Su family doesn't need to rely on children's marriages to maintain anything. Su Hashan's tone was filled with a hint of arrogance. Besides, with our Su family's status, it's impossible to find someone who is truly a good match. After all, in this dragon country, which family dares to say that they can be on equal footing with our Su family? Su Bei smiled and nodded repeatedly in agreement. You are right. He changed the subject. By the way, Grandpa, this time I came here, there is something I want to ask you for help. Su Hashan waved his hand and said generously, why are you being so polite to Grandpa? If you have something to say, just tell me and I'll do it for you. Su Bei didn't beat around the bush. Okay, then I'll be straight to the point. Next, he elaborated on his plan to promote Qingyun Martial Arts School nationwide and expand on a large scale. After listening to this, Su Hashan did not immediately express his opinion. He tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest and asked thoughtfully, is this your father's idea? Su Bei shook his head and said firmly, no, it's my own idea. A hint of obvious surprise flashed across Su Hashan's face, and he looked at his grandson again. Oh? This is strange. Haven't you always been too lazy to take care of these mundane matters? Why did you suddenly change your ways and start doing business? Su Bei smiled and said, earn some pocket money and find something to do. Su Hashan, does our family still need you to earn pocket money? Even if you spend 1 billion a day, our mountains of gold and silver will only increase. Su Bei explained, that's different, Grandpa, after all, this is the money I earned myself. He paused, his eyes becoming slightly more serious. And it's not all about making money. I want to recruit talented young people from across the country and train them. These people may become a useful force for our Su family in the future. He then added, besides, this itself is not a bad thing. Think about it, if martial arts schools are opened all over the country and young people are encouraged to practice martial arts and strengthen their bodies, wouldn't this also indirectly improve the physical fitness of the people? Wouldn't it be a small contribution to Dragon Country? After hearing this, the surprise on Su Hashan's face was completely replaced by relief. He couldn't help laughing heartily and patted Subei's shoulder vigorously. Good boy, Grandpa really didn't expect that you can have this kind of thought and responsibility now. You have made great progress. Don't worry about this matter, leave it to Grandpa. I will definitely handle it for you perfectly. I will arrange for someone to develop a plan right away. Subei smiled and said, Thank you, Grandpa. Su Hashan glared at him in feigned displeasure. We're family, why are you talking so differently? Why are you thanking me? He looked at the time on the wall, patted his knees and stood up. Okay, it's getting late, let's go and have dinner with Grandpa, we can talk while we eat. The Shin family in the imperial capital. A young man walked hurriedly into the spacious living room. His eyes fell on the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, who looked a little nervous, and he asked, Dad, why did you call me here so early? What happened? This middle-aged man is the head of the Shin family, Shin Jibai. Shin Jibai looked at his son solemnly. Xiaochuan, did you know that Subei has come to the capital? The young man called Xiaochuan, whose real name is Shin Chuan, is the son of Shin Jibai. He is quite famous among the younger generation in the imperial capital and is known as one of the 4 young masters of the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Shin Chuan's face showed obvious surprise. What? Subei came to the imperial capital? Chapter 26, One Superpower, Many Powers. Shin Jibai nodded affirmatively. Yes, I just received the exact news. Shin Chuan immediately asked, Where is he now? Shin Jibai replied in a deep voice, He is currently at Xianshu Villa, visiting his grandfather, Old Master Su. After listening to this, Shin Chuan said without hesitation, Okay, then I'll go find him right away. Seeing him turn around and leave, Shin Jibai quickly reminded him, Don't worry, prepare some appropriate gifts first, and then rush over. Shin Chuan paused for a moment and replied, I understand. Don't worry. After saying that, he did not stay any longer, turned around and walked out in a hurry. Xianshu Villa. Subei was having lunch with his grandfather Su Hashan. After Su Hashan took the longevity and strengthening ginseng, he found that all his old illnesses had disappeared. He felt refreshed and had endless energy. He even felt like he was 20 years younger. Feeling happy, Su Hashan pulled Subei to drink several more glasses. The grandfather and grandson chatted and drank, and time flew by and it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Subei was a little confused after drinking. Seeing this, Su Hashan ordered the servants of the villa to take Subei to a clean guest room that had been prepared to rest. After Subei went in, he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Half an hour later, Shin Chuan arrived at Xianshu Villa. After finding out the location of Subei's guest room, Shin Chuan took one of his men, Xiao Hu, and went there. As soon as I approached, I saw Zhou Mo practicing boxing in the open space outside Subei's room. Shin Chuan immediately smiled and quickened his pace to walk forward. Uncle Zhou, you are here too. Zhou Mo stopped what he was doing when he heard the voice. After seeing that it was Shin Chuan, he said with a respectful tone, Mr. Shin, are you here to see the young master? Shin Chuan smiled and replied, Yes, what is Su Xiao doing now? The young master just finished drinking and is taking a nap. Zhou Mo looked at the closed door and asked, How about I go and wake up the young master? No. Shin Chuan waved his hands quickly, his attitude very firm. Let Su Xiao have a good rest, I will wait for him, there is no rush. Zhou Mo pointed to the room next to him and said, Mr. Shin, the sun is shining brightly outside. Go inside and wait. I'll call you when the young master wakes up. Shin Chuan still shook his head. No, it's really not hot, I'll just wait outside this door for a while. His tone was gentle, but with a hint of persistence. Seeing him like this, Zhou Mo stopped trying to persuade him. An hour passed. Shin Chuan still stood straight in the sun, quietly standing outside Subei's door. Zhou Mo tried to persuade him several times to go inside and wait, but Shin Chuan declined. Even Xiu Hu next to him couldn't stand it and whispered, Master, you should go in and rest for a while. Young Master Su is sleeping like this, and there's no telling how long he'll sleep. Shin Chuan glanced at Xiao Hu and said seriously, No, we must show due respect to Mr. Su. If I wait in the room next door, it wouldn't be appropriate for young Master Su to not see me when he wakes up. Xiao Hu thought for a moment and said, Then, how about I go get you an umbrella and a stool? Shin Chuan refused bluntly, No need, just standing there and waiting will show your sincerity. Xiao Hu was not giving up, Please sit down and rest your feet for a while. If there is any movement inside, I will call you immediately. You can stand up later, okay? Shin Chuan frowned slightly and said seriously, God is watching what you do. Be sincere to young Master Su and don't do anything fake. Seeing that he had made up his mind,
Xiaowu sighed helplessly and had to stand with him in the sun.
More than an hour passed.
Xiaowu felt his legs and feet were a little sore, so he secretly moved his shoulders. Looking at Xinchuan again, he was still standing straight with no expression on his face. Sweat was running down his temples, but he seemed not to feel it. Just then, the door opened.
Sube woke up, rubbed his eyes and walked out. The glaring sunlight made him squint.
He looked carefully at the person standing at the door.
He was stunned for a moment, suspecting that he was dazzled. Xinchuan? Xinchuan's face instantly broke into a smile. With a little subtle nervousness, he trotted over to Sube. Young Master Su.
Sube looked him up and down, his face sweating profusely, his clothes damp with sweat, and raised his eyebrows, teasing, "What the hell is going on? We have such a close relationship, just call him Brother Su. It doesn't sound right to call him Young Master Su or not." Xinchuan felt a little embarrassed by what he said, but he still changed his words obediently, and his smile became more natural. "Okay, Brother Su." Xinchuan and Sube are real childhood friends who have been playing together since they were young. Later, Subei's father, Su Jingyuan, was promoted to the top leader of Jiangbei province and took the Su family to Jiangbei. The two had less and less contact, and the last time they met was 2 years ago.
The Shin family is also a famous family in the imperial capital.
When he was a child, Xinchuan was ignorant and thought that there was no difference in the status of the two families. As he grew older, he heard more of other people's discussions and saw more of the realities of the imperial capital's circles. Only then did he truly understand that although they were all big families in the imperial capital, there were huge differences between them. To put it simply, the pattern of the imperial capital is one superpower and many strong countries. The Shin family is one of the many powerful families.
The Su family is the only super family with an extraordinary status.
Gradually, this realization fermented in Xinchuan's heart and turned into an invisible sense of distance. He always felt that Subei's identity was different now, and it seemed inappropriate for him to act as casually as before. As a result, he contacted Sube less frequently and always hesitated before making a call, for fear of disturbing the other party. Even if we contact or meet occasionally, there is always a hint of cautious politeness in our words. But what he didn't know was that Sube had never thought so. At this time, Zhou Mo came over and said to Sube, "Master, young Master Shin has arrived a long time ago. He has been standing outside your door for more than 2 hours. No matter how much we persuade him, he refuses to come in and wait." When Sube heard this, he looked at Xinchuan with obvious surprise. "Standing there for more than 2 hours? Why are you so honest? Why don't you just wake me up?" Xinchuan's smile was a little awkward. "You seem to be sleeping soundly. I'm afraid to disturb you." Sube sighed and pointed at the sun in the sky. "You can't just stand there like this, it's sunny, don't you feel too hot?" "It's okay, it's really okay." Xinchuan waved his hands quickly, then seemed to remember something and quickly added, "By the way, Brother Su, you finally came back to the capital, I brought you something." As he spoke, he gestured to his men behind him. The smile on Subei's face faded, his brows furrowed slightly, and his expression became serious. "Xinchuan, are you trying to pull this on me?" Chapter 27, Does my identity need to be highlighted by these iron shells? Xinchuan's heart tightened when he saw his eyes and tone. The naturalness he had just felt disappeared instantly, and he looked at Sube at a loss. Sube continued, his tone a little unhappy, but more direct. "You came to see me, what else did you bring? We're childhood friends. You're the only good friend I have in the capital. Why are you going through all this formality? Are we becoming distant?" These words were like a warm current, dispersing the tension and invisible barrier in Xinchuan's heart. A touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Sube would still recognize him like this after such a huge gap in status. The forced respectfulness on his face vanished, his shoulders relaxed, and a relieved, genuine smile appeared on his face. "Okay, Brother Su, I'll listen to you, good buddy, I won't do this." Sube smiled again, with a bit of casualness, and patted Xinchuan on the shoulder. "That's right." He changed the subject. "Tell me, you came all the way to see me, you didn't just want to be my door god and give me a gift, right?" Xinchuan also completely relaxed, and laughed. "How could that be? It's been a long time since we last met, so I just wanted to get together with you and have some fun." Subei's eyes lit up. "That's perfect, where are we going to play?" "Xinchuan, as you say, where do you want to go?" Sube raised his eyebrows without hesitation. "Needless to say? Of course it's your Platinum Club. The most prestigious club in the capital, would it be appropriate for me not to visit it after returning?" Xinchuan laughed heartily. "Okay, let's go, the car is waiting at the entrance of the villa." The two walked side by side towards the entrance of the villa.
Zhou Mo and Xiaovu followed closely behind.
Su Bei nudged Shen Chuan with his elbow as they walked, jokingly saying, "Good fellow, I'm so proud of myself that I'd bother asking young Master Shen, one of the 4 young masters of the imperial capital, to personally pick me up?"
Shen Chuan quickly waved his hands and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Brother Su, stop teasing me.
If you hadn't gone to Jiangbei, how could the title of the 4 young masters of the imperial capital have fallen to us, the ones who just made up the numbers?"
Su Bei was amused. "Come on, stop flattering me."
He seemed to recall something, a playful smile playing on his lips.
"But I saw something interesting online.
Some people are discussing who is more powerful, the Jiangbei crown prince or the 4 young masters of the imperial capital?"
Upon hearing this, Shen Chuan showed a helpless expression on his face and said in a firm tone, "Is there any need to ask? You are just bored.
Brother Su, if you are in Jiangbei, you are the crown prince of Jiangbei. If you are in the imperial capital, then you are naturally the crown prince of the imperial capital. If you want, no one would dare to say anything if you change the imperial capital to Dragon Kingdom."
After hearing this, Su Bei didn't continue the conversation. He just sneered, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's change the subject." Arrived at the gate of the villa,
Su Bei paused and glanced along the spacious and clean road in front of the door. Not to mention cars, there was not even a trace of wheel tracks. He turned his head and looked at Shen Chuan beside him. "Shen Chuan, didn't you say the car was at the door?
Why is there not even a shadow of it?"
Shen Chuan immediately put on a smile, with a hint of explanation on his face. "Brother Su, parking is not allowed on the road in front of Xianshu Villa, so I parked on the road next to it."
Su Bei heard this and said, "Damn, then why don't you just drive directly into the parking lot inside the villa?" Shen Chuan showed a bit of embarrassment.
"Oh, the approval procedures for entering the villa are a bit troublesome.
I thought I could just call you and we could leave. To save trouble, I didn't stop inside."
Looking at him like this, Su Bei sighed helplessly and waved his hand. "Okay, then let them drive the car over quickly, we will wait here for a while." Upon hearing this, Shen Chuan subconsciously looked at the solemn and dignified gate of the villa and the security guards on duty on both sides. He showed some hesitation on his face, and asked tentatively, "Brother Su, this is the main entrance of Xianshu Villa.
Is it appropriate to stop here?"
Su Bei curled his lips and raised his hand to casually point to the ground under his feet. "What mountain villa gate?
This is the door of my home. What's inappropriate about it?" "Okay, Brother Su."
When Shen Chuan heard this, the hesitation on his face disappeared instantly and his smile became bright. He quickly pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and made a call. Not long after the phone call was hung up, the low roar of an engine was heard from the other side of the street.
Immediately afterwards, an extremely large convoy slowly came into view.
Leading the way were all top-tier supercars: Bugatti Veyron, Koenigsegg, Pagani Zonda, Apollo Helios, Mercedes-AMG 1. Following closely behind were several majestic top-of-the-line luxury cars: Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach, and the like. The cars behind are still all kinds of sports cars: Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Porsche, Aston Martin, Maserati. The variety of cars is dizzying. More than 30 top-of-the-line luxury cars almost blocked the avenue in front of the villa. This scene can be described in one word: shocking. Su Bei looked at the scene before him that was comparable to a top auto show, without a trace of shock on his face. That expression was exactly like Xiao Pai's father-in-law, who was speechless. Jinji's father was speechless. He retracted his gaze and fell on Shen Chuan's face, his tone full of helplessness. "Shen Chuan, I'm just going out to play for a while, I'm not getting married.
Why are you making such a big fuss?"
Shen Chuan chuckled and said sincerely, "Brother Su, I don't know which car you like to ride.
It's a rare trip for you to the capital, so I have to let you pick the one that you like best.
I'll just drive all the cars in my garage over to you and let you choose." He paused, his eyes sweeping across the imposing convoy, and added, "Besides, having so many cars driving out is so impressive, it's only fitting for someone of your status." Su Bei raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and looked at Shen Chuan with a smile. His tone was a little playful.
"Oh? My identity? Shen Chuan, do you think my identity as Su Bei needs to be highlighted by these iron shells? Chapter 28. Since my legs are not working well, I will use a wheelchair. This chapter and the next one are a little bit cruel, so skip them if you mind." Shen Chuan's heart skipped a beat at his look and tone, and he quickly waved his hands. No, Brother Su, that's not what I meant." Su Bei straightened his expression and said seriously, "Okay, Shen Chuan, this is the imperial capital, there are so many eyes watching us openly and secretly. Su Bei, don't care about the rules, but you shouldn't be too high profile.
a tall tree attracts the wind. He raised his hand and pointed at the Mercedes-Benz AMG 1 in front of him with extremely sharp and smooth lines. Listen to me, just the two of us, driving that AMG 1 is enough to show off. Have Uncle Joe and your men follow in a business car. As for the others. He glanced at the huge convoy and said, everyone, please leave quickly. The capital is already congested with traffic, and there are so many cars. Okay. Got it. This time, Xinchuan agreed very readily and without any hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bei walked straight towards the Mercedes-Benz AMG 1. He opened the car door swiftly, lowered himself to sit in the passenger seat, and raised his chin towards Xinchuan, who was still standing there. Why are you standing there? I had a few drinks at noon, come over and drive. Xinchuan finally reacted. With a smile on his face, he trotted 2 steps and got into the driver's seat. As the AMG 1's F1 derived hybrid engine let out a powerful roar, Xinchuan drove the sports car towards the Platinum Royal Club. Platinum Royal Club. The undisputed #1 club in the imperial capital, its name itself is an invisible top-level pass. The entire building was designed by top international masters, perfectly blending the linear aesthetics of modern minimalism with the implicit luxury of Oriental classics. The road leading to the main entrance is paved with mirror-like black marble, and on both sides stand tall and well-trained greeters wearing custom uniforms. This is not only a place for consumption, but also a symbol of identity and status. Anyone who can step into the door of Platinum Royal Club is either rich or noble, and it is not just ordinary wealth and nobility. At this moment, the Mercedes-Benz AMG 1 was parked steadily at the main entrance of Platinum Club. When the security guard at the door saw the familiar car, he immediately recognized it as the car of his young master Xinchuan. The few of them did not dare to delay and quickly trotted forward, ready to take the keys and park the car for the young master. At this moment, the driver's and co-pilot's doors opened almost at the same time. The person who got out of the driver's seat was Xinchuan. The person who got out of the passenger seat was a young man. Seeing this scene, the security personnel running in the front suddenly stopped in their tracks, with obvious surprise on their faces. Who is Xinchuan? He is the young master of the Xin family behind their Platinum Royal Club, and one of the 4 young masters of the imperial capital who are well known in the imperial capital circle. But now, this young master actually drives the car himself and acts as a driver for others? If it was a woman who got out of the passenger seat, they might not be so surprised. But the one who came down was a young man, and he looked quite outstanding. This situation made several security personnel couldn't help but have various speculations in their minds. 2 most likely thoughts flashed through their minds. One is, young Master Xinchuan is tired of playing with women and wants to change his taste. If this is true, then I can only say, rich people really spend a lot of money. Second, the status of the man in the passenger seat is probably higher than that of young Master Xinchuan, so young Master Xin is willing to act as his driver. This explanation seems reasonable. The security captain did not have the doubts that others had. He walked quickly to the 2 of them, bowed slightly and greeted them respectfully, Master Su. The other security guards were new and didn't know Su Bei. But Captain Chen was able to become the captain and had worked in the Platinum Club for many years, so he must have seen the real prince. Xinchuan handed him the car keys. Xiao Chen, go park the car. Captain Chen took the key with both hands and nodded quickly, okay, master. Xinchuan turned to Su Bei, who was standing beside him, and said naturally, Brother Su, let's go in. Su Bei nodded, let's go. After the 2 figures disappeared through the gate, a security guard, unable to contain his curiosity, approached Captain Chen and asked in a low voice, Captain, who was that person next to the young master just now? Captain Chen glanced at him and whispered, why, you don't know them? You've heard of the Jiangbei Su family, right? Several people nodded. I have heard of it, of course I have heard of it. Captain Chen, that person is Jiangbei's Crown Prince Su Bei, do you understand? One of them still had a look of confusion on his face, and he muttered in confusion, how could a prince of a certain place allow our young master to be so respectful as to drive him? Captain Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He immediately glared at the person who spoke and warned him sternly, don't say that. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. He's called Jiangbei Prince because he's low-key. If he really wanted to be high-profile, he would just drop the word Jiangbei. When the others heard this, they finally understood the horror of Su Bei's identity and background. They looked at each other and shut up. No one dared to say a word. When you enter Platinum Royal Club, you will find that the interior is even more luxurious than the outside. As soon as Su Bei and Xinchuan came in, they attracted the attention of most people, especially the girls. They all knew Xinchuan. He was rich, well-connected, and good-looking. He was the object of admiration and the object of many people's desire to get close to him. The appearance of Su-bei caught the ladies' attention. Although they didn't know Su-bei's identity, his outstanding appearance alone was enough to make them stare at him. Think about it again, how could someone who can walk side by side with Shin Chuan have a low status? Su-bei raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled, which made the girls so handsome that they couldn't close their legs. Under the guidance of Shin Chuan, Su-bei followed him along a corridor. At this time, a woman in sexy clothes and exquisite makeup came towards him. When she walked in front of Su-bei, she stumbled, tilted her body, and accidentally fell towards Su-bei. This sudden situation made Shin Chuan's heart tighten and his face changed slightly, fearing that Su-bei would be hit and injured. Su-bei reacted quickly, reached out and held her arm to help her stand steady. Shin Chuan was immediately furious and shouted at the woman, "Don't you have eyes when you walk? You can bump into people on such a wide road?" Su-bei waved slightly at Shin Chuan, signaling him to calm down, and then said to the woman in a gentle tone, "Are you okay?" After the woman stood firm, she raised her head, looked straight at Su-bei, and gave him an obvious wink. "I'm fine. My legs just gave out a little bit and I lost my balance and bumped into you. I'm so sorry." Su-bei looked at her, the smile on his face unchanged, and said calmly, "It's okay, since your legs are not working well, you can take a wheelchair." After saying that, he casually waved his hand to the men following behind him and said, "Break her legs and throw her out. Then give her $1,000 so she can buy a wheelchair." Chapter 29. Brother, you are really hungry. The smile on the woman's face froze instantly, and was then replaced by great fear. She was so scared that her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Su-bei looked down at her limp form on the ground and smiled softly. "Look, your legs and feet really aren't working well." In fact, he had long seen through women's tricks. He wanted to deliberately fall on me, and then use the excuse of being helped up to seduce me. Unfortunately, she underestimated Su-bei's intelligence and overestimated her own appearance. As for her appearance, she would only be rated over 70 points at best, which was not pleasing to Su-bei at all. Moreover, Su-bei scanned her with the experience detector and found that her experience value was as high as over 800. When she touched him like this, Su-bei felt uncomfortable all over and even a little nauseous. Shin Chuan on the side was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Su-bei's way of handling the matter to be so direct and cruel. However, he did not say anything to stop him. He believed that Su-bei must have his reasons for doing so. The woman collapsed on the ground, terrified. She used her hands and feet to crawl towards Su-bei, begging for mercy in a crying voice. I was wrong, don't hit me, please don't hit me." She crawled to Su-bei's feet and wanted to reach out to grab Su-bei's trouser legs. Su-bei frowned slightly, dodged sideways nimbly, raised his foot, stepped mercilessly on the hand she stretched out, and then exerted force. "Ah!" The woman suddenly let out a shrill scream of pain, her whole body twitching in pain. Su-bei looked down at her condescendingly, with that faint smile still on his face, but his voice was cold. "You're quite scheming, but it's a pity you used it in the wrong place. Let me guess how you got in. Do you have a relative working at the club, or did you trick some rich guy into bringing you out for drinks?" As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's scream attracted a fat, well-dressed middle-aged man. The middle-aged man saw the woman lying on the ground screaming in pain and immediately shouted, "Yao Yao." After shouting, he hurried over here. Seeing this, Su-bei's smile deepened. It seems to be the latter. I guessed right. The middle-aged man was originally filled with anger and wanted to rush over to save Wang Yao. But when he ran closer and saw Shin Chuan standing beside him, he suddenly stopped. The anger on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a friendly and even slightly flattering expression. "Shin, Mr. Shin?" Shin Chuan's face was solemn. He glanced at him coldly and ignored him. The middle-aged man was obviously not a fool. He looked at Wang Yao, who was lying on the ground screaming, then looked at Shin Chuan with a cold expression, and the young man next to him who had an extraordinary demeanor, and even Shin Xiao seemed to be inferior to him. He immediately understood most of what was going on in his mind. It seemed that his Yao Yao had offended someone she shouldn't have. At this time, Su-bei slowly moved his foot away from Wang Yao's hand. He walked up to the middle-aged man, raised his hand and patted his thick shoulder, with a tone of ridicule and contempt. "Brother, you are really hungry. You can eat something so dirty, you have a really strong taste. More than 800 times. I don't think you can do it alone." After saying that, Su-bei no longer looked at him, and continued walking along the corridor without looking back, leaving only one order. "Do as I say. Break his legs and throw him out. Anyone who dares to stop me will have their legs broken and thrown out together.
Shin Chuan immediately followed Su Bei's footsteps.
The two men were about to step forward to carry out the order, but were stopped by the middle-aged man. They thought the middle-aged man wanted to stop them, so they planned to attack him. The middle-aged man forced an ugly smile on his face and quickly explained to his two men, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to help her. He pointed at Wang Yao lying on the ground, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Can you let me break her legs myself? The two men looked at each other and did not refuse.
The middle-aged man felt relieved and nodded repeatedly, thank you, thank you.
After saying that, he turned around abruptly and walked up to Wang Yao, who was lying limp on the ground, with a fierce force. He raised his feet wearing expensive leather shoes and kicked her legs hard, one after another.
He kicked it madly and cursed, bitch, didn't you say it was torn when you were riding a bicycle? How dare you lie to me? I'll kick you to death, you bastard.
Shin Chuan led Su Bei into a spacious and luxurious private room.
Zhou Mo and Xiaohu also followed in.
Su Bei casually sat down on the soft sofa, turned his head, looked at Shin Chuan standing next to him, and asked, Shin Chuan, tell me, how are the arrangements?
Shin Chuan smiled and leaned forward slightly, Brother Su, this is what I think.
Let's sing some songs first to relax our voices.
Once we've had our fill, we can arrange for dinner. When it's night time, I'll prepare a pool party for you. It's going to be lively. What do you think?
Su Bei listened and nodded, okay. Then, as if remembering something, he looked up at Shin Chuan, but, as for the pool party, you know me, I have mysophobia. Shin Chuan assured with a firm tone, don't worry, Brother Su, it will be absolutely clean and you will be satisfied. Seeing Su Bei nodded without saying anything else, Shin Chuan picked up the pager in the private room and pressed it. After a while, there was a gentle knock on the door of the private room.
Come in. Shin Chuan responded.
The door opened and a man in a manager's uniform walked in, leading a whole row of young, beautiful and exquisitely dressed girls. They stood in a row in the middle of the private room, with sweet smiles on their faces, their eyes cast on Su Bei and Shin Chuan sitting on the sofa. These girls are all prettier than each other, and they have all kinds of styles.
Shin Chuan smiled and said to Su Bei, Brother Su, you choose first? Or let them all stay and play with you for a while?
I would like to ask all readers, if you have any suggestions for the subsequent plot, such as which plot you prefer, I will refer to and adopt them.
The author's main point is to listen to advice. Chapter 30 The Qin Family's Conspiracy.
Su Bei's eyes casually swept over the row of girls, with no special expression on his face. He quickly retracted his gaze and waved his hand casually at Shin Chuan, his tone calm but clear, everyone, get out. At this moment, Su Bei just wanted to sing some songs, chat and reminisce with this childhood friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time.
As for the rest, let us wait until the pool party tonight. Okay. Shin Chuan responded and then gave the manager a look.
The manager then took the girls out. Immediately afterwards, music started playing in the private room. Shin Chuan picked up the microphone and handed it to Su Bei, and the two took turns ordering songs and singing. After singing for a while, Su Bei seemed a little tired and handed the microphone to Zhou Mo who was sitting next to him. Uncle Zhou, please sing a song.
Zhou Mo waved his hands quickly, with a gentle smile on his face. Master, I can't sing, you come. Su Bei insisted, it's okay, we are just singing for fun, not a concert, let's sing a song.
Shin Chuan also laughed and cheered, yes, Uncle Zhou, let's sing a song.
Xiaowu, Shin Chuan's subordinate, was watching this scene and felt a little surprised.
He didn't expect that Zhou Mo was just a bodyguard, but the two young masters invited him to play together so naturally and with such respect. In fact, Zhou Mo came to the Su family when Su Bei was very young and has been with Su Bei ever since. It can be said that Su Bei grew up under his care. The relationship between the two is not just that of master and servant, they feel close like friends when they get along with each other. Zhou Mo is about 20 years older than Su Bei, so Su Bei always calls him Uncle Zhou and often asks him to relax with him.
This is why Shin Chuan also showed respect when he met Zhou Mo.
Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Zhou Mo took the microphone with a smile, ordered a classic old song, and sang with his deep voice. Su Bei leaned on the sofa, picked up the fruit on the table and started eating.
The atmosphere was relaxed and lively.
Another 20 minutes passed, and the two were having fun when the heavy soundproof door of the private room was suddenly pushed open.
A panicked man in a manager's uniform walked in quickly.
His eyes quickly locked onto Shin Chuan and he walked straight to his side.
Shin Chuan was singing a high note when he was interrupted and lost all interest.
His brows immediately furrowed, a trace of displeasure at being interrupted clearly crossed his face. He lowered his hand holding the microphone and looked at the newcomer with questioning and reproachful eyes.
The man didn't bother to explain or apologize.
He just leaned close to Shin Chuan's ear, covered his voice with his hand, and said a few words in a hurry.
His expression was very serious and he spoke very quickly.
At this moment, the displeasure on Shin Chuan's face quickly faded, replaced by an increasingly solemn expression.
After hearing what that person said, Shin Chuan was silent for 2 seconds, his eyes obviously darkening. He whispered to the man, "Got it. Go out and stabilize the situation first. I'll be right back." "Yes, young master."
The man nodded immediately, turned around and quickly left the private room, closing the door gently.
The only sound in the private room was music.
Shin Chuan took a deep breath, and when he turned to face Su Bei, a relaxed smile appeared on his face again.
With a little apology, he tried to speak as naturally as possible to Su Bei and said, "Brother Su, I'm really sorry, there's a small problem downstairs, and I need to go over and take a look. I'll be back soon, go ahead and have fun."
Su Bei raised his eyes and looked at Shin Chuan.
There was no special expression on his face. He just waved his hand casually and said in a flat tone, "Okay, you go first." Shin Chuan smiled and said, "Be back soon."
Then he turned around, pushed the door open and quickly left the private room. Seeing this, Xiaohu immediately stood up and followed him out quickly.
At the entrance of Platinum Club, a young man in expensive clothes, clutching a half-empty bottle of red wine, shouted at the door, "Boyu Club, known as the best club in the capital, actually sells fake wine?"
As he spoke, he suddenly pulled open his collar, revealing a red spot below his collarbone.
"Look, the wine I drank at your place yesterday made me sick. How do you explain this?"
The manager at the door, sweat on his forehead, tried to apologize carefully, and kept explaining, Mr. Wang, please calm down. We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a satisfactory explanation.
Look at all the people coming and going at the gate. It's such a bad influence. Why don't you come in and sit down? We can talk slowly inside."
Although this incident caused a lot of noise, there was no one around to watch the fun. Everyone in the imperial capital circle knows that the Shin family is behind the Platinum Club and not everyone can provoke them.
Even if ordinary people want to watch the excitement, they don't have the courage to do so. At most, they can just pass by and take a few more glances. But Wang Yi looked fearless, even deliberately provocative. "I won't go in. If you have anything to say, let's talk here. Their Wang family is just a second-rate family in the imperial capital." In the past, Wang Yi would never dare to cause trouble in front of the Platinum Club.
However, he dared to be so presumptuous today because he had the Qin family backing him up. The Qin family and the Shin family are both top families in the imperial capital, but they often conflict with each other and have a long-standing grudge. This so-called fake wine and illness caused by drinking is a false accusation made by the Qin family. At this moment, at the door of Platinum Club, the security personnel formed a loose circle around Wang Yi and stared at him vigilantly, but no one dared to attack him.
After all, he was a well-known young master.
And Shin Chuan also instructed that we wait for him to come over and deal with it. If they arrested Wang Yi privately or drove him away, it would have a significant impact on the reputation of the Platinum Royal Association. And Wang Yi was just waiting for them to take action against him. He knew very well that in an inconspicuous corner in the distance, the reporters arranged by the Qin family were pointing their cameras at this place. If these people dare to touch him, then the scandal of Boyu will violently drive away customers will be all over the internet tonight without waiting until the next day. By then, the reputation of Platinum Royal Club as the #1 club in the capital would be destroyed. The Qin family did this because they also run a top-level club. However, their club has always been suppressed by the Platinum Royal Club, and its customer flow is far less than that of the Platinum Royal Club. They wanted to use Wang Yi as a weapon to make the matter worse, discredit the reputation of the Yuba Club, and allow their own club to take the lead smoothly. And even if the Shin family wanted to suppress public opinion afterwards, with the Qin family fanning the flames behind the scenes, public opinion would only get more intense. At this moment, Shin Chuan walked out quickly with Xiaohu. Shin Chuan's face was still calm, but his eyes had darkened.
What's going on? Chapter 31, the voice is really loud, maybe it was practiced by crying at the grave. Seeing Shin Chuan appear, Wang Yi felt a little uneasy, and the arrogance in his body instantly weakened a lot.
Shin Chuan's status and position are far beyond the reach of his Wang family. His Adam's apple rolled, and his body even leaned forward slightly instinctively, and he almost blurted out the awe-filled Master Shin. But the next second, he suddenly remembered the purpose of his coming here and the support of the Qin family behind him. A surge of forced courage quickly replaced the fear.
Wang Yi immediately straightened his back and put on his tough look again.
In order to cover up his previous gaffe, he deliberately raised his voice a few notches. Mr. Shin, you've come at the right time.
Look carefully, this is the wine I bought at your Platinum Club yesterday.
He raised the half-full bottle of red wine in his hand and shook it in front of Shin Chuan. After I drank it, red spots started to appear on my body. I really didn't expect that your capital's #1 club would actually sell fake liquor. Shin Chuan's gaze calmly swept across the bottle of wine, then fell on Wang Yi's open collar in the red spot, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly in an imperceptible arc. His tone was calm but stinging.
Oh? Young Master Wang is quite frugal.
He opened a bottle of wine at our Platinum Club and even took some home when he couldn't finish it. The irony in Shin Chuan's words was barely concealed.
Which of the guests of Platinum Royal Club is not a figure from the top circles of the imperial capital or even the entire dragon country? Who would do something like packing up the leftover wine and taking it home?
Don't be fooled by Shin Chuan's politeness in front of Su Bei, who looks like a sunny and cheerful boy. But in fact, he is not a stupid and brainless rich young man. When dealing with such malicious provocations, his inherent shrewdness and sharpness are undoubtedly revealed.
Wang Yi's face suddenly turned red.
Shin Chuan's words accurately exposed the ridiculousness of his excuse, making him and the Wang family behind him seem so shameful. But he was determined to make a scene today, so he could only bite the bullet and stiffen his neck to retort, What's wrong?
Can't I just take the drink away? You, the Platinum Royal Club, are being too nosy.
Shin Chuan chuckled, the contempt in his eyes undisguised. Of course, Mr. Wang, please feel free to do as you please. He paused, his eyes swept over the bottle of wine again, and the sarcasm in his tone deepened. After all, this wine is indeed not cheap. Young Master Wang can take it home and fill it with other things to make it look more impressive.
It can be considered as making full use of it. It won't be a waste of this bottle, right? This sentence is so heartbreaking.
Wang Yi felt his face burning, anger surged in his heart, and the strong sense of humiliation made him almost unable to control himself. But his remaining sanity suppressed his anger. In front of Shin Chuan, he didn't even have the qualifications to get angry. Wang Yi could only avoid Shin Chuan's gaze in embarrassment, clinging to the original accusation. Don't talk about other things, I bought the wine at your house.
You sold fake wine, you must give me an explanation. Shin Chuan frowned. He wanted to resolve this trouble quickly.
If the commotion continues at the gate, it will not only affect other guests' entry and exit, but will also cause great damage to the club's reputation. He suppressed his impatience and tried to maintain a polite tone. Master Wang, it's no problem for you to explain. But standing here and making noise will disturb other guests and won't solve the problem.
Let's go in and talk. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. Let's go in and talk? Wang Yi immediately shouted exaggeratedly and deliberately took a step back. Go in? Who knows what you want to do? Lock me up? Bribe me? Or threaten me? Shin Chuan, I'm telling you, I don't buy it.
I'm saying this right here, and let everyone judge for themselves.
You, the Platinum Royal Club, are just bullying customers because of your size, selling fake liquor and harming people. Now you want to trick me in and silence me?
As he shouted, his eyes subconsciously glanced towards a corner in the distance. He spoke this passage very fluently, and it was obvious that he had memorized the lines in advance. Xiaowu, who had been standing next to Shin Chuan, was furious when he saw Wang Yi, a scoundrel who was confusing right and wrong and slandering the reputation of his young master in the Shin family.
He clenched his fists tightly and moved his feet as if he wanted to punch Wang Yi's disgusting face flat. Shin Chuan reacted very quickly. The moment Xiaowu made a move, he raised his hand and held down Xiaowu's arm. He glanced over with a stern warning look. Shin Chuan knew very well that Wang Yi dared to cause trouble in the Platinum Club so unscrupulously today, and there must be someone backing him up. Considering the Qin family's consistent sinister style and the deep contradictions accumulated between the Shin and Qin families over the years, he was almost 100% certain that the Qin family was the director behind this drama. And the Qin family will definitely arrange cameras nearby. If Xiaowu took action, it would be exactly what the other party wanted. Shin Chuan suppressed his anger, remained polite, and tried to communicate. Mr. Wang, there's no point in being unreasonable. Let's go in and discuss a solution properly. Your illness won't get better if you shout here, right? His words were filled with his last bit of patience and a subtle warning. However, Shin Chuan's restraint and concessions were seen as weakness by Wang Yi. His mission was to make things worse and force Shin Chuan to take action against him.
The more polite Shin Chuan was, the louder he yelled. Wang Yi deliberately shouted at the top of his voice, saying things like, Bo Yuhui sells fake liquor, the Shin family bullies people by taking advantage of their power, this store bullies customers, this is a black shop, etc. Every word he said was aimed at the reputation of Bo Yuhui. The situation was completely deadlocked. Shin Chuan couldn't force anyone in, and Wang Yi was determined to make a scene at the door. Shin Chuan's patience was wearing out, and his eyes were getting colder and colder.
Wang Yi's shouting sounded particularly harsh in the depressing doorway.
At this suffocating moment of stalemate, a cold voice came from the open door of the Platinum Club.
Your voice is really loud. Is it from crying at graves?
As soon as he finished speaking, Sube walked out slowly. The sky had completely darkened at this moment. The light from the entrance of Platinum Club fell on him, outlining his cold figure. Sube ignored the tense atmosphere at the door, and his cold eyes went straight to Wang Yi, as if he was looking at a piece of dirty and annoying thing. Then he frowned and fanned his nose lightly with his hand, his tone full of disgust. It's only been a short time since I last went back to the imperial capital. Why does it feel like the air here has become turbid?
Can I faintly smell the smell of rotting garbage? When Wang Yi heard this, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Just as he was about to explode, Shin Chuan quickly adjusted his expression and spoke first with a barely perceptible hint of respect. Brother Su, why did you come out?
Chapter 32 Noisy. Sube turned his gaze to Shin Chuan and smiled faintly. I saw that you haven't come back for a long time, so I came out to see what's going on. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, his gaze drifted back to Wang Yi, and he asked casually, by the way, Shin Chuan, I remember that the Platinum Royal Club doesn't allow pets in, right?
Shin Chuan nodded immediately and cooperated tacitly. Yes, Brother Su.
Sube stared at Wang Yi with eyes filled with obvious contempt, and said coldly, why don't you get rid of that unleashed, barking stray dog at the door? It's making so much noise that it's giving me a headache.
Wang Yi was completely enraged by Sube's repeated, extremely vicious sarcasm and complete disregard. It would have been fine if he was afraid of Shin Chuan, but who was this kid who suddenly appeared? He actually dared to look at him in such a condescending and trash-like manner, and humiliate him with such vicious words. Wang Yi's family was too low class. Although he might have heard of the names Zhangbei Su family and Sube, he had never seen Sube in person. In addition, the Su family moved to Zhangbei in their early years, and they did not have much direct exposure in the top circles of the imperial capital.
Wang Yi, who was blinded by anger at the moment, had no time to think carefully. He was completely unable to connect the cold and mean young man in front of him with the legendary Prince of Zhangbei.
Grass. Wang Yi instantly threw aside his fear of Shin Chuan, and all his anger erupted towards Sube. He pointed at Sube and cursed, who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Even Shin Chuan didn't say a word. Who the hell are you talking nonsense here? Believe it or not.
Wang Yi's foul language came to an abrupt end. His expression froze on his face instantly, and his originally furious eyes suddenly widened, with extreme astonishment and disbelief filling the depths of his pupils. In the middle of his eyebrows, an extremely small round hole with extremely regular edges suddenly appeared. Blood splattered around the round hole, and bones and flesh were blurred. All of Wang Yi's voice was stuck deep in his throat, and he could no longer make a sound. His body lost all support and fell straight back like a chopped-off wooden stake, hitting the cold, hard marble floor. In front of him, Sube's left hand had been raised at some point, holding a pistol with a smooth shape and a cold metallic luster. The muzzle of the gun was pointing at the direction where Wang Yi had just stood, and at this moment, there was still a faint trace of light blue energy that was almost swallowed up by the night. This pistol is the Chisha Shura he obtained from the system. The gun is extremely powerful and makes no sound when fired. After hitting the target, the bullet will instantly turn into pure energy and dissipate without leaving any trace. There was no emotion on Sube's face, his eyes were very calm, and he just said impatiently, shut up. The way he fired the gun was so casual, as if he was just brushing away a fallen leaf. His indifference and casualness made people feel chilled to the bone. Killing is a very common thing for him. He didn't even glance at Wang Yi's fallen body. He swung his left arm very naturally towards an inconspicuous corner on the left, and moved the muzzle of the gun slightly. Then he pulled the trigger. In the far corner, a reporter holding a professional camera suddenly stiffened. The same small hole appeared precisely between his eyebrows. The expression on his face froze in an instant, his eyes became unfocused, and his body fell limply to the ground. The camera in his hand fell heavily to the ground with a clang, the expensive lens shattered and the body was deformed. It was not until this moment that Shin Chuan could truly see the exact location of the voyeur. Sube lowered his hand, and the pistol that had just taken 2 lives disappeared from his hand as silently as it had appeared. The entire process was smooth and quick, from drawing the gun and killing Wangi, to changing the angle and killing the reporter in the dark, and then putting the gun away, all in one go. His expression remained indifferent and his posture was calm.
Dead silence. Absolute deathly silence instantly enveloped the entire entrance of the Platinum Royal Club. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and extremely cruel killing. The expression on Shen Xuan's face was completely frozen. Even though he was a deep-minded and experienced person, his mind was still shocked by the bloody method that happened in a split second. He clearly saw the gun appear and disappear out of thin air, and saw the silent and deadly attack. All this was beyond his understanding. Where did the gun come from? How did it disappear? Why was there no sound? Countless questions instantly filled his mind. Xiaohu was completely dumbfounded. His previous anger had been replaced by boundless horror. The security guards and managers surrounding them were as pale as paper. They stared at Wang Yi's body on the ground in disbelief, and even forgot to breathe. Sube turned and looked at Shen Xuan, his tone calm and without a trace of emotion. Okay, everything is resolved. He tilted his head slightly and gestured towards the Platinum Royal Club. Let's go in and eat. These plain words suddenly pulled Shen Xuan out of his great shock and confused thoughts. He looked at Sube deeply, with shock and awe in his eyes, but no questioning or objection. He nodded immediately, trying to make his tone sound as normal as possible. Okay, Brother Su. After saying that, Sube turned around and walked towards the Platinum Club as if nothing had happened. Shen Xuan didn't dare to delay for even a moment. He immediately waved his hand vigorously at Xiaohu, who was still in a daze. His voice regained its usual calmness and majesty, but he spoke very quickly. Xiaohu. Xiaohu came back to his senses and quickly came to Shen Xuan. Master. Shen Xuan spoke in a low and hurried voice. Clean up the scene immediately, including the body in the corner over there. He raised his chin in the direction where the reporter fell. Don't leave even a trace. Do you understand? Yes, master, don't worry, it's guaranteed to be clean. Xiaohu immediately straightened up and responded firmly. After explaining all this, Shen Xuan no longer looked at the door. He immediately turned around and quickly caught up with Subei's figure that was about to disappear inside the door. Xiaohu quickly gathered his composure and said to the security personnel who were still in a state of shock, stop being dazed and clean up the scene quickly. Be quick with your hands and feet, keep your eyes open, and don't leave anything that shouldn't be there. The security personnel finally woke up from their dream, sprang into action, and began to handle the scene nervously and silently. Chapter 33, the Qin family would never dare to publicize, on the contrary, they would. Shen Xuan led Sube to the door of a private room on the top floor with a more quiet environment. With a smile on his face, he turned sideways and said, Brother Su, we're here, at the same place as before. This private room is Subei's exclusive room in Platinum Club. When Sube was in the capital, he always dined in this private room every time he came to Boyu Club. Even though he hadn't been back to the capital for many years, this private room was cleaned by a special person every day, and no one else was allowed to use it. Pushing open the door, the furnishings inside are low-key and luxurious, with no ostentation, only restrained comfort and dignity. The air was filled with a light, soothing scent of incense. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of the imperial capital. The dining table in the center of the private room was already filled with steaming hot exquisite dishes. These were all the signature dishes of Platinum Royal Club, and without exception, they were all Subei's favorites. Obviously, when Sube expressed his desire to eat, Shen Xuan had already given orders to the kitchen to prepare it as quickly and as high as possible. And it was placed on the dining table just before they entered. Brother Su, please take a seat. Shen Xuan greeted them warmly and personally pulled out the main seat for Sube. The two sat down. Shen Xuan picked up the decanter and poured a glass of perfectly decanted red wine for Sube and himself. Then he put down the decanter, picked up the serving chopsticks, pointed to the dish in the middle of the table, and said with a smile, Brother Su, try this lobster. It was just delivered this morning and it's super fresh. Subei's eyes fell on the tempting lobster, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I remember this dish. What's it called? Shen Xuan immediately responded with a firm tone, baked lobster with black truffle and cheese. Yes, I remember now. It's baked lobster with black truffle and cheese. Sube nodded suddenly. I haven't eaten this dish for a long time. Let me try it and see if the cooking skills of Boyu Hui have changed. After saying that,
He picked up the silver chopsticks at hand, accurately picked up a piece of plump lobster meat wrapped in rich cheese and black truffle crumbs, and put it into his mouth. He closed his eyes and savored the food. After swallowing the tender and chewy lobster meat, Sube opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad, it still has that familiar taste. When Shinchuan saw Sube's satisfied expression, the tense feeling in his heart relaxed a little, and the smile on his face became more sincere. Sube looked up and glanced at Shinchuan, then raised his chin casually. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and eat with your chopsticks. Okay. Shinchuan responded quickly and picked up his chopsticks. However, during the following meal, Shinchuan was obviously absent-minded. The chopsticks in his hand paused from time to time, his eyes wandered, and he occasionally glanced at Sube, who was eating quietly. His brows were sometimes slightly furrowed, and sometimes relaxed. Because his heart was filled with shock and countless questions about the bloody scene at the door just now. Shinchuan opened his mouth several times, but swallowed the words back. He was afraid that suddenly bringing up this matter would affect Sube's mood for eating. So he ate his meal without any taste, while secretly observing Sube's expression, trying to find a suitable opportunity to speak. Sube ate his food slowly and leisurely, seemingly unaware of Shinchuan's dilemma. However, just as he picked up another piece of salt-baked king crab meat, he raised his eyes inadvertently and glanced at Shinchuan, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Sube put the crab meat into his mouth, chewed it for a few times, then picked up the napkin and gently wiped the corners of his mouth, his movements casual and natural. He didn't go to see Shinchuan immediately. Instead, he picked up the small bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall in front of him, scooped a mouthful with a porcelain spoon, and asked in a calm tone, who was behind this incident tonight? Shinchuan paused while picking up the food, then immediately put down his chopsticks and sat up straighter unconsciously. Sube asked about it, which made him feel relieved. He also knew that Sube had already seen through his thoughts. He cleared his throat and his expression became serious. Brother Su, I think it was done by the Qin family. His tone was very firm. Our Shin and Qin families have been at odds for many years, and the resentment is deep. The Qin family created this farce today, simply to ruin the reputation of our Platinum Royal Association and hit the Shin family's industry. So that their Qin family's Jinshan Pavilion can smoothly take over and replace the Boya Club as the #1 club in the imperial capital. Sube listened quietly, stirring the soup in the bowl unconsciously with the spoon in his hand. He tilted his head slightly and thought for a moment. Then he looked away, his tone confirming, Qin family? Oh, I remember now, it's Qin's family. Yes, it's Qin's family. Shinchuan quickly confirmed. Sube picked up the red wine glass and shook it gently. Looking at the deep red wine in the glass, his tone was calm and collected. Okay, don't worry about this matter, just pretend nothing happened tonight. Shinchuan was stunned when he heard this, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. But Brother Su, Wang Yi and that reporter, after all, they are people sent by the Qin family. They died at the gate of the Platinum Royal Club. I'm afraid the Qin family won't let it go. What if they seize this opportunity to make a big fuss online and incite public opinion? Don't worry, the Qin family won't publicize it. Sube interrupted Shinchuan and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He placed the wine glass back on the table, making a slight clatter. On the contrary, they'll be even more eager to keep the lid on this than you are. They'll use all their power to suppress the news and won't let even a single word of it leak online. Hearing Sube's confident words, Shinchuan finally felt relieved. He knew his childhood friend too well. The fact that Sube could say this meant that the Qin family would definitely not be able to cause any trouble. An indescribable sense of security and gratitude surged in his heart, and the worry on Shinchuan's face instantly disappeared, turning into a relieved smile. He raised his glass and said sincerely, Brother Su, thank you. Sube waved his hand casually, why thank me? It's not a big deal. He picked up his chopsticks again, his eyes fell on the tempting dishes, and said in a relaxed tone, okay, no more talking, just eat well. Okay. Shinchuan responded with a smile on his face, his voice a little lighter. The worries in his heart disappeared, and Shinchuan felt relaxed. He also had a real appetite and began to savor the food in front of him with relish. Halfway through the meal, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. In the end, Shinchuan couldn't suppress his curiosity. He put down his chopsticks, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, using this action to conceal his inner turmoil. He considered it over and over again, looking at Sube with a bit of caution and excitement. Brother Su, that, just now at the door, your gun. Shinchuan paused, as if searching for the most appropriate words to describe it. It seemed to me, it just appeared out of thin air and disappeared all of a sudden?
Chapter 34. Let us serve. Su Bei was eating without any pause. He swallowed the food in his mouth, then looked up at Xinchuan, his tone flat. Oh, that is a spiritual weapon called Shishashura. Su Bei naturally would not mention anything about the system. He thought for a moment and chose the most reliable explanation. The spiritual weapon was given to me by the old man when I came back this time. This reason is very reasonable. Given Su Hashan's status and position, it is normal for him to give Su Bei a spiritual weapon. Then, under Xinchuan's curious and expectant gaze, Su Bei casually waved his right hand in front of him. The Shishashura appeared in his hand so suddenly yet naturally. Su Bei handed the pistol to Xinchuan, motioning him to take it and take a look. Xinchuan carefully stretched out his hands and took the Shishashura. Su Bei introduced the functions and power of Shishashura to Xinchuan. Listening to Su Bei's introduction, Xinchuan lowered his head and carefully looked at the spiritual weapon in his hand, feeling its strange texture. Xinchuan was very shocked. Xinchuan knew very well how rare spiritual weapons were. Even their Xin family, as a first-class wealthy family in the imperial capital, cannot produce a real spiritual weapon. After all, spiritual weapons are too rare and cannot be bought even if you have money. This was the first time for Xinchuan to come into such close contact with, or even touch, a real spiritual weapon with his own hands. He flipped through it carefully, his fingertips gently stroking the smooth and cold lines of the gun, feeling the strange touch. After a while, Xinchuan reluctantly returned Shishashura to Su Bei. Su Bei took the pistol and looked up at Xinchuan. How is it? Do you want to shoot it and try it out? Xinchuan waved his hands quickly, an excited yet restrained smile on his face, his tone full of self-awareness. No, I'm already satisfied just to be able to hold it in my hands and take a closer look at it, and satisfy my desire to touch it. After hearing what Xinchuan said, Su Bei didn't say anything more, but just nodded casually. He flipped the hand holding Shishashura lightly, and the pistol disappeared in an instant like a magic trick. Afterwards, the two chatted about other topics and continued to enjoy the sumptuous dinner. After dinner, Xinchuan led Su Bei out of this exclusive private room. Instead of going to other floors, they went directly to the indoor heated swimming pool area deep inside the same floor to prepare to enjoy tonight's dinner. The two of them walked through a sliding door and the view before them suddenly opened up. A huge indoor heated swimming pool appears before your eyes. Under the carefully designed purple ambient lighting, the water surface radiates a hazy and seductive luster, rendering the entire space with a luxurious and ambiguous feeling of decadence. The swimming pool is very large, much larger than the private swimming pool in the villa in northern Jiangsu. The two quickly changed into comfortable swimming trunks in the locker room. After leaving the locker room, Su Bei walked straight to the edge of the swimming pool, stretched his arms and legs, and raised his chin to Xinchuan, who was still walking slowly behind him. Xinchuan, come down and swim 2 laps with me. Okay, brother Su. Xinchuan responded readily with a relaxed smile on his face. Su Bei took a deep breath and jumped into the water in a smooth posture. His movements were agile and powerful, causing only a few splashes of water. Xinchuan followed closely behind and jumped down with a plop. In the clear and warm pool water, the two people were like two swimming fish, shuttling back and forth in the water. Su Bei is very fast, and his movements are standard and explosive. Xinchuan was not to be outdone. He paddled hard and followed closely behind Su Bei. The purple light ripples in the water, reflecting their agile figures. After swimming back and forth twice, Su Bei stopped first, his face flushed from exercise. He walked up the steps to the shore, picked up the large, soft white towel beside him, and wiped the water droplets off his hair and body while saying to Xinchuan, I didn't expect you to be so busy now. Your swimming speed hasn't slowed down at all, but it's even faster. Xinchuan also came ashore, took another bath towel and wiped his body, grinning at the words, with a bit of self-deprecation and casualness, Brother Su, please stop laughing at me. What am I busy with? It's all just nonsense. If I really count it, I spend more time playing than doing serious work. He dried himself and threw the towel aside casually. Su Bei smiled and said nothing more. He walked to the large recliner and lay down lazily. On the table next to it, a platter of chilled fresh fruits and drinks had already been placed. He casually picked up a piece of cold watermelon and put it into his mouth, saying lightly, serve the food. Xinchuan stood aside, and upon hearing this, a knowing smile immediately appeared on his face, nodding repeatedly, okay, Brother Su. Then he picked up the phone on the armrest of the recliner, unlocked the screen, and sent a short voice message, come out. Shortly after the successful voice message notification tone faded, the door to the women's locker room was gently pushed open. Immediately afterwards, a row of young girls wearing various exquisite and sexy swimsuits came out one after another.
This swimsuit is not a professional swimming style, but a bikini that shows off the figure.
They walked lightly to Su Bei's lounge chair by the swimming pool and lined up neatly in a row.
There are 12 girls in total. These young girls all have fantastic figures and are obviously carefully selected. Their height is basically stable at around 1.65 meters, with a well-proportioned frame and a slim figure. Under the outline of the swimsuit, the plump parts are full, round and straight, and the sizes are kept between CD and C. She is thin where she should be thin, with a slender and soft waist, straight and long legs, and almost perfect proportions. The girl's fair and delicate skin seems to have its own soft light under the purple ambient light, and it looks as if it can be blown away. None of them has any makeup on their face, they are truly natural, yet they reveal the purity and vitality unique to youth.
The girls have very delicate facial features and their skin is fair with a rosy glow, showing pure natural beauty and pure whiteness.
Moreover, they are all between 18 and 20 years old, which is the most beautiful time of their youth.
Although their looks cannot be compared with the beauties like Luo Yunshu and Sui Tong, the gap is not that big.
Each of these girls taken out individually is enough to become the focus of the crowd. The most important thing is that their beauty is not the same as that of internet celebrities, but each has its own characteristics. Some are pure and lovely, some are bright and beautiful like flowers, some have the gentleness of a girl next door, and some reveal a hint of growing charm. Different temperaments, different styles, but when put together, they have only one thing in common: pleasing to the eye.
Chapter 35. Where did you get this 86?
Seeing this row of young and beautiful figures appear, Su Bei, who was originally leaning lazily on the recliner, also sat up slightly.
His scrutinizing gaze slowly swept over each girl from left to right.
Shin Chuan said to the girls, "Call me Su Xiao." The 12 girls moved in unison and bowed deeply in the direction of Su Bei at the same time. This bowing action outlines their graceful figures wrapped in cool swimsuits even more vividly. Her plump breasts jiggled slightly under the thin fabric as she moved. With Su Bei's eyesight and experience, he could basically tell from just this one glance that most of these girls' bodies were pure natural and the possibility of them having had plastic surgery was extremely low.
"Hello, Mr. Su."
The clear and pleasant voices rang out in unison. Shin Chuan turned back with satisfaction, a smile on his face that seemed to be asking for credit, and looked at Su Bei. "Brother Su, how is it? Are you satisfied with the quality of this dish?" Su Bei's gaze still fell on the girls.
He nodded lightly and said calmly, "Not bad." Then, he looked at Shin Chuan, asking earnestly, "Where did they find them?"
"They weren't forced, were they?" Shin Chuan immediately became serious and assured, "Don't worry, Brother Su, this is absolutely voluntary.
These are all college students from the imperial capital University City.
In their respective schools, at the very least, they are department beauties, and many are even campus beauties." He paused for a moment and explained, "There are many universities in the imperial capital, so there are naturally abundant resources of beautiful women. Work-study programs are very common in college. These girls use their own abilities to earn money to pay for their tuition.
I think this is a very honorable thing. We simply provide them with a, well-paid platform.
They all sign up voluntarily and are selected by us after being screened." The platform that Shin Chuan mentioned was established by the Shin family a long time ago. This platform is like a dedicated intermediary, constantly looking for girls of various styles and meeting different needs.
The platform's targets are not limited to university towns.
Qualified high-quality girls in society can also sign up voluntarily. After all, customers like Su Bei with such high requirements are extremely rare, and not everyone is qualified to make such a request. After listening to Shin Chuan's explanation, Su Bei turned his gaze back to the row of girls, as long as they came voluntarily. However, in the moment when his seemingly calm gaze swept over everyone, a barely perceptible blue light quietly flashed in the depths of his eyes.
The corners of his mouth rose slightly, with a hint of understanding and amusement. Then, Su Bei looked at Shin Chuan and asked a core question in a calm tone, "But, are you sure they are all spotless?"
This question made the smile on Shin Chuan's face freeze slightly, and a hint of obvious hesitation flashed in his eyes. In order to meet the standards of northern Jiangsu, he really took great pains and finally settled on the relatively simple environment of the university town. He sent people to conduct background checks on these girls, including whether they had ever had a boyfriend and whether they had been to bars and other places. But Shin Chuan also knew that this kind of investigation had limitations. As to whether it is truly spotless, even the hospital cannot prove it. They can only try their best to screen out the girls who best meet the requirements. Seeing the hesitation and nervousness that could not be concealed on Shin Chuan's face, Su Bei understood. He knew that Shin Chuan had tried his best and understood the difficulties involved, so he would not make things difficult for his childhood friend. Su Bei's gaze returned to the 12 girls and he said, I believe that before you came, the person in charge of the arrangements has already explained my requirements and standards to you.
Of course, some standards are difficult for outsiders to confirm through investigation. Therefore, some of you have developed a lucky mentality, thinking you can get away with it.
Having said that, Su Bei paused for a moment and observed the expressions of the girls.
Then he went on to say, I am a kind person and I am willing to give you a chance. So now, those of you who are not virgins, take a step forward. As soon as the words fell, silence fell by the pool.
Under the purple light, the girls had different expressions. Some had firm eyes and slightly raised chins. Some subconsciously avoided Su Bei's gaze.
Others appear calm, but their slightly pursed lips betray their inner tension.
However, no matter what their expressions were, no one took a step forward. Su Bei looked at the scene where no one came out, shook his head helplessly and sighed.
I've already given you a chance.
His tone was a little cold. Then, for those of you who haven't met the standards and still refuse to step forward, I'm going to give you a small punishment. Su Bei leaned forward slightly, his eyes scanning the girls from left to right, one by one.
Let me see who is lying.
His eyes swept across slowly, carrying an invisible pressure. When his eyes fell on the third girl from the left, he stopped. At this moment, the data fed back by the experience detector was clearly displayed in Su Bei's field of vision, experience value, T86. Su Bei gently hooked his finger at the girl.
The girl's name is Li Qin. She is wearing a light blue, sexy bikini and has a charming look.
When Su Bei suddenly called her name, her body stiffened noticeably, her face instantly lost its color, her eyes were filled with panic and confusion, and she stood there in a daze, not moving.
Shin Chuan was watching anxiously from the side, his face darkening, and he whispered to Li Qin, What are you standing there for? Young Master Su is calling you over, hurry up.
After being yelled at by Shin Chuan, Li Qin finally woke up from her dream. With fear and uneasiness, she lowered her head and walked towards Su Bei's recliner step by step very slowly. She walked to a place about 1 meter in front of Su Bei and stopped, her head lowered, her voice trembling with obvious trembling. Hello, Su.
Su Xiao. Su Bei looked at her like this and chuckled, I'm very happy that you can call me Master Su.
He paused, his voice suddenly turning cold, but Master Su really doesn't like your attitude of lying and not admitting it. Li Qin suddenly raised her head, confusion written all over her face, her voice rising with fear.
Mr. Su? What do you mean?
Su Bei stared straight into Li Qin's panicked eyes and said calmly, Tell me, how many boyfriends have you had?
Li Qin quickly shook her head, No, Mr. Su, I have never had a boyfriend. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, Oh? Then where did you get this 86?
Chapter 36 What you said is not a punishment, it is a reward. Li Qin's heart trembled, and she spoke with forced calmness, What do you mean by 86?
Master Su, I don't understand what you mean.
Although Li Qin pretended not to know the number, she actually understood the meaning of 86 in her heart.
She was a little confused, it's actually so many times? Why don't I have so many impressions? Li Qin was certain that Su Bei was deceiving her. She couldn't even remember there was 86, so how could Su Bei know it so clearly? So she still pretended to be ignorant.
Su Bei's tone became colder and colder, If you don't say it now, you won't have the chance to speak again.
Shin Chuan couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He knew that Su Bei was not joking but an ultimatum. He shouted at the girl, Hurry up and tell me, do you really want to stay here forever? This naked threat broke down Li Qin's psychological defenses.
Although she didn't know Su Bei, she knew Shin Chuan's identity. As one of the 4 young masters of the imperial capital, Shin Chuan's words indicate that he might really die here. Li Qin fell to her knees and pleaded, I really have never had a boyfriend. This might have been done by my best friends. I'm telling the truth, Master Su, Master Shin, please don't kill me.
Hearing this, Su Bei was stunned.
He did not expect this answer. Even Shin Chuan, who was standing beside him, showed a look of surprise.
Su Bei leaned forward slightly, Tell me in detail, what are best friends? Shin Chuan also cast a curious look at Li Qin.
Li Qin felt a chill run down her spine as they stared at her. She hesitated for a moment before speaking haltingly with tears in her eyes, Actually, they're not really close friends, but just a few close friends. The 4 of us have known each other for a long time and have always had a good relationship.
We always go out together. But going out to play costs a lot of money.
My family is not well off and we can't afford it at all, so they helped me pay for it all.
To repay them, every time I go out to play, I will help them. Sube frowned when he heard this and asked, wait a minute, are you for 2 men and 2 women? Li Qin lowered her head even lower, almost burying it in her chest, and hummed a few words in a low voice, I'm the only girl. Hearing this answer, Sube felt so shocked. How could this be a friend? This is clearly the 2 initials of the word friend. He looked at Li Qin with a completely cold look and said with undisguised contempt, so, you are still lying. I said I'd give a small punishment. Sube's voice returned to that cold, smiling tone, tell me, what should I punish you with? Li Qin burst into tears and crawled on the ground, begging, Master Su, I was wrong, please give me another chance. Sube sneered, chance? I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. Okay, enough of that nonsense. Since you didn't say what punishment you want, I'll decide it. He looked around and said, it's quite clean here. It would be a real eyesore if blood came out. How about this? Sube's gaze stayed on the deep water area and pointed there. Go swim 2 laps in the water, and this matter will be over. Li Qin's face turned pale, and she said in panic, but Mr. Su, I can't swim. Sube's smile deepened, I just want you to know how to swim. Do you really think that I asked you to go down just to watch you swim? Li Qin seemed to have seen her own end. She cried heart-wrenchingly and kowtowed desperately in the direction of Sube. Master Su, I don't want money anymore, not a penny. I will serve you for free in the future. Please let me go. Sube shook his head, what you said is not a punishment, that's called a reward. He stood up, his tone of impatience obvious, okay, stop talking nonsense, do you want to jump down by yourself, or should I ask someone to help you? Li Qin continued to cry and beg for mercy, her voice shrill and piercing. Sube frowned in disgust, walked a few steps towards her, and without any mercy, grabbed the fragile straps on the back of her swimsuit with his big hands. Then he pulled her up from the ground as if she were a piece of trash. Then, he raised his arm with force and threw her towards the deep water without mercy. Plop! A huge splash of water suddenly exploded. Li Qin did not lie this time, she really could not swim. She fell into the deep water and struggled frantically in the water. Her terrified cries for help were intermittent, and as she continued to call for help, a large amount of water poured into her mouth. Sube and Xinchuan stood aside as if watching a show, with a slightly playful smile on their lips. The remaining girls on the shore were all terrified when they saw this horrifying scene. Regardless of whether they were innocent or not, Sube's ruthless behavior of turning his back on others and treating human lives as worthless made them feel unprecedented fear. One of the girls was so nervous and her legs were weak that she lost her footing and fell to the ground in a miserable state. Sube's attention was immediately attracted by the movement. When he saw the girl fall, he had the answer in his mind. Then he scanned her with the experience detector and found that the girl's experience value had reached T1, and she was also a liar. Logically speaking, this kind of thing can only happen 0 times in countless times. How come this girl only had 1 chance? Without thinking anymore, Sube walked towards the girl with that gentle yet creepy smile on his face again. He leaned over and gently helped the girl up. Why are you so careless? Are you tired of standing? Come, sit over there for a while. The girl didn't know what Sube was up to, but she didn't refuse, and she didn't dare to refuse. Because the way Sube dealt with Li Qin just now had completely shocked her. She could only let Sube support her as she walked with weak legs towards a white massage bed next to her. Sube asked her to sit down, looked down at her condescendingly, and smiled faintly, what's your name? The girl's teeth were chattering with fear as she stammered, my name is Zhao Yu. Just as Sube was about to continue asking questions, Xinchuan beside him reminded him, Brother Su, the one in the water is not moving, it seems to have sunk. Sube looked back at the calm water and said calmly, pull her out of the water and give her CPR. Don't let her die. Xinchuan simply replied, okay. He waved his hand casually, and one of his men jumped into the water without hesitation and dragged Li Qin ashore with swift movements. Immediately afterwards, under the continuous CPR, Li Qin's body twitched violently several times and a large amount of pool water gushed out of her mouth. Accompanied by violent coughing, she finally recovered her weak breathing, and her eyes opened a slit blankly, and she was considered to have saved her life. Chapter 37 It's time to tell your story. Sube glanced at Li Qin, who was lying on the ground, soaking wet. His eyes were cold and he said calmly, your friends paid for you, and you know how to repay them. Then he raised his hand and pointed at his subordinate who had just performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Li Qin. And this person just saved your life.
He tilted his head slightly, a hint of cold amusement on the corner of his mouth. Tell me, shouldn't you repay him better? As soon as these words were spoken, the subordinate, who had originally had an expressionless face, stiffened almost imperceptibly. He swallowed subconsciously, his Adam's apple rolling. His eyes uncontrollably fell on Li Qin lying on the ground. Although Li Qin had just crawled back from the gates of hell, her face was pale and her hair was wet and stuck to her face. But her body under the swimsuit was still well proportioned, and her face was beautiful even in fear. An indescribable heat instantly rushed to his brain, and even his heart skipped a beat. Li Qin was still immersed in the great fear of dying. The cold and suffocating feeling of despair made her whole body cold and she trembled uncontrollably. She will never forget this feeling in her life, and she never wants to experience it again. Hearing Su Bei's words, her distracted eyes focused with difficulty and she looked at the subordinate who had just performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on her. She knew that Su Bei's words were not a question at all, but an order. It was the way to survive that Su Bei gave her, but it was also another form of punishment and humiliation. She had no choice. Li Qin took a deep breath, suppressed the sob in her throat and the body's instinctive resistance, and used all her strength to make her voice sound less broken. Okay, Mr. Su. Her voice was soft, filled with the weakness of someone who had survived a disaster and the numbness of resignation. Su Bei was not surprised by this answer. He nodded slightly in satisfaction, turned his gaze to the subordinate, and said in a calm tone, "Take her away, find a place for her to repay you well." When the subordinates heard this, their hearts exploded with ecstasy. He tried hard to maintain his outward respect and composure, but a hint of subtle excitement still leaked out of his voice. "Yes, Master Su." He immediately bent down, and with an eager possessiveness in his movements, he picked up the limp Li Qin horizontally. Li Qin's body was as stiff as a piece of wood in his arms, her eyes were tightly closed, and her long eyelashes were trembling violently. The men held her in their arms and left in a hurry. The poolside was dead silent again, with only the faint sound of waves lapping against the pool wall. Su Bei's gaze was fixed on Zhao Yu, who was sitting on the white massage bed with a stiff body and a pale face. The sneer on his lips appeared again. Okay, now they're gone. Now, it's time to tell your story. Zhao Yu's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, and his body trembled uncontrollably. She knew that what was coming could not be avoided. Having witnessed Li Qin's fate with her own eyes, she already knew how terrifying this handsome man in front of her was. If I continue to hope for luck and lie, my fate may be worse than Li Qin's. The strong desire to survive overwhelmed the fear. She suddenly raised her head and met Su Bei's deep gaze, her eyes filled with as much honesty as possible. Zhao Yu didn't hesitate at all. Although his voice trembled with nervousness, he spoke clearly and quickly, fearing that if he was a second late he would lose the opportunity to confess. "Mr. Su, I confess, I only did it once, really only once." Su Bei said calmly, "I know, but I'm curious, why only once?" Zhao Yu forced herself to calm down, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly, revealing the secret that had been buried deep in her heart and that she thought would be buried forever. His name is Wang Ju. We grew up together in the same village. From kindergarten, to elementary school, junior high school, and high school. I've always been in the same school. Even though we're not in the same class sometimes, we always see each other. He's so good to me. When I'm being bullied, he'll rush out to stand in front of me. When I have stomach aches during my period, he'll buy me brown sugar ginger tea. When my grades are slipping, he'll give me extra lessons every night. She paused, her eyes somewhat empty as she stared at the purple light reflected on the surface of the swimming pool. When I was little, I thought he was just taking care of me like a brother. Later, as I grew up, I understood. That wasn't the kindness of a brother towards his sister. It was the kind of kindness a boy shows towards a girl. Although I know all this, I don't want to break that window paper. I think it's fine as it is. Until the night after the college entrance examination, he asked me out as usual, and I agreed immediately. We went out to eat together, watched a late movie, and walked along the river for a long, long time, feeling the breeze and talking about things that had been weighing on our hearts for a long, long time. The atmosphere at that time was so good, that it made me dizzy. Zhao Yu's voice dropped, filled with regret, and then, he confessed his feelings. He said he had liked me since childhood, and asked me if I would be his girlfriend. I looked into his eyes. The surroundings were so quiet, and the wind was so gentle. I was so excited that I nodded. She closed her eyes, as if she could still feel the impulse of that moment. Then, we went to the hotel. I woke up the next morning, looking at him sleeping beside me, and looking out the window at the gray little county town where we grew up.
I regret it. Because I'm sober and I figured it out.
Her tone became hurried, with an anxiousness to distance herself from the matter.
The college entrance examination is over.
I can leave this small, broken county town and go to a university in a big city.
I'll meet better people there.
How could I be tied up and killed here by someone from a small county, a young man who just graduated from high school? That night the atmosphere was just too good. It was impulsive, a side effect of releasing the pressure after the college entrance exam. It wasn't love that was carefully considered at all.
So, when he wakes up, I'll break up with him. I said I haven't made up my mind yet. I was too impulsive last night. I said I want to focus on my studies during my 4 years at university and don't want to have a romantic relationship. I also said.
There was a hint of hypocrisy in Zhao Yu's voice that she herself didn't even notice. I said we could continue to be best friends, and when I graduate from college, maybe I'll give him another chance if he still likes me then. After listening to me, he said nothing and just looked at me with a strange look in his eyes. Then he put on his clothes, turned around and left.
I haven't seen him since then.
I went to his house to look for him, but his parents said he had gone out to work. They didn't know where he had gone. He deleted all my contact information and completely disappeared from my world. Zhao Yu's voice was filled with a hint of genuine grievance and fear at that time.
I was actually very sad and heartbroken. I'm afraid
that when I go to college, I'll never meet someone as nice to me as he is. She took a deep breath and changed the subject, her tone becoming realistic and utilitarian. After I went to college, many people did pursue me. But, among those who pursue me, there are some who come from wealthy families, but there are almost no ones who are really rich and have a strong background.
They're either loading goods or just ordinary students. I feel they're not worthy of me and can't give me the future I want.
She lowered her head slightly. So? I have never explicitly rejected anyone's advances, but
I have never really agreed to anyone either. I don't want to end up on this path. What if I can meet someone better? I'll just drag it on and wait.
Chapter 38, Drowning on the Shore.
Zhao Yu finished his narration with a feeling of grievance and self-defense. Pa pa pa. Su Bei clapped his hands gently.
The applause was slow and clear, with a heart-pounding rhythm.
What an interesting story.
Su Bei's voice had a playful tone, as if he was commenting on the scene.
Actually, you did nothing wrong.
You let him see who you are, which means you let him go early. Before he finished speaking, the fake smile on Su Bei's face disappeared instantly, replaced by undisguised contempt.
But, to be honest.
His voice suddenly rose, carrying a biting chill.
After hearing what you said, I think you are even more disgusting than the person just now.
At least she knows how to repay a favor, even if her way of doing so is a little peculiar.
But what about you? You think one sex will undo his kindness to you for more than 10 years?
This merciless rebuke hit Zhao Yu hard, and the huge sense of humiliation made her tremble all over.
The strong sense of grievance and unwillingness overwhelmed the fear.
She raised her head suddenly, tears in her eyes, and retorted in a sharp voice, I just want a better life, what's wrong with me? People strive for higher ground, and water flows to lower places.
Is it wrong to pursue a better future?
She seemed to have found a reason to fight back, her tone tinged with self-righteous accusation. Besides, he doesn't really like me.
If he really loved me, why would he leave me just because of what I said? Why would he give up so easily? This shows that he.
Before Zhao Yu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Bei.
This time it was really interrupted.
A crisp slap sounded, and Su Bei's right hand slapped Zhao Yu's face without reservation. Zhao Yu was blown off the massage bed without any resistance. She didn't even have time to scream before she fell heavily to the hard ground. Blood flowed out of her mouth and nose, splashing glaring red spots on the ground. Half of his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing extremely clear 5 fingerprints. Her ears were buzzing and her mind was blank, leaving only the burning pain on her face. Su Bei quickly walked up to Zhao Yu, who was lying on the ground. He bent down without hesitation, grabbed Zhao Yu's messy long hair, and pulled it up roughly.
Ugh!
The intense tearing sensation on his scalp made Zhao Yu let out a shrill scream. He was forcibly pulled up from the ground and forced to look up. Her disheveled face was completely exposed to Su Bei's sight. Su Bei looked at the face stained with blood, and suddenly forced a smile, his tone a little teasing. Oh, it's bleeding. His gaze did not shift, and he raised his voice and said to Shin Xuan, Oh, Shin Xuan, I accidentally made such a clean place of yours dirty. Xin Chuan immediately put on a smile and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, Brother Su, I'll just have someone clean it up later."
Su Bei did not respond to Xin Chuan.
There was no mercy in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Yu, only deep disgust. The story is over, so now the punishment begins. When Zhao Yu heard the word punishment, the scene of Li Qin being thrown into the water immediately flashed through his confused mind. A secret hope rose in her heart. Fortunately, I can swim. I just need to pretend to be drowning for a while. However, Su Bei's next words instantly shattered her fantasy.
Since you're bleeding, don't go in the water. We can't pollute the entire pool with your dirty blood.
Su Bei's mouth curled up in a cruel arc. He grabbed Zhao Yu's hair, dragged her effortlessly back to the white massage bed, and then threw her hard. Zhao Yu's limp body fell heavily on the massage bed, and she twitched in pain again. Su Bei casually waved his hands to the two men beside him. "You two come here and hold her hands and feet."
Yes.
The two men immediately stepped forward quickly and came to the two sides of the massage bed with precision. One person held Zhao Yu's arms firmly, while the other held her legs down. The enormous force made her completely unable to move, and she could only twist in vain. Su Bei didn't look at her again, but just ordered another subordinate next to him, "Bring a towel over and get a bucket of water."
The men quickly complied.
Soon, a thick towel and a bucket of cold water were placed next to the massage bed. Su Bei picked up the towel and soaked it in cold water. He looked at Zhao Yu's eyes widened in fear, with a cruel smile that was almost joyful on his face.
"It's a shame we can't go into the water."
He spoke slowly, and at the same time, covered Zhao Yu's face tightly with the wet, cold towel. "Then let you stay on the shore and experience the feeling of swimming." Before he finished speaking, he scooped up a bucket of water with a ladle and continuously poured it on the wet towel on Zhao Yu's face. Zhao Yu's eyes widened instantly, filled with extreme fear. The cold, wet towel was pressed tightly against her mouth and nose, cutting off all air. The cold water poured mercilessly into the towel and seeped into her mouth and nose.
Asphyxia.
Driven by instinct, Zhao Yu's body struggled, twisted, and twitched frantically.
Her lungs felt like they were about to explode, madly craving for oxygen.
But every breath she took was in vain, as she only inhaled the icy liquid. The cold water choked into the trachea, bringing tearing pain and deeper despair. She felt like she was being drowned, right here on this cold massage bed.
Chapter 39. The sports car you are reluctant to drive, others use it to run Didi.
The struggle was slowly draining her of strength, and every futile breath brought her one step closer to death.
Time seemed to be stretched to infinity.
Her struggles became weaker and weaker, and her body twitching became less and less severe. Finally, under the extreme torture of suffocation, Zhao Yu stopped all struggles and lay motionless.
Su Bei stopped watering.
He reached out and pulled away the wet and heavy towel from Zhao Yu's face. Under the towel was a pale face. Zhao Yu's lips were purple, his eyes were tightly closed, and there was a mixture of water and bloodstains on the wings of his nose and the corners of his mouth.
"Wake her up." Su Bei threw the towel into the bucket and gave instructions in a cold tone.
The two men immediately loosened their grip, and one of them grabbed one of Zhao Yu's arms and dragged her to the ground. Under the rough pressure, Zhao Yu coughed violently and finally woke up. But her eyes were dazed, filled with great fear and weakness after surviving the disaster.
"Woke up?"
Su Bei's voice was calm and even. "Now there are two paths for you to choose. First, just like before, repay the two brothers who just saved you." He paused, then continued. "Second, let them both beat you up and then throw you out of the Platinum Royal Club like trash. From now on, don't even think about setting foot in any high-end places in the imperial capital." Zhao Yu lay weakly on the ground, his whole body wet and cold, his cheeks and scalp still burning with pain, his lungs felt like they were burned by fire, and every breath was painful. She looked at Su Bei's cold eyes, and then looked at the two expressionless strong men beside her. The severe physical pain and great mental fear instantly crushed all her self-esteem and calculations.
Is it fun? Or is it painful? The answer is self-evident.
She closed her eyes, tears of humiliation mixed with blood slid down her cheeks. Using all her remaining strength, she squeezed out 3 words from her throat. "I choose one."
"Good."
After Su Bei finished speaking, he casually waved his hands to the two men beside him and said, "Take the person away."
"Yes."
The two men responded immediately, and swiftly lifted up the soaked Zhao Yu from the ground and left.
The remaining girls were pale and trembling slightly, fearing that they would be the next.
Su Bei's eyes swept over the remaining 10 girls again and found 2 more girls who were lying. One of the girls has an experience value of T32, while the other girl has an experience value of T9. In the following time, Sube punished the two lying girls in different ways. Screams, whimpers, and pleas for mercy briefly broke the tranquility of the swimming pool, but were quickly suppressed by the cold treatment. Eventually, the two devastated girls were also taken away. After dealing with all this, Sube clapped his hands and put that cynical smile back on his face. Okay, I wasted a lot of time, but the garbage has finally been cleaned up. Next. His eyes swept across the remaining 8 young but fearful faces. Now we can have some fun. He glanced at his watch and saw that it was indeed getting late and it was time to get down to business. But how to choose from the remaining 8 girls? Soon, Sube came up with an interesting idea. Sube raised his chin and pointed to the shallow end of the pool. Everyone get in the water, stand at the back, and let's play a little game. The girls were a little scared and didn't know what Sube was going to do, but they didn't dare to disobey. So they had no choice but to move and slide into the water carefully. The cool pool water wrapped around their bodies, slightly relaxing their tense nerves. The water level just reached their chests. Their thin swimsuits were soaked in water and clung to their skin, outlining their youthful and graceful curves, which were faintly visible in the dim light. Sube gestured to the men beside him. Soon, several plastic circles the size of hula hoops were brought over. Sube picked up a ring, weighed it in his hand, and gave a gentle smile to the girls in the water. This game is called ring toss. Next, I will turn around and face away from you. And then. He raised the hoop in his hand and said, I will throw this hoop backwards. Whoever it falls on will be the lucky one tonight. Xinchuan laughed and said, Brother Su, you really know how to play. This method is both fair and exciting. Sube glanced at him, and the smile on his face deepened. Learn from this, and when we play in the future, we must also do something new. Xinchuan smiled and nodded repeatedly, his attitude respectful. Yes, Brother Su is right, I have opened my eyes today. Sube stopped replying to Xinchuan and looked at the 8 girls in the water. Okay, no more words, the game is about to begin. Sube turned around and faced the swimming pool. The 8 girls quickly dispersed in the water, each looking for a position that they thought was safe or lucky. They stared at the circle in Sube's hand, their palms sweating with nervousness. Hearing that the 8 girls stopped moving, Sube casually raised his arm holding the ring and threw it behind him. The hula hoop drew an arc and flew to the center of the pool. Ah! The girls in the water screamed and subconsciously wanted to rush forward. They moved awkwardly, splashing water everywhere. These goddesses who are the white moonlight in the eyes of countless boys in college are now like a group of geese, waiting to be trapped. The difference between them and the geese is that the geese are hiding from the circle, while they are trying to grab the circle. It's like, the sports car you don't want to drive is used by others to drive Didi. However, the circle fell a little off and landed on the water a little distance away from all the girls. Sube turned around and saw that he didn't hit the target, so he turned his head back again. He picked up the second ring and threw it back. This time, the girls reacted faster and almost simultaneously pounced towards the direction of the flying circle, causing chaos on the water surface. Unfortunately, the circle brushed past a girl's shoulder and fell into the water, and no one was caught again. Until the third circle. This time, the circle spun and fell straight in one direction. Ah! A cry of surprise and disbelief was heard. I saw the ring firmly put on a girl and stuck on her plump chest. Sube slowly turned around and looked at the girl in the quilt. The girl was wearing a pure white bikini, which was simple in style but showed off her plump and attractive curves. Her skin looks particularly fair and delicate under the purple light, and her small face is a typical sweet style. She was very excited at this moment, her eyes were wide open. She looked at Sube who was watching her on the shore, and a smile full of sincerity and longing appeared on her face. It seems like I have already seen my beautiful future life. Sube gently hooked his finger at her. The girl took a deep breath, suppressed her pounding heart, slowly pushed away the water, and walked towards the shore. She came ashore, all wet, and stood in front of Sube nervously, with her head slightly lowered, but she couldn't help but look up at him. Sube picked up a dry and soft bath towel next to him and casually draped it over the girl's smooth shoulders. May I have your name? Sube asked, his voice much softer than before. The girl raised her head, a bright smile on her sweet face, and said in a clear voice, Mr. Su, my name is Li Yi, you can call me Xiao Yi. Sube nodded, with a slight smile on his face. Xiao Yi, congratulations, but there will be a long battle ahead, are you ready? Chapter 40. Let me also experience Su Gue's life. Li Yi nodded quickly. Master Su, I'm ready. Sube smiled faintly. Okay, then come with me. After saying that, Sube naturally reached out and put his arm around Li Yi's slender waist, and took her straight to the room next to the private swimming pool.
Shin Chuan smiled and waved from behind, "Brother Su, have fun." Sube didn't look back, but just waved his hand casually.
Shin Chuan watched Sube and Li Yi disappear behind the door, then turned around and looked at the 7 remaining girls in the water with an imitative excitement on his face.
He imitated Sube's accent and said jokingly, "What about you? Don't be discouraged, there is still one chance."
As he spoke, he picked up the remaining hula hoops with great interest, thinking to himself, "Let me also experience Su Ji's life." Shin Chuan turned around, with his back to the swimming pool, and imitated Sube's movements, throwing the ring backwards. Once it missed, twice no one was there, and 3 times it just missed. The 4th time, it was finally put on a tall girl with a domineering temperament. She was wearing a light blue swimsuit, with a hint of coldness in her expression.
Shin Chuan looked back and nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, it's you."
He also imitated Sube and white-lipped at the girl. The girl walked out of the swimming pool silently. Shin Chuan also took a bath towel and handed it to her, then took her to another prepared room. The remaining 6 girls looked at each other at the empty swimming pool, their eyes filled with loss and unwillingness. Soon, a waiter came forward and looked at the 6 girls in the water with an expressionless face.
"Change your clothes, go to the front desk to collect your money, then leave on your own and wait for the next notification."
The girls dragged their tired and disappointed bodies and walked silently towards the locker room.
Tonight's chance is completely over for them. In a room in the Jinxian Pavilion,
a young man wrapped in a bath towel walked out of the bathroom, his greedy eyes fixed on the bed. At this moment, a plump woman wearing purple sexy pajamas was lying on the bed with a charming and seductive posture. The woman smiled when she saw him, and said in a delicate voice, "Mr. Chin, you're finally done washing. I was waiting so long that my body was itchy." Chin he walked over slowly, a smile on his face. "Is it the itch on your body or your heart?" He took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. He stretched out his big hand and pulled the woman up. The woman was tugged by him and her body swayed, but she was not annoyed. Instead, she raised her hand and patted his bare chest lightly, saying angrily, "You are so annoying.
"You are hurting me."
Chin he grabbed her rebellious hand, leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice with a smirk, and said, "Does it hurt now?
It will hurt even more later." The woman pulled her hand back, her fingertips tracing his chest again, her eyes full of obvious teasing. "Oh? Really? Are you sure you can last more than 2 minutes this time?"
Chin he straightened his back, his tone full of confidence. "Of course. I recently found a miracle doctor and took Chinese medicine for a week.
Now I feel full of strength."
The woman raised her eyebrows slightly, showing interest.
"Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it." Chin's eyes lit up, and he said impatiently, "Of course it's true. You'll know when you try it."
Before he finished speaking, he used both hands to push the woman down onto the soft bed. He reached out and pulled the towel around his waist. Just then, a shrill cell phone ring suddenly rang.
Chin's high spirits were instantly extinguished. He tooted impatiently, frowning, and got out of bed. He grabbed the phone on the bedside table and yelled, "What the hell?"
The voice on the other end of the phone was anxious and panicked. "Mr. Chin, it's over."
Chin he immediately flew into a rage and roared into the phone, "You're the one who's finished." The other party's voice trembled even more. "No, it's Wang Xiao's side, Wang Xiao."
Chin he's heart tightened, and he barely suppressed his anger.
He asked in a deep voice, "Wangi? What happened to him? Was the plan successful?" The other party, "No. Chin he asked, "Where's the camera? It didn't capture anything?"
The other party said with fear, It's not that we didn't take the photo, it's that Wang Xiao and the reporter are both dead."
Chin he's pupils shrank suddenly, and he blurted out, "What? They're all dead? Damn it, Shin Chuan, that kid dares to kill someone in the street? Okay, fine.
This time, I'm going to make the Shin family completely disgraceful."
The other party quickly interrupted him, "No. It wasn't Mr. Shin, he didn't kill him." Chin he's patience was completely exhausted, and he roared into the microphone, "Can you please just let out a fart for once? Who is it? Tell me."
The other party seemed to be frightened, and with extreme fear in his voice, he squeezed out a name. It's Su Xiao." Chin he didn't react for a moment, and without thinking, he cursed, "Mad, where did Su Xiao come from?
How dare you touch my people? You must be tired of living."
Just after he finished cursing, a name flashed through his mind and his heart skipped a beat. His voice suddenly changed, with a look of disbelief and doubt. "Su.
Young Master Su? Are you talking about Su Bei? A desperate affirmation came from the other end of the phone. Yes, it's him. Hearing this, Jinhee's mind went blank and his face turned pale in an instant.
His fingers holding the phone softened and the phone fell to the ground.
The person on the other end of the phone was still calling out, "Hello? Mr. Chin? Hello? Are you still listening? Hello?"
The woman on the bed was stunned by this sudden change. She sat up, leaned over tentatively, and reached out to put her arms around Jinhee's stiff arms, pressing her body against him, her voice still soft and charming.
"Mr. Chin? What's going on? Who's calling?"
Jinhee woke up suddenly, and an uncontrollable rage rushed to his head. He shook off the woman's arm and pushed her away fiercely, roaring, "Get out of here! Brothers, please read the first 80 chapters.
If you don't like it, come and scold me." Chapter 41. How did you feel about Su Xiao last night?
The woman was caught off guard and was pushed by him, staggering and almost falling off the bed. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she looked at him in horror, unable to say a word. Only then did Jinhee realize that he had overreacted. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to suppress the fear and anger in his heart. He bent down and picked up the phone on the ground. Without even looking at the woman, he said hurriedly and perfunctorily, "I have something urgent to do.
I'm leaving now. We'll talk next time."
After saying that, he quickly grabbed the clothes scattered on the sofa and put them on in a hurry. Without even having time to adjust his collar, he rushed out of the room without looking back. The door slammed shut.
The woman was the only one left in the room.
She rubbed her arm that was hurt by the push and sat blankly on the messy bed. After several seconds, she glanced at the closed door, curled her lips, rolled her eyes, snorted, and said to herself, "TSK, I might as well not take that Chinese medicine.
This time I didn't even have 2 minutes. What a waste." Su Bei took Li Yi into the room next to the indoor heated swimming pool.
Su Bei locked the door behind him.
The interior of the room is luxurious and private. The light is a carefully modulated warm yellow, which is neither glaring nor bright enough.
The air was filled with the faint scent of high-end aromatherapy. In the center of the room, a large bed is particularly eye-catching. Su Bei walked straight to the wine cabinet in the corner, opened the door, picked out a bottle of red wine from the dazzling array of bottles, and took out 2 high-heeled glasses. He pulled out the cork and slowly poured the deep red wine into the glass. At this time, Li Yi was standing not far from the door, looking a little helpless.
Although the moment she was covered with the quilt, the huge surprise and excitement almost overwhelmed her mind.
But when she really entered this space where there was only her and Su Bei, and faced the big bed, she felt a real sense of tension and confusion. She thought Su Bei would take the initiative to talk to her or express something. But he just went to pour the wine and left her aside. She could only stand there a little stiffly, looking around the room with a somewhat vague gaze, but not daring to look directly at the bed. Su Bei turned and walked towards her with 2 glasses of red wine. His eyes fell on her, and he noticed that she was still wrapped in the towel, so he said calmly, "You can take the towel off."
Li Yi quickly responded, "Oh, okay."
She quickly loosened her grip, letting the towel slide from her shoulders and fall into a pile at her feet.
The pure white bikini was completely exposed in an instant.
Su Bei handed her one of the glasses of red wine. "Have a drink to warm yourself up."
"Thank you, Mr. Su." Li Yi took the wine glass, feeling a little nervous and thinking about acting more submissive.
Without much hesitation, she tilted her head back and drank all the red wine in the glass in one breath. After drinking, she felt a burning sensation in her throat and a slight heat in her cheeks, and she clutched the empty wineglass tightly in her hand. Su Bei was a little surprised by her sincere behavior. He said nothing, took his glass of wine, walked to the bed, sat down, and took a sip casually. His eyes fell on Li Yi, sweeping from her flushed cheeks to her curves wrapped in the white swimsuit.
"White suits you very well." Li Ye's heartbeat quickened.
She lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Su." Su Bei's gaze made her feel nervous and vaguely expectant. Su Bei took another sip of the red wine in the glass, as if he felt that the time was almost up. He casually placed his unfinished glass of wine on the bedside table, then took the glass from Li Ye's hand and placed it on the table as well. Then, before Li Yi could react, Su Bei stood up and walked in front of her. He stretched out his long arms and picked up Li Yi by the waist.
"Ah!" Li Yi let out a scream and her body instantly flew into the air.
She subconsciously hugged Su Bei tightly. Su Bei ignored her exclamation, carried her a few steps to the big bed, and gently laid her down on the soft and wide bed.
Li Yi sank into the soft mattress. She looked at Su Bei standing beside the bed and felt a strong sense of oppression and a premonition of what was about to happen. Then, the premonition became reality, and a regular and fast-paced rhythmic sound was heard in the room. This rhythm lasted for 4 or 5 hours. At the same time, the voice of the system continued to come into Su Bei's mind. That was the luck value sent by Lin Yan, who was far away in Dongshan Detention Center. Lin Yan is currently experiencing something similar to Su Bei, except that they are playing different roles. One is active, the other is passive, one is conscious, the other is unconscious. But no matter what, blood was shed. Early morning. Su Bei woke up and found that Li Yi beside him had woken up a long time ago. It turned out that she didn't sleep for long that night. After finishing her work last night, the pain made it difficult for her to fall asleep. Later, I was so sleepy that I barely fell asleep, but was soon woken up by the pain. However, after she woke up, she didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of waking up Su Bei. Li Yi was really afraid of Su Bei, and there was only one evaluation in his mind: too brutal, too powerful. Now that Su Bei has woken up, Li Yi can finally take the generous gift money and leave here. After getting Su Bei's tacit consent, she slowly sat up, moved off the bed with some stiff movements, staggered towards the locker room with weak legs, and changed into the short-sleeved shirt and shorts she wore when she came. Looking at the obvious bruises on her knees, she frowned, feeling a little regretful. I should have worn long pants when I came here. Now these shorts can't cover the marks on my knees at all. If my roommates see them when I get home, they will definitely gossip about me. However, this worry was quickly put aside. She took out her cell phone to check her bank card balance and found that the number had jumped from a pitiful 3 digits to 6 digits. This huge fortune did not fall from thin air, it was her hard-earned money. Just as she was staring at the screen of her mobile phone, immersed in the joy of suddenly becoming rich, a girl in a light blue swimsuit pushed the door and walked into the locker room. It was the girl that Shin Chuan had tricked last night. The girl smiled and greeted Li Yi happily. Li Yi. The girl and Li Yi met on the way here after being notified to come tonight. Since their universities were right next to each other, Boy has sent a car to pick up the 3 girls from the 2 schools. However, the other girl was not as lucky as them and could only leave Platinum Club with only 1,000 yuan. Li Yi looked at her in surprise. Why are you here? Didn't you leave last night? The girl replied, everyone else has left, and I was left alone by Mr. Shin. Li Yi forced a smile. Congratulations. The girl smiled and replied, congratulations. By the way. She moved closer, with a bit of curiosity and gossip. How was it with Su Xiao last night? Chapter 42. I'm going to play a joke on you too, how about that? Li Yi sighed tiredly and rubbed his aching waist. Oh, don't mention it, it hurts and I'm tired. The girl looked confused and said, how could that be? I don't feel tired at all. Except for the initial pain, it felt pretty good afterwards. Li Yi shrugged helplessly. Maybe, people's physiques are different. The girl nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, she noticed the obvious bruises on Li Ye's knees and asked in surprise, Xiaoyi, what's wrong with your knees? How did they become like this? Li Yi looked down at his knees and said helplessly, I knelt for almost 2 hours and woke up like this. The girl instantly understood what it meant to kneel, and a hint of surprise and understanding flashed across her face. She eagerly asked, wait, how long did you play last night? Li Yi replied tiredly, more than 4 hours, didn't you? The girl suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Li Yi said he felt pain and tired. It is true that people have different physiques, but the people I'm referring to here are men. The girl had a complicated look on her face, and said a little embarrassedly, no. We played for about half an hour, and then, went to bed. After hearing this, Li Yi was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to understand something. She rubbed her aching knee and murmured with emotion, oh, it turns out that not every man is as powerful as Su Xiao. Brothers, I will soon be playing a prank on Lin Yan and then killing him. It will definitely be fun and hilarious. If it doesn't look good, come and criticize me. I won fight back. After Su Bei finished washing up and had breakfast at Boyu Club, he returned to Xianshu Villa. He planned to say hello to his grandfather Su Hushan first, and then set off back to Dongshan. After all, he had 2 girlfriends waiting for him at home. When he walked into the reception room, Su Bei discovered that there were 2 uninvited guests in the room. When one of the middle-aged men saw Su Bei walk in, he immediately stood up from his seat, put on a slightly respectful smile on his face and said, Nephew Su is back. He then gave a look to the young man beside him. The young man also hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully to Su Bei, saying, Young Master Su. Sube just glanced at the two of them indifferently and did not respond.
He recognized these two people. They were Qin Shou, the head of the Qin family, and his son Qin He. He walked straight to Su Hashan, who was sitting in the main seat, with a smile on his face. "Good morning, Grandpa."
Su Hashan nodded with a smile. "Well, did you go to the Platinum Royal Club with the Shin family kid last night?"
Sube: "Yes, it's a rare opportunity to return to the capital, so I went to relax for a while."
Su Hashan: "Yes, please sit down." Sube sat down.
The grandfather and grandson were chatting as if no one was around, as if they didn't notice the Qin father and son standing in the distance. The Qin family father and son sat back in their seats slightly awkwardly. After a moment, Su Hashan remembered that there were other people around, and said to Sube, "Oh, by the way, Xiaobei, let me introduce you. This is Qin Shou, the head of the Qin family.
Next to him is his son Qin He. They came here specially this morning to look for you."
The Qin father and son, who were named, immediately gave Sube a flattering smile and nodded repeatedly in greeting.
Sube didn't even raise his eyelids and said nonchalantly, "You came to the villa so early in the morning? Are you short of money at home and want to have a meal at Xianshu Villa?" Upon hearing this, Su Hashan deliberately frowned and scolded him. "Xiaobei, how can you say that? How can the Qin family not even afford breakfast?"
He paused, then changed the subject, his tone tinged with joking.
"Besides, even if you really can't afford to eat, you can't come to my Xianshu Villa to eat. Do you think we are a charity porridge shop?" The smiles on the Qin family's father and son's faces froze instantly, their embarrassment became even stronger, and their facial muscles twitched slightly. But they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction.
After all, Su Hashan had an extraordinary status in Longhua and ranked among the top 3.
The gap between the two sides was like heaven and earth.
The two could only force an awkward smile and pretend that Su Hashan was just joking. Sube turned his gaze towards the Qin family father and son, his tone still calm. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Qin Shou spoke quickly, forcing a sincere expression on his face. "This is what's going on, nephew Su. I heard that Wang Yi, that blind fellow, dared to bring reporters to the Platinum Royal Club last night to cause trouble, and even offended you, nephew. I was worried that my nephew might misunderstand that Wang Yi had some special relationship with our Qin family, so I brought here early this morning to apologize to you." After saying that, he winked at Qin He vigorously. Qin He understood and quickly replied, his tone deliberately distancing himself. "Yes, Mr. Su, Wang Yi and I only had dinner together a few times before, and we only talked about business matters related to company cooperation.
I've never been friends with him. We're not even close at all.
I had no idea about the awful things he did last night, and it really had nothing to do with me.
Please don't misunderstand me, Mr. Su." Sube picked up the teacup beside him, blew on it gently, and without even raising his eyelids, asked calmly, "Oh? Since it has nothing to do with you, then why are you apologizing?"
The Qin family father and son were suddenly speechless. They looked at each other, not knowing how to respond for a moment. After all, Qin Shou was an old fellow who had been around for many years, and he quickly calmed down. He put on a flattering smile and spoke in a very sincere tone. "Nephew Su has misunderstood. We came to apologize mainly to express our Qin family's seriousness in this matter.
Wang Yi's behavior last night was truly despicable.
Although our Qin family has some minor business dealings with the Wang family, we absolutely do not approve of this behavior. Both our Su and Qin families are first-class families in the imperial capital, and we have always had a good relationship.
We absolutely cannot allow outsiders to sow discord between us, so..."
"Stop." Sube interrupted him coldly, with obvious impatience in his eyes. "Our two families don't speak the same language, so forget about trying to get close to each other." Qin Shou's smile froze on his face, and the words he had prepared were blocked, and his expression was a little embarrassed. Qin He, who was standing next to him, was anxious when he saw his father was embarrassed. In a fit of anger, he forced a smile to try to ease the atmosphere.
Yes, what Su Xiao said is true. Actually, what happened last night was just a misunderstanding. That bastard Wang Yi was completely out of his mind and made an inappropriate joke. Please don't take it seriously."
"Joke?" Sube snorted coldly and slowly stood up from his seat. He took a step forward and walked slowly towards Qin He. When he was one step away from Qin He, Sube stopped. Then he suddenly raised his right hand and slapped Qin He hard in the face with his backhand. The slap was extremely powerful and brought with it a strong wind. Qin He was knocked to the side and hit the ground hard. The left half of his face swelled up instantly, a cut appeared at the corner of his mouth, and blood immediately gushed out. The severe pain and dizziness made his vision black and his ears buzz.
Sube stood there and waved his hands casually. He looked down at Shinhee, whose face was covered in blood, with a playful smile on his lips. How about I play a joke on you too? Brothers, the next few chapters may be a little boring, but it is difficult to change. If you don't like it, you can skip it. It will be more exciting later. Please trust the author. If you don't find it funny after 60 or 70 chapters, you can scold the author. You must persevere. Chapter 43: The Lonely Chin Family. Father and son. Shinhee endured the severe pain and squeezed out a broken and flattering voice from his throat. Okay. Mr. Su, this joke is well made. Shinsho felt very angry and distressed when he saw his son being beaten like this. He usually doted on this son so much that he was reluctant to even touch him, but now he was beaten by an outsider. But he didn't dare say anything more. He gritted his teeth, swallowed back the angry words he wanted to say, and froze in place, not daring to move. Shinhee gasped and squirmed in pain on the ground for a long time before he barely supported his upper body with his trembling arms, and then stood up shakily. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, lowered his head, and never dared to look at Sube again. Sube didn't even bother to glance at the father and son. He straightened his slightly messy cuffs, then turned to Su Hashan, who was sitting in the main seat, and his tone instantly returned to its usual calmness. Grandpa, now that the affairs of the imperial capital are settled, I am going back to Dongshan. He casually glanced at the Chin family father and son, and added, as for them, you can handle it. I'm leaving first and will come to see you next time. Su Hashan smiled gently and nodded gently. Okay, go ahead. Sube turned around and walked straight out of the reception room without even looking back. It was not until Sube left that the suffocating feeling of oppression in the hall was slightly relieved. Su Hashan acted as if nothing had happened just now. He slowly picked up the purple clay teapot and poured himself a refill of tea. Only then did he look up at the Chin father and son, with a gentle smile like an elder on his face. Please sit down, don't stand. The Chin family father and son nodded slightly to Su Hashan and slowly sat down. Su Hashan's tone was calm, as if he was chatting casually. Young people are hot-tempered, and it's normal to have some conflicts. He picked up the teacup, took a sip, put it down, and looked at Shinsho. His tone remained unchanged. However, since the incident has happened, there must be an explanation. Shinsho, don't you think? Shinsho's heart sank to the bottom, knowing that serious matters were about to begin. He suppressed his grief, his voice hoarse and dry. Yes, Mr. Su is right. Everything is entirely up to you. The Chin family will not say anything. Su Hashan nodded, took a sip of tea, and put down the cup. I heard that the mayor of Qinghua district is going to retire. That place is a treasure trove. Its economic strength is among the best in the capital, with many high-tech enterprises and a very good development momentum. It is a key area for the future development of the capital. To be honest, I'm not entirely confident in handing over such an important position to someone else. Shinsho had no idea what Su Hashan was up to, and was filled with confusion, but he could only manage a smile that was uglier than crying, and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what Mr. Su said. Su Hashan looked at Shinsho, as if asking for advice. Do you have any suitable candidates? Shinsho quickly shook his head, his smile stiff. Old Su, I can't think of it either. Su Hashan seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh, I remember your family's Jin Pavilion. Shinsho quickly replied, it's the Jinxiang Pavilion. Su Hashan suddenly realized, yes, Jinxiang Pavilion. Isn't your Jinxiang Pavilion in Qinghua district? His tone became casual. How about you find someone from your Qin family to be the district chief? Shinsho heard this and quickly waved his hands, his face filled with fear. Old Su, this won't work. Here is too young and incomprehensible. He is simply not qualified for this position. Su Hashan laughed heartily. Shinsho, you really know how to joke. His eyes were filled with a hint of teasing. When did I say that I wanted Xiaohe to be the district chief? Shinsho was stunned, the panic on his face turned into confusion. Mr. Su, then what do you mean? Su Hashan's smile remained unchanged, but his gaze grew sharper. I think Qin Lao-san is quite capable. He's a steady person and works diligently. So I think it would be most appropriate to let Qin Lao-san be the district chief. When Shinsho heard this, his face instantly turned as pale as paper. He completely understood Su Hashan's intention. Qin Lao-san is Shinsho's third brother and also a member of parliament. The reason why the Qin family is among the four major families in the imperial capital is precisely because the Qin family firmly occupies 2 seats in Congress and has a significant voice. Now Su Hashan actually wants to take away Qin Lao-san's status as a member of parliament, which is tantamount to cutting off an arm of the Qin family. The Su family is blatantly weakening the Qin family's power. Qinsho still wanted to fight for it, old Su, but the third brother is a member of Congress. It's not appropriate for him to be the district chief. Su Hashan's smile remained gentle, but his tone was unquestionable. What's inappropriate about this? Wouldn't it be better for him to resign as a counselor? He leaned forward slightly, his tone becoming more earnest. Go to Qinghua district and be the district chief. Focus on the economy and push development to a higher level. This is what it means to truly do practical work and contribute to the imperial capital and the Dragon Nation. With his ability, plus your Qin family's foundation in Qinghua district. Su Hashan glanced at Qinsho meaningfully and said, in that position, he will definitely achieve great things. This is a rare opportunity for his personal future and the future development of your Qin family. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes calm but filled with invisible pressure. Qinsho, tell me, isn't this the truth? Seeing Su Hashan so determined, Qinsho froze. There was no color on his face and his lips were trembling. He wanted to say something but couldn't utter a single word. Qinsho looked at his son whose face was covered in blood, and then looked at Su Hashan who was sitting firmly in the main seat. A huge feeling of despair enveloped him. Reject? He didn't even dare to think about it. The Qin family could not bear the anger of the Su family. If he refuses, Su Hashan will be furious and it will probably not just be a simple loss of a member of parliament. By then, Qinsho's position as a member of parliament, and even the entire Qin family, may be ruined. In the end, Qinsho seemed to have lost all his strength, and he collapsed in the chair, looking much older in an instant. He nodded with difficulty and said bitterly, Old Su is very thoughtful. This arrangement is very good. I thank Old Su on behalf of the third brother. I will go back and ask him to prepare to take office. Su Hashan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Good, very good. Okay, now that everything has been resolved, you can go back quickly. He waved his hand, his tone relaxed and casual. Your Qin family is busy with business and has a large family business, so don't waste your time here with an old man like me. Qinsho's eyes were empty and he nodded in a trance. Like a puppet, he struggled to stand up stiffly along with the equally distraught Qinhe. The two bowed deeply to Su Hashan, their movements filled with hesitation and heaviness. Then, we will take our leave first. After saying this, Qinsho turned around, his steps unsteady. The huge blow made him completely mentally collapse. He stumbled as soon as he took a step, and his body suddenly fell forward, almost falling to the ground. Although Qinhe, who was standing next to him, felt severe pain on his cheek, he subconsciously reached out to support his father's shaky body. The father and son supported each other and walked unsteadily, step by step, slowly out of the reception room of Xianshu Villa. Chapter 44 Return to Dongshan. Hello? Yunshu, are you and Sister Itong home? Sube walked out quickly while dialing the phone, his tone relaxed and bright. Luo Yunshu's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm here, Brother Sube, Sister Itong is teaching me martial arts. Sube raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Really? Then you have to practice seriously and build a good physical foundation, so that you won't be so tired that you want to lie down in less than half an hour every time. When Luo Yunshu heard this, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she muttered softly in response, I know. She quickly put the phone into Suitong's hand beside her and winked at her. Suitong took the phone, with a barely perceptible shyness on her face, and said softly, Sube, are you doing well over there? Sube chuckled softly. It went well. I'm going to the airport now. I'll be home in about 4 hours and I'll be able to make it in time for lunch. He paused, a hint of laughter in his voice, and continued, after dinner, there's still plenty of time in the afternoon, we can still. When Luo Yunshu heard this, her face instantly turned red. She quickly cleared her throat and said, Brother Sube, those things, let's talk about them when you get home. Suitong also felt embarrassed and quickly agreed, yes, then you should be careful on the road and pay attention to safety. Sube noticed the shyness of the two girls and smiled knowingly, don't worry, just wait for me to come back. After saying a few more simple words, Sube hung up the phone. At this moment, he just walked to the black Maybach. The driver waiting on the side had already opened the back door, and Sube got in. Zhou Mo, who was following behind, also sat in the passenger seat. Then, the Maybach started smoothly, drove away from its original position and headed towards the Imperial Capital International Airport. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yunshu put down the phone and immediately turned to Suitong beside him, with a look of excitement and anticipation on his face. Sister Itong, Brother Sube will be home in 4 hours. Time waits for no one, we have to get ready quickly. Hearing this, Suitong immediately nodded in agreement, her expression serious. Well, that's right, let's set off now. After saying that, the two of them did not delay any longer and quickly changed into light shoes. Then they went downstairs together, walked out of the villa gate, and got into the Panamera waiting outside. The car started smoothly, drove out of the quiet villa area and headed towards the bustling city. The purpose of their trip was very clear. They went to the big shopping mall in the city to pick out fresh and high-quality ingredients, and then returned home to prepare a hearty and delicious lunch for Sube, who was about to return. In fact, daily chores like buying food are done by the servants in the villa. But Suitong felt that they were free at home, so they might as well take this opportunity to go out for a walk. Firstly, I can personally choose the ingredients that suit my taste, and secondly, I can also go out to relax with Luo Yunshu. Therefore, the two of them decided to do it themselves with great interest. The idea of cooking for Sube personally was actually proposed by Suitong. Sube has done a great favor to her family. She has always kept this deep kindness in her heart and always hopes to find a suitable way to express her gratitude. Although she had given herself to Sube, it was because of the mutual love and attraction between them. In Suitong's view, this emotion was her willing contribution and could not be equated with her return of Sube's kindness. Sube comes from a prominent family and has everything he needs. After much thought, Suitong found that the best way to express her feelings was to treat Sube with all her heart and give him everything she could. Cooking lunch for him personally was not a big deal, but it showed her genuine thoughts. Moreover, cooking happens to be a skill that Suitong is good at. Her mother passed away early, and her father was always focused on the affairs of the martial arts school and could not take good care of herself. Over time, she learned to be independent early on and developed good cooking skills. When Luo Yunshu learned about Suitong's plan to cook for Sube personally, he immediately showed great interest and enthusiasm. She grew up in a wealthy environment and lived the life of a true rich lady. There were people to take care of her daily life. Naturally, she had little exposure to cooking, and it could even be said that she didn't know how to cook at all. But this did not affect her enthusiasm at all. In Luo Yunshu's opinion, if one can learn martial arts from scratch, what's so difficult about cooking? She was confident in her cooking ability and thought she could follow the online tutorials step by step. As for what the final product will taste like, Luo Yunshu was not worried. What she values is participating in the process itself, as well as the concern and care for Sube expressed through her own efforts. No matter what the outcome is, the desire to do something for him is real and pure. 2 hours later, Luo Yunshu and Suitong finally bought the ingredients. Walking out of the supermarket area, Luo Yunshu saw a milk tea shop not far away and felt a little thirsty after shopping for so long. So she looked at Suitong, her voice a little excited. Sister Itong, I feel thirsty after walking around for so long, why don't we go get some milk tea? Suitong also felt a little dry in the mouth. She smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. Yeah, okay. Then she turned around and said gently to the two bodyguards carrying shopping bags, please take these ingredients back to the car first. We'll go get some milk tea over there and come back to you soon. One of the bodyguards, Ain, showed some hesitation on his face. Miss Su, our mission is. Suitong understood their concerns and said gently, don't worry, this is a shopping mall. There are so many people here, it's very safe. Besides, my skills are also very impressive. I have no problem protecting myself and Yunshu. The two bodyguards exchanged a quick glance, glanced at the bustling surroundings, and finally nodded, yes, Miss Su. After saying that, they turned around and walked towards the elevator leading to the parking lot, carrying their heavy shopping bags. Seeing the bodyguard leave, Luo Yunshu immediately took Suitong's arm and pulled her towards the milk tea shop. Let's go. The two quickly chose their favorite milk tea flavors. They even ordered 2 extra drinks of their signature drink and decided to give one to the two bodyguards as well. After buying the milk tea, they sipped it to quench their thirst while walking towards the mall exit at a leisurely pace. Chapter 45 Direct Interception. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mall, a young man wearing designer clothes was casually looking around and said to the middle-aged man next to him, Uncle Chiu, this Dongshan shopping mall is well built. It seems that Dongshan's economy is indeed very developed. Uncle Chiu bowed slightly and responded respectfully, yes, master, Dongshan's economy ranks among the top 4 in the country. Xian Kuan nodded, saying casually, yeah, not bad, not bad. At this moment, he turned his head casually and happened to see Luo Yunshu and Suitong walking past him not far away. Xian Kuan's gaze was instantly drawn to her. Both girls have top-notch looks and temperament, one is cute and lovely, the other is sweet and gentle. Xian Kuan felt his heart tremble, his eyes fixed on the backs of the two women.
He watched them for a full 20 meters before he looked away with a lingering feeling. He smiled and said to Uncle Chiu beside him, "Oh, Dongshan is not only economically developed, but the women here are also really damn beautiful." Uncle Chiu immediately understood, a flattering smile appeared on his face, and he lowered his voice and suggested, "Young master, do you like it? Why don't we just stop them directly, and then?" Hearing this, Shen Koan glanced at Uncle Chiu and said with disdain, "Do you think I'm stupid? This is a shopping mall, with people coming and going. I took them away in front of everyone. Won't the law enforcement agency take me away?" Uncle Chiu quickly flattered, "How could that be, master? As long as you reveal your identity, who in Dongshan would dare to take you away?" Xian Koan waved his hand impatiently, with a hint of hesitation. "Forget it, my dad will take office tomorrow, so I'd better not cause trouble for him." He once again cast greedily his gaze in the direction where the two women disappeared. Uncle Chiu pressed on, "Then, you don't want these two women anymore?" Xian Koan's eyes flashed with determination. "Yes, why not? But it can't be here. Come on, let's catch up." Uncle Chiu immediately responded, "Okay, master." Xian Koan stopped talking nonsense and quickly followed the direction where Luo Yunshu and Suitone left with Shobo and two burly bodyguards behind him. Luo Yunshu and Suitone returned to the underground garage safely. Two bodyguards had already placed the food in the trunk and were standing by the car waiting. "Thank you for your hard work." Luo Yunshu quickly walked up to the bodyguard and handed him the packaged milk tea, with a bright smile on her face. "Here, I'll treat you." The two bodyguards were obviously stunned for a moment, their faces filled with surprise, and then a barely perceptible touch of emotion surged over them. They didn't expect that these two precious ladies would think of buying them milk tea. The two of them quickly took it with both hands, and thanked her repeatedly with a bit of embarrassment but very sincerely. "Thank you, Miss Luo, thank you, Miss Su." Suitone was also standing aside, with a gentle and sweet smile on her face, and said softly, "You're welcome, it's hot, quench your thirst, let's get in the car." After saying that, she and Luo Yunshu sat in the comfortable back seat of the Panamera. The vehicle started slowly and drove away from the bustling street. 20 minutes later, the Panamera drove smoothly on the road leading to the villa area. In the car, Luo Yunshu was chatting enthusiastically with Suitone about the dishes they were going to make later. But the driver Ian frowned because he found that there were two cars following him. At the beginning, there was a lot of traffic on the busy main road in the city. Ian was focused on the road conditions and did not pay special attention to the back. However, as the vehicles gradually drove into the outskirts of the villa area, which was quiet and sparsely populated, the number of vehicles on the road decreased significantly. Only then did Ian notice that there were two cars following not far behind. One was a Land Rover Range Rover and the other was a Land Rover Defender. The two cars seemed to have followed us out of the city, and now in an area with less traffic, their intentions seemed a little suspicious. Ian remained calm, slightly increased the speed of the car, and paid close attention to the movements of the car behind. At the same time, inside the Land Rover Range Rover at the rear, Xian Koan stared at the Panamera in front of him, a little impatient. "Why is this car driving so fast? Did it notice us?" Uncle Chiu looked at the increasingly quiet road ahead and suggested, "Master, this place has few cars and people, it's a good opportunity. How about we just go up and stop them?" Shen Koan thought about it for a moment and felt that it made sense, so he ordered the driver, "Speed up, overtake them, and stop them for me." The driver hesitated, glanced at Shen Koan through the rearview mirror, and said cautiously, "Master, that's a top-of-the-line Panamera in front. What if the person in the car is some rich girl?" Before Chen Koan could speak, Uncle Chiu scolded him harshly, "Who are you to say anything here? Just do whatever the young master tells you to do. What's wrong with a Panamera? There are so many rich people in Dongshan, and many of them drive luxury cars. And even if they are the daughters of the four major families in Dongshan, if the young master wants to stop them today, they will have to go with him obediently." Xian Koan was completely overwhelmed by Chobo's flattery and the prey that was about to be caught. He raised his chin and added arrogantly, "That's right, just stop them. Even if the heads of the four major families came today, it wouldn't work." The driver didn't dare to say anything more and stepped on the accelerator. The Land Rover Range Rover accelerated instantly, nimbly overtook the Panamera, then made a sharp turn, cut right in front of the Panamera, and then suddenly slowed down and braked. Inside Palmera's, Ian was already on guard. He reacted very quickly and slammed on the brakes immediately, stopping the vehicle and avoiding a rear-end collision. He subconsciously wanted to reverse, but through the rearview mirror, he found that the Land Rover Defender was already closely following him, completely blocking his way of retreat.
Xian Cohen's cars were one in front and one behind, sandwiching the Panamera in the middle of the road.
The car door opened quickly, and Shen Cohen and Xiao Bo got out first. Immediately afterwards, a total of 6 burly bodyguards got out of 2 cars and surrounded them menacingly. Inside the Panamera, a sudden slam on the brakes brought the conversation between Luo Yunshu and Sui Tong to an abrupt end. The huge inertia caused the 2 men's bodies to lean forward suddenly, but they were then pulled back by the seatbelts.
Ah!
Luo Yunshu exclaimed, and her face turned pale instantly.
Sui Tong was also startled, but she reacted quickly and steadied herself quickly. Her eyes immediately became alert as she glanced at the person approaching the car window. What's going on? Chapter 46, Injury for Killing. The driver, A-in, looked serious and said quickly, "Ladies, we've been stopped. They're not friendly.
Please stay in your car, lock the doors, and don't get out.
Ah Fei and I will go and deal with it."
The bodyguard A Fei in the passenger seat also immediately went on alert.
Sui Tong said to A-in and A Fei solemnly, "Well, you must be careful."
A-in and A Fei quickly opened the door and got out of the car, then locked it. A-in and A Fei stood side by side in front of the Panamera and stopped Xian Cohen and others who were walking over.
A-in looked at the leader, Xian Cohen, with a steady gaze, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?
Why are you stopping our car?"
Xian Cohen didn't say anything.
Uncle Chio took 2 steps forward, a fake smile on his face, and a hypocritically polite tone. Brother, it's just a misunderstanding. My young master wants to invite the 2 ladies in the car to his home for a simple meal and make friends." Xian Cohen raised his chin slightly, looking as if it was a matter of course, and seemed very satisfied with what Uncle Chio said. A-in frowned, and with a cold and hard voice, he refused directly. "No, my lady is busy and doesn't know your young master.
Please move your car immediately and let us leave." The fake smile on Xiao Bo's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a gloomy look. "Whether to go or not, I'm afraid it's not up to you 2 to decide, right?" He deliberately raised his voice and shouted towards the back seat of the Panamera, "Why don't you 2 ladies get out of the car and come to my young master to give an answer?" Ah Fei had an even hotter temper.
Upon hearing this, he flew into a rage and pointed at Uncle Chio, angrily shouting, "Bullshit!
Who the hell do you think your young master is? How dare you ask my young lady to get out of the car and answer? I'm warning you, get out of the way immediately, otherwise you won't even know how you died." Uncle Chio's eyes glared, and he was completely disloyal. "If you don't accept my toast, don't blame us for being rude. Today, those 2 people in the car either go with my young master obediently, or..." He snorted coldly, "We'll beat you 2 down and then ask them to leave." Seeing the other party being so arrogant, A Fei said sternly, "Oh my god, why are you so arrogant? Do you know who is in the car? They are..." Uncle Chio suddenly interrupted A Fei, "I don't care who they are. In Dongshan, there is no one my young master cannot invite today. Come on." He waved his hand in frustration, not giving A Fei any chance to speak again. The 6 bodyguards behind him received the order and immediately rushed forward. Xian Cohen stood behind Uncle Chio, looking at his uncharacteristic impatience, and felt a little doubtful. Uncle Chio is usually quite steady in his work, so why is he so angry today and rushing into action without even saying a word? However, seeing that the bodyguards had already rushed forward, Xian Cohen's little doubt was instantly dispelled by the excitement of being about to succeed. Never mind, just get the beauty first. Anyway, his father will be taking office as the mayor of Dongshan City tomorrow. Even if these young ladies of the Dongshan family are unwilling now, they will take the initiative to throw themselves at him when he becomes the crown prince of Dongshan. Seeing the other party rushing towards them, A-in and A Fei were shocked. They never expected that the other party would be so reckless that they dared to attack without even figuring out the identities of the 2 ladies in the car. But the 6 opponents were about to rush to their front. At this moment, any word seemed pale and powerless. Only fists could wake these people up. The 2 men's eyes instantly became extremely sharp and they stopped wasting words. They moved quickly and in unison, drawing daggers from their waists almost at the same time and charging towards each other without hesitation. If the game is going your way, a stick or bare hands will suffice. But right now, this is a disadvantageous situation, or even a life and death situation. Not only did the other side have 3 times as many people as them, but except for Uncle Cho who had reached the middle stage of the 6th rank, the other 6 bodyguards were all at the middle stage of the 5th rank. Even though A-in and A Fei are both quite powerful and are both in the early 6th rank, they dare not slack off at this moment. The other party's purpose was very clear, which was to forcibly abduct the 2 young ladies, which touched their bottom line. Therefore, they had no intention of holding back.
The safest and most effective way was to use thundering means to directly kill the group of people in front of them.
The order that Chien Kuan's 6 bodyguards received was simply to knock Ain and Afei down.
Therefore, all they held in their hands were batons or short sticks to help them subdue their opponents. Seeing Ain and the other man pull out their daggers, the 6 men were obviously stunned, with a look of surprise and panic on their faces. It was obviously too late to go back to the car to get the knife. They could only grit their teeth, bite the bullet, and rush forward waving sticks. Ain and Afei's attack was extremely fierce. As soon as they rushed into the enemy's formation, the daggers in their hands pointed directly at the enemy's vital points. This is a completely injury-for-kill style of play. The 6 bodyguards were caught off guard by this brutal attack and could only retreat and dodge in embarrassment. The mentality and positions of the two sides formed a sharp contrast at this moment. The 6 bodyguards were doing their job purely for the money, and faced with the deadly and ruthless fighting style of Ain and Afei, they instinctively felt a strong desire to survive.
Hide if you can, avoid if you can.
No one wants to throw their life here for that little salary, and they even try their best to avoid getting injured. After all, even if they couldn't win, they still had the stronger Uncle Chiu to support them, and Chien Kuan wouldn't really do anything to them afterwards. In contrast, Ain and Afei are guards carefully trained and selected by the Su family. Their loyalty is far beyond that of these hired thugs. More importantly, Miss Luo Yunshu and Miss Su Yitong treated them very well and never regarded them as lowly servants, but as their own family. This respect and friendship has long been engraved in their hearts. Moreover, if the 2 young ladies were really abducted in front of them, they would not be able to explain to Su Bei. Driven by a completely different mentality, the 6 bodyguards' momentum and fighting power were greatly reduced, and they were beaten back step by step.
After just 2 minutes of fighting, these people had several wounds of varying depths on their bodies. Blood kept oozing out, staining their clothes red, and they looked very miserable. Although Ain and Afei were agile and had good coordination, they were still hit by sticks several times under the siege of 6 opponents. However, the sticks basically fell on their shoulders and backs, where the skin was thick and tough. Although it did hurt, it didn't cause any serious damage. Uncle Chiu, who was watching the fight from the side, frowned tightly. The current situation made him realize that if he didn't take action, this group of useless subordinates would be completely defeated. A bunch of useless things, get out of here! Uncle Chiu shouted, his voice full of impatience. Before he finished speaking, he flashed and rushed directly towards Ain and the other 2. Dear readers, could you please write a book review for the author? I want to know what went wrong with this book. Good or bad reviews are fine. Just be honest. Thank you. Chapter 47 Reinforcements arrive. Uncle Chiu doesn't like using a knife. He relies more on his martial arts skills, which he has practiced for decades. In fact, he originally planned to let the 6 bodyguards consume the physical strength of Ain and Afei first. Even if he couldn't take them down, it would create more favorable conditions for him to take action. I saw that Uncle Chiu's movements were as fast as lightning, especially his leg techniques, which were extremely sharp, with tricky angles and powerful force. A few whip kicks were thrown in succession, instantly forcing Ain and Afei to retreat repeatedly. Although the strength gap between the early 6th grade and the middle 6th grade is not too big. But at this moment, Ain and Afei had consumed a lot of physical strength after the fierce fight with the 6 bodyguards, and their reaction speed and explosive power had obviously declined. Faced with Chiu Bo's fierce attack, he suddenly seemed powerless and unable to resist. Uncle Chiu was experienced, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he first used a few heavy punches to force Ain back. Then, he stared at Afei, who had spoken rudely to him before. Afei gritted his teeth, swung the knife with all his might, and the blade went straight for Uncle Chiu's throat. Uncle Chiu snorted coldly, moved his feet slightly, and easily dodged the fatal blow by turning sideways. At the same time, his left hand quickly stretched out, grabbed Afei's wrist holding the knife, and then suddenly twisted it with 5 fingers. Well, Afei only felt a sharp pain in his wrist that made his bones break. He could no longer hold the dagger and could only watch it fall out of his hand. Uncle Chiu's right hand reached down and caught the falling dagger steadily. Without any hesitation, he held the dagger and stabbed it hard into Afei's heart. At the critical moment of life and death, Afei burst out with an amazing survival instinct, and without hesitation, he put his other hand tightly against his chest. Puff! The sharp dagger instantly pierced his palm, and blood spurted out like a fountain. An unimaginable pain instantly swept through Afei's body. Afei's eyes went dark and cold sweat instantly soaked the back of his clothes. Hooligan!
Ain, who had just stabilized himself, saw the scene, roared angrily, and rushed over to rescue regardless of everything. He held a dagger in his hand and slashed at Xiaobo's neck fiercely, trying to attack Wei to save Zhao. Uncle Chiu was forced to give up his attempt to stab Ah Fei in the heart. He turned his wrist and used the dagger he had just taken to accurately block Yin's fatal attack. Then, he raised his foot without mercy and kicked the seriously injured Ah Fei hard. Ah Fei was kicked and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a while. Then, Xiaobo turned around and attacked Yin with the dagger in his hand. Although he doesn't like using a knife, it doesn't mean he doesn't know how to use one. The small dagger was used with great skill in his hand, and every move hit the vital points. Yin gritted his teeth and swung the dagger hard to block, and the sound of metal colliding continued to ring out. But he had consumed too much energy and his movements were a little slow. Under this series of attacks, his chest and arms were cut with several wounds so deep that the bones could be seen. Blood gushed out, instantly dyeing his upper body red. The severe pain made his movements even slower. Uncle Chiu saw a flaw when Yin was blocking and stabbed Yin's throat with the dagger as fast as lightning. It seemed that he was about to be killed with one blow. At the critical moment, a slender figure rushed out. It was Suitong. She kicked Xiaobo hard on the arm holding the knife. The dagger narrowly grazed Yin's neck, only cutting off a few strands of hair. Uncle Chiu's arm felt numb from the kick, and the fatal blow was immediately interrupted. He turned back angrily, intending to attack Suitong. Uncle Chiu, stop! Xian Kuan's voice rang out in time. His eyes were completely attracted by Suitong at this moment, and his eyes were filled with undisguised amazement and greed. The bloody fight just now was instantly forgotten by him. Yin covered his bleeding chest and anxiously shouted to Suitong, "Miss, please get back to the car. It's too dangerous here." Suitong's eyes were very calm, and she answered clearly, "It's useless. Even if I hide inside and don't come out, they will force the car door open." When Xian Kuan heard Suitong's words, a smug smile suddenly appeared on his face. He clapped his hands and said arrogantly, "Well said. You are worthy of being the woman that Xian Kuan likes. You are smart and know the current situation. Since the beauty is willing to come out, then this young master will show mercy and spare the lives of these two useless men of yours." He extended his hand towards Suitong. "Come on, let's go have a big meal with me, and I'll show you what real." Xian Kuan's frivolous words were interrupted by a clear but angry voice before he could finish. "Eat your ass. Do you think you can leave today?" Luo Yunshu also came out of the Panamera. At this moment, she was glaring at Xian Kuan fiercely, her eyes full of contempt. Xian Kuan turned around upon hearing the voice, his eyes falling on Luo Yunshu's face, which looked even more beautiful and lively due to her anger, and he was instantly attracted to her again. An even more obsessed and excited smile appeared on his face, and he exclaimed in admiration, "Just looking at her from behind made me think she was beautiful enough, but I didn't expect her face to be even more amazing. I've only seen such a cute little loli in anime, but I never thought she'd actually exist in real life. I'm really lucky today." However, just as his smug smile appeared on his face, he suddenly froze, and the second half of his words got stuck in his throat. Because at the same time Luo Yunshu finished speaking, in the distance of the road, two black Alpha MPVs were speeding towards their location at a very fast speed, and the sound of the engines was getting closer and closer. After just 4 or 5 seconds, the two cars stopped steadily at the scene. The doors on both sides of the car were opened at the same time, and 14 bodyguards wearing uniform black uniforms and with strong figures quickly got out of the car. They moved in unison, forming a tight encirclement in an instant, trapping Qian Kuan, Xiaobo, and the embarrassed bodyguards in the middle. It turned out that after Yin discovered that he was being followed, he immediately notified the villa, and then this group of people rushed from the villa in northern Jiangsu to provide support. In just 5 minutes, they arrived at the scene. 14 security personnel turned to Luo Yunshu and Suitong in unison, their movements in unison and their voices resounding, "Ms. Luo, Ms. Su." Chapter 48 8th Grade Warrior. Seeing that the support finally arrived, Suitong finally felt relieved. She immediately pointed at Ah Fei, who was lying on the ground with serious injuries, and Yin, who was bleeding profusely, and said to the security personnel nearby, "Hurry up and help Yin and the others to the car and treat their wounds." "Yes." The 4 nearest security guards responded. They carefully helped Ah Fei, who was almost unable to move, and Yin, who was barely holding on, and transferred them to one of the Alpha carriages to treat their wounds. Surrounded by more than a dozen security personnel, Chen Kuan and Xiaobo's faces did not reveal much fear or panic. Xian Kuan wore a fearless, contemptuous smile on his face.
He looked around at the crowd around him and said arrogantly, "Oh, so many people? It's quite a scene." He deliberately straightened his back, raised his chin high, and said provocatively, "But what good is having more people? I am standing right here today. Who among you dares to touch me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Tensu family security personnel surrounding him rushed towards Qian Koan at the same time without saying a word. Qian Koan was frightened by the scene and his face turned pale. He didn't expect that this group of people would actually dare to touch him, so he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Don't move, do you know who I am?" Qian Koan's terrified cry made the security personnel who rushed forward pause for a moment, and a look of hesitation appeared on their faces. At this moment, an angry voice sounded from the east, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "I don't care who you are, if you dare to lay hands on my daughter, you will never leave here safely today." This angry voice made everyone's heart tighten, and they all turned to look over. I saw two cars parked on the east side of the road, one was a Bentley Flying Spur and the other was an Audi A8 Horch. The car door opened and 8 people got out. The middle-aged man in the lead had a dark face and stared at Qian Koan as if he wanted to eat him. This middle-aged man was none other than Luo Huayan, the patriarch of the Luo family. A middle-aged man with a serious expression next to Luo Huayan glanced around the scene and immediately waved to the 6 men behind him. The 6 men moved quickly and immediately stepped forward. Together with the Su family's security personnel, they surrounded Qian Koan, Xiaobo, and the bodyguards tightly. "Dad!" When Luo Yunshu saw his father, a happy smile immediately appeared on his face and he shouted loudly. When Luo Huayang heard his daughter's voice, he turned around and the anger on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a gentle and loving expression. He said with a very firm tone, "Yunshu, don't be afraid. With Dad here, this kid will definitely not get away today." Luo Yunshu nodded happily. It turned out that when the car was just stopped and the situation was critical, Luo Yunshu cleverly sent a message for help to his father Luo Huayang. At that time, Luo Huayan was in a high-end hotel not far from here, discussing cooperation with the boss of a large company in Dongshan. As soon as he received the news from his daughter, he immediately dropped everything and rushed over with his bodyguards. Qian Koan was startled by Luo Huayan's aura, but he immediately held on and pointed at Luo Huayang and cursed, "Who the hell are you?" Luo Huayang stared at Qian Koan with sharp eyes and replied in a deep voice, "I am the head of the Luo family, Luo Huayang." "Luo family?" Qian Koan was stunned for a moment. Obviously he had never heard of it, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. Uncle Chio beside him quickly leaned over to his ear and lowered his voice, "Master, the Luo family is one of the 4 major families in Dongshan." Upon hearing this, Qian Koan's disdain grew even stronger. He sneered, "Oh, just one of the 4 great families of Dongshan? You dare to touch me?" He straightened his back even more and looked at Luo Huayang provocatively, "Do you know who my father is?" Just as he finished speaking, another loud and angry voice sounded from the west. "I don't care who your father is. If you dare to touch my daughter, I will beat you even if your father comes." The voice carried a sense of pressure, which shocked everyone's heart again, and they all turned to look to the west. I saw a Toyota MPV parked on the west side of the road, and 7 people got out of the car. The middle-aged man in the lead was strong, walked steadily, had a square face, was full of anger, and stared at Qian Koan. He was Su Xiaoping, the owner of Qingyun Martial Arts School. He walked towards Suitong step by step. "Dad!" Suitong saw her father and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Su Xiaoping walked quickly to Suitong's side, looked her up and down carefully, and asked with concern, "Atong, are you hurt?" Suitong shook her head and said softly, "I'm fine." Su Xiaoping finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tense expression softening. "That's good. Why did Su Xiaoping come here?" In fact, he and Luo Huayang both received a message for help from their daughter. As soon as the car was stopped, Suitong sent the location and distress information to her father Su Xiaoping. Moreover, Qingyun Martial Arts School is very close to here, only 8 or 9 minutes drive away. When Su Xiaoping received the news, he immediately brought people over. Qian Koan was confused by this series of events. He looked at Su Xiaoping blankly and cursed subconsciously, "No, who the hell are you?" When Su Xiaoping heard the voice, he turned his head suddenly, and his angry eyes stabbed at Qian Koan like a knife. Qian Koan felt his breath was choked, as if someone was strangling his neck. His scalp went numb and a chill came over him. He was shocked and scared. The other person just looked at him. Why did it feel so scary? Su Xiaoping spoke in a loud and righteous voice, "I am the owner of Qingyun Martial Arts School, Su Xiaoping." Qian Koan calmed himself down, suppressed his fear, and said with a frown, "Su Xiaoping? I've never heard of him.
He turned to ask Uncle Chio next to him, Uncle Chio, have you heard of it? However, at this moment, when Uncle Chio saw Su Xiaoping, he became like a deflated ball and completely wilted. There was no longer any arrogance on his face, only deep awe and fear. He clearly felt the powerful aura of Su Xiaoping, which was the aura of an 8th grade warrior. Although he felt it was troublesome when facing Luo Huayang and those bodyguards before, he was confident that with his strength of the middle stage of the 6th rank, he could at least escape unscathed. But facing Su Xiaoping, whose realm was far superior to his, he had no way to deal with it and didn't even dare to think about running away. Seeing Uncle Chio keeping his head down and not saying anything, Shen Kuan raised his voice impatiently and asked again, Uncle Chio, I'm asking you a question. Is this guy very powerful? Uncle Chio finally reacted and quickly moved closer to Qian Kuan. His voice was a little trembling as he whispered, Young master, Xingyun Martial Arts School used to be the most famous martial arts school in Dongshan. When Qian Kuan heard this, he felt that it was no big deal and curled his lips. Oh? So what now? Uncle Chio added cautiously, now the entire martial arts school industry is in decline, and many have closed down. Xingyun Martial Arts School is indeed not as prosperous as it used to be. When Qian Kuan heard this, his heart dropped. A look of contempt appeared on his face. Oh, so it's just an outdated martial arts school. What's there to be afraid of? Seeing his reckless behavior, Uncle Chio was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat. He quickly lowered his voice and said, but this Master Su's realm is far above mine. Qian Kuan's face turned pale again, and his heart, which had fallen, was in suspense again. His voice changed in panic, damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? What should we do now? There are so many people on the other side. Uncle Chio was also panicking and said quickly, Master, don't be anxious. Logically speaking, as long as you reveal your identity, they shouldn't dare to attack you out of concern for your father. But he hesitated again when he said this. Brothers, the author has been writing this book for more than a month, but the royalties are only a few dozen yuan, which is enough to barely afford food. If you have time, please support the author by watching a few ads or sending a few free gifts. I don't dare to ask for too many gifts if you spend money. Please do what you can. If you don't have time, just asking for updates will be enough. Thank you all. Chapter 49 Death would be too easy for him. Qian Kuan just felt a little hope because of the first half of the sentence, but when he heard the word but, his heart sank again. He growled angrily, but what? Can you finish your words at once? Uncle Chio had a sad face and lowered his voice, but I'm afraid that Master Su is unreasonable. If he gets angry and doesn't care who your father is, then. Qian Kuan was completely panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat. Then, what should I do? Just when Qian Kuan and Xiao Bo were so anxious that they didn't know what to do, a shrill law enforcement alarm sounded from far away. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw 7 or 8 law enforcement vehicles with flashing lights driving towards them quickly. The convoy rushed directly to the crowd and stopped. The car doors opened one after another, and more than 20 fully armed law enforcement officers quickly got out of the car. They quickly surrounded Qian Kuan and others again, completely cutting off their escape route. A middle-aged man wearing a high-end uniform, who was obviously different from the others, got out of the first car. His expression was very serious. He was the director of the Dongshan City Law Enforcement Bureau, Zhao Donglai. When Qian Kuan and Xiao Bo saw the law enforcers, it was like they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Uncle Chio quickly leaned over to Qian Kuan's ear and said in a voice filled with ecstasy, Master, the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau are here. We are saved. Qian Kuan immediately put away the fear on his face, tried to straighten his back, pretended to be calm, and even scolded Uncle Chio in a low voice. Nonsense, you don't even need me to tell you that. Pay attention to your image and don't act like an inexperienced person. Uncle Chio nodded quickly and said, Yes, Master is right. Zhao Donglai ignored the people around him, walked straight through the crowd, and came in front of Qian Kuan, who was shocked and scared but pretending to be calm. There was no expression on his face, his eyes were cold, and he looked down on others with a condescending indifference. Before Zhao Donglai could speak, Uncle Chio, in order to save face, took the initiative and put on some airs, asking in a commanding tone, Who are you? Zhao Donglai glanced at him coldly and said in a deep and powerful voice, I'm Zhao Donglai, the director of the Dongshan City Law Enforcement Bureau. When Uncle Chio heard it was the director, he felt more confident. He put on a fake smile and said in a commanding tone, It's Director Zhao. You've come at the perfect time. This group of thugs wants to harm my young master. You must quickly order them all to be arrested and severely punished. However, the indifferent expression on Zhao Donglai's face did not change at all. He didn't even look at Uncle Chiu again, and suddenly raised his right hand without any warning. Snap! A crisp and loud slap sounded. Zhao Donglai moved so quickly that even Uncle Chiu didn't have time to react. He was also very strong, so strong that he could knock Uncle Chiu away with one blow. Uncle Chiu had no time to react. He only felt a huge force slapping his face. His vision went black and he was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground. That half of his face immediately swelled up, blood came out of the corner of his mouth, his ears were buzzing, and he was completely stunned. Shen Kuan, who was feeling smug nearby, was shocked and angry when he saw Uncle Chiu being slapped in public. He forgot his fear, pointed at Zhao Donglai's nose, and shouted with bluffing, You dare to hit someone?
Do you know who my father is? My father is. Snap! Another louder slap. Zhao Donglai didn't even let Shen Kuan finish his words. He slapped him harder in the face. Shen Kuan is not as high a level as Uncle Chiu. He is just a spoiled young man who has never learned martial arts and his body cannot withstand any beating. Uncle Chiu was just knocked to the ground, but Shen Kuan was slapped so hard that his feet left the ground and flew 3 or 4 meters sideways. Then it fell heavily to the ground, and due to inertia it slid 2 meters on the rough road before stopping. The exposed skin on his face and arms was rubbed by the ground, leaving it torn and bleeding. What's worse is that Zhao Donglai's slap was so strong that it knocked out several of Shen Kuan's teeth. Shen Kuan's mouth was full of blood mixed with broken teeth. He lay on the ground screaming like a pig being slaughtered, curled up in pain, and trembled constantly. When his remaining bodyguards saw this scene, they were so scared that their legs went weak. Not only did they not dare to move, let alone go forward to help. Uncle Chiu was lying on the ground. Seeing Shen Kuan's miserable appearance, he was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe, let alone help him. Seeing Zhao Donglai's cold gaze sweeping over him, he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be too injured to get up. Zhao Donglai's face remained gloomy. He ignored Uncle Chiu, who was pretending to be dead, and walked towards Shen Kuan, who was lying on the ground wailing 5 or 6 meters away, step by step. Shen Kuan endured the severe pain and looked at Zhao Donglai, who was getting closer and closer, his eyes filled with extreme fear. He spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed with all his might, My father is Chen Zhengshu. You dare to touch me? Do you want to die? My dad won't forgive you. Zhao Donglai walked up to him, looking down at him with a hint of cold sneer on his face. Chen Zhengshu? The one who's going to be the mayor of Dongshan tomorrow? Shen Kuan seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He endured the pain and nodded desperately, threatening in a hoarse voice, Yes, it's the mayor. I'm telling you, today's matter is not over yet, just wait. Zhao Donglai said coldly, Of course it's not over yet. Do you think a slap in the face will put an end to this? Shen Kuan felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Zhao Donglai's gaze. He asked in horror, What do you want? Zhao Donglai didn't answer. He suddenly bent down and roughly pulled up Shen Kuan, who was lying on the ground. What are you doing? Let me go, my dad is the mayor, my dad is the mayor. Shen Kuan was so frightened that he lost his soul, kicked his legs and screamed. Zhao Donglai looked at his ugly appearance and shook his head contemptuously, Your father? He's not the mayor yet, and... He paused, and said firmly, It won't be like that in the future. After saying that, a cold light flashed in Zhao Donglai's eyes, and his clenched right fist swung out with a sound of wind, hitting Shen Kuan's face, which had long since lost its human form. Bang, a muffled sound. Shen Kuan couldn't even scream as he was knocked out again. This time he flew even farther, sliding 5 meters before collapsing on the ground like a pile of mud, almost fainting. His body kept twitching, and blood and foam kept flowing out of his mouth. If he was hit by another punch, he might have died. Just as Zhao Donglai's face turned cold and he was about to step forward to continue beating Shen Kuan, a calm voice came from the direction of the law enforcement vehicle. Chief Zhao, if you keep hitting me, I'll kill him. Hearing this familiar voice, everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound. I saw the rear door of one of the law enforcement vehicles open and a young figure calmly got out of the car. He looked at the dying Shen Kuan with a faint sneer on his face. It would be too easy for him to die. Master! Young Master Su! Young Master Su! Seeing who was coming, Luo Huayang, Su Xiaoping and the security personnel on the scene all showed surprised expressions, and then shouted respectfully. They didn't expect that Su Bei would appear here. Zhao Donglai turned around quickly, the cold expression on his face instantly disappeared, and turned into a respectful attitude, Yes, Master Su. Luo Yunshu was even more surprised. Her little face lit up instantly. She completely forgot about the danger just now and ran towards Sube happily. Brother Sube. Sube opened his arms and steadily caught Luo Yunshu, who threw herself into his arms. A warm smile appeared on his face, and he habitually raised his hand to gently rub her hair. Luo Yunshu raised his head, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. Brother Sube, didn't you say it would take an hour to get here? How come you're here so soon? Sube looked at Luo Yunshu in his arms and explained with a smile, I deliberately talked for an extra hour to give you a surprise. His tone was relaxed, but his eyes immediately turned cold when he glanced at Qian Koan, who was lying on the ground and looked like a man. But I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Chapter 50 Brother Sube. There are many people watching. It turned out that the plane Sube was on had just landed a few minutes ago. He was on his way back to the city from the airport when he received a call from the villa. After learning about this, a surge of anger instantly rose in Sube's chest. Without any hesitation, he immediately called Zhao Donlai. When the call was connected, Sube's tone was unusually calm, even a little scary. Director Zhao, in broad daylight, someone dared to stop my Su family's car, injured my Su family's bodyguard, and even wanted to forcibly take my girlfriend away. Do you know about this? When Zhao Donglai on the other end of the phone heard about such a serious incident, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, and his voice was filled with panic and stuttering. Su. Young Master Su, this I don't know anything about. Sube didn't give him a chance to explain, and asked in that calm yet stormy tone, you don't know? You are responsible for the public security of Dongshan City. But now, the lives of us civilians are under such serious threats. I would like to ask, what do you, the Law Enforcement Bureau, do every day? This calm question is more powerful than any roar. Zhao Donlai was speechless after being asked this question, and cold sweat broke out instantly. He knew that there was no point in explaining anything now. The most important thing was to deal with it immediately. He quickly assured, young Master Su, calm down. I will immediately investigate the location of the crime and personally lead the team to the scene as quickly as possible to handle the matter. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Sube's voice was still emotionless. No need to check the location, it's on Tunghua West Street. I'm on my way there now. He paused, his tone suddenly becoming icy cold. Zhao Donglai, if your people arrive later than me, you'll no longer be the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Resign voluntarily. Zhao Donglai shuddered, then immediately straightened his back and answered loudly, yes, Master Su. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Donglai felt his back was wet. He didn't dare to delay even a little bit and immediately made another call, commanding in an urgent voice, hello, Director Li, this is Zhao Donglai. Listen, from now on, you must ensure that all roads from the Municipal Law Enforcement Bureau to Tunghua West Street are clear, and that my law enforcement convoy arrives at Tunghua West Street smoothly. Do you understand? Director Li on the other end of the phone knew something serious had happened when he heard the tone, and immediately responded, understood, Director Zhao, don't worry, I'll make arrangements right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Donglai practically shouted at his subordinates, everyone, urgent mission, target Tunghua West Street, set off immediately. Zhao Donglai led the team personally. The Law Enforcement Bureau's convoy sounded the sirens, ignored the red lights, and sped along the cleared road. He had only one thought in his mind, he had to get to the scene before Su Xiao arrived, and he hoped that Su's young friend would not be in any danger. However, it just so happened. Just as their convoy was rushing to Tunghua West Street at top speed, Zhao Donglai met Sube. Fortunately, he did not arrive later than Sube, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. To Zhao Donglai's surprise, Sube did not scold him, but got into the law enforcement car and followed them here. Seeing Sube coming back, Luo Yunshu leaned in his arms, pouted her little mouth, and stretched out her white and tender fingers as if to complain, pointing angrily at Qian Koan in the distance. Brother Sube, that's the ugly one. He injured Yin and Fei, and even threatened to take me and Sister Itong away. Luo Yunshu looked aggrieved and cute when he was angry. Looking at her like this, Sube's smile deepened and he pinched her face lovingly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I'll take care of him later and vent your and Itong's anger. Luo Yunshu trusted Sube immensely, and immediately nodded vigorously and obediently, with a smile on his face again, yeah. Sube looked at the cute Luo Yunshu in his arms and liked her. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her on her pink lips. Ah! Luo Yunshu never expected that Sube would kiss her in front of so many people. Her face turned red with shame in an instant. She moaned and buried her hot little face in Sube's arms. Brother Sube, there are so many people watching. Sube hugged her and said nonchalantly, "What are you afraid of? I kiss my girlfriend, it's only natural." He patted Luo Yunshu's back gently. "Okay, be good first, I'll go and finish this matter, and then we'll go home." Luo Yunshu understood the meaning of the words and her face turned even redder. But she still raised her head from Sube's arms obediently, looked at him with her big watery eyes, and nodded gently, "Yeah." Sube held Luo Yunshu's hand and walked to Suitong, who had been standing quietly beside them, looking at them with a gentle smile. Luo Yunshu sensibly let go of her hand and took a small step to the side. "Are you back?" Suitong looked at Sube with a gentle voice. "Yeah, I'm back." Sube looked at Suitong with a gentle smile and hugged her directly. "Are you okay? Are you scared?" Suitong also took the initiative to hug Sube, revealing a reassuring smile. "I'm fine." "That's good." Sube stood up, stared into Suitong's eyes and said, "You and Yunshu wait for me, I'll go take care of it, and then we'll go home." "Okay." Suitong nodded meekly. Sube gave her a reassuring look. Then he turned around, the gentleness on his face disappeared instantly, his eyes became cold, and he walked towards Qian Koan on the ground step by step. Chapter 51 Saved a cremation fee. Sube took a step forward and walked slowly towards Qian Koan, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. The people surrounding them, whether they were the Su family's security, the people brought by Luo Huayang and Su Xiaoping, or the law enforcers, all subconsciously stepped back and automatically made way for them. When he walked past Zhao Donglai lowered his head deeply, with an extremely respectful attitude, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. In the distance, Uncle Chiu, who was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, secretly opened his eyes and took a look. Seeing that even the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau was so respectful and humble to Sube, he no longer had any doubts about Sube's identity, only complete despair. He sighed silently, his mission was considered completed, but his heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cave, beating wildly. Now that things have come to this, it is probably unknown whether he can leave here alive today. Sube stood in front of Qian Koan. Qian Koan was lying on the ground, his face covered in blood. His face was so swollen and distorted that he was almost unrecognizable. Only the slightly rising and falling chest and occasional unconscious twitching proved that he was still alive. The shaking of his body became weaker and weaker, his breathing became intermittent, and he was about to pass out completely. Sube frowned and said to Zhao Donglai in a calm tone, "Director Zhao, you were a bit too harsh. You almost beat the man to death." Zhao Donglai's face immediately showed a look of panic when he heard it. He quickly bowed and explained, "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I was really angry and lost control of my strength." Sube waved his hand and interrupted him nonchalantly, "Okay." His gaze fell back on Qian Koan. "Go get him an adrenaline shot and give him a shot to sober him up. After all, the matter is not over yet. It would be too easy for him to die like this." Zhao Donglai immediately responded, "Yes." He quickly winked at the captain of the law enforcement team next to him. The captain understood what he meant and trotted back to the car. He quickly took out an epinephrine syringe, squatted down, and skillfully pushed the needle into Qian Koan's arm. The effect of the medicine takes effect quickly. Just a few seconds later, Qian Koan's body trembled violently, and he began to cough violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of dirty blood with blood foam. His originally distracted eyes refocused, and although he was still in great pain, his consciousness finally regained some clarity. Sube squatted down, with a faint smile on his face, looking at Qian Koan. "Awake? How do you feel? Are you feeling better?" Qian Koan did not answer Sube's question. He knew that the other party was deliberately teasing him. He used all his strength, and even though he was still afraid, he still uttered a vague but threatening voice, Let me go, otherwise, my father will never let you go." The smile on Sube's face did not diminish at all. "Oh? That's right, I also want to tell you about your father." He took out his phone slowly, opened a video, and put the screen directly in front of Qian Koan. "Come, take a look at this." An official breaking news report was playing on the screen. The news anchor announced in a standard and serious tone, "Dear viewers, now we have a breaking news. Around 11:30 this morning, an explosion occurred in a residential building in Jixing community in our city." The scene switched to a distant view of a residential building in Jixing community with thick smoke billowing out, and fire trucks and rescue workers busy at work. The host's voice continued, "After preliminary investigation at the scene, the cause of the explosion was a natural gas leak in a resident's home. Sadly, the accident resulted in the death of 2 residents at the scene. The Law Enforcement Bureau has verified and confirmed that the identities of the 2 victims have been confirmed.
One of them is Mr. Qian Zhengshu, who is scheduled to take office as mayor of Dongshan City tomorrow, and the other is his wife. At present, relevant departments have launched a detailed investigation into the cause of the accident, and various follow-up work is also being carried out urgently. This station will continue to pay attention to the development of the incident and bring you the latest reports.
The video ends. The threat and madness on Qian Kuan's face froze instantly. He felt like he was struck by lightning and was stunned for a few seconds. Then, the huge grief overwhelmed him like a tsunami. Dad, Mom, no. Impossible. He let out a howl so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, his body trembled violently due to extreme grief, and tears mixed with blood rolled down his face. Sube looked at Qian Kuan breaking down and crying, and the smile on his face deepened a little. His tone was filled with a chilling comfort. Don't cry, I have good news for you. Because the fire caused by the explosion was so huge, your parents' bodies were burned to ashes on the spot. He paused, as if speaking of something perfectly ordinary. Look, doesn't this save us the expense of going to the crematorium? We can do it right on site. How convenient. Tell me, is this good news? Ah.
Qian Kuan's crying stopped abruptly, replaced by a completely crazy roar.
Subei's heartbreaking words completely crushed the last bit of his rationality. He burst out with his last strength, struggled to get up from the ground, opened his bloody hands, and rushed towards Subei, who was nearby, without hesitation. I'm going to kill you. Kill you.
Subei's eyes turned cold, and his movements were as fast as lightning. He slapped Qian Kuan's face hard, which had long since lost its human form, with an extremely loud slap.
Snap.
Qian Kuan was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground again. This outburst completely exhausted all his strength. Even his wailing became weak and hoarse. He could only lie there gasping for breath, staring at Subei with resentment. Subei shook his hands slowly, then wiped the bloodstains on his palms directly on Qian Kuan's clothes. His tone was as indifferent as if he was giving an order for a trivial matter. I advise you to be honest, so you can live a few more minutes and feel the beauty of this world more. Qian Kuan panted on the ground for a long time before he managed to gather some strength. He struggled to prop up his upper body with the arm that could still move, staring intently at Subei, and asked in a hoarse voice, Who are you? Subei seemed to have heard some interesting question, raised his eyebrows slightly, and smiled with a hint of realization.
Oh? So you don't know who you've offended?
No wonder you're so bold as to attack my girlfriend. He leaned forward slightly, looked into Qian Kuan's eyes, and said clearly, Let me introduce myself.
My name is Subei, an ordinary college student at Zhongbei University. Subei? Qian Kuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Of course he had heard of this name.
It was the name that truly stood in the clouds and was untouchable for the Dragon Kingdom.
But people of his level are not qualified to meet Subei in person. Moreover, the Su family strictly protects Subei's information, and no photos or detailed information of him can be found on the internet.
Even if someone secretly filmed a video of Subei and wanted to send it online, it would be immediately intercepted and deleted. In addition, Qian Kuan and Subei's social circles had no intersection, so he never thought that he would provoke this evil star. He always thought that Subei should stay in the Su family manor in Wuchuan City, the provincial capital, and never expected that Subei would be in Dongshan. It was not until this moment that he truly understood what a terrifying and unshakable behemoth he had provoked.
Hee, ha ha ha.
Qian Kuan suddenly laughed, and his laughter gradually grew louder, filled with endless despair and a kind of madness on the verge of collapse.
Blame me, it's all my fault, I'm the one who killed my parents, if it weren't for me. No, you're wrong.
Subei's voice interrupted him calmly. Even if you hadn't offended me, your parents would still have died. It's just that because of you, they went to see the King of Hell a few hours earlier.
Qian Kuan raised his head suddenly, staring at Subei with bloodshot eyes. What do you mean? Tell me, what do you mean by this? Chapter 52 Then you die.
Subei did not answer directly, but turned his gaze to Qiubo, who was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Let him tell you.
Everyone's eyes, including Qian Kuan's resentful eyes, instantly focused on Uncle Qiu.
Uncle Qiu felt countless gazes like needles pricking his back. He shuddered with fear and quickly closed his eyes, straightened his body, and pretended to be even more unconscious. Subei had anticipated this, and he calmly instructed Zhao Donglai, Director Zhao, thank you for your help.
Zhao Donglai immediately bowed and responded, Mr. Su, it's not a bother, it's my duty.
After saying that, he strode towards Qiubo, picked him up from the ground without any hesitation, carried him in front of Subei, and then threw him heavily to the ground.
Ouch! Uncle Chio cried out in pain after falling.
When he looked up, he met Su Bei's calm yet oppressive eyes. Su Bei looked down at him and said, "Come, tell your master the truth of the matter." Uncle Chio's face was pale, cold sweat seeping from his forehead.
He forced a smile that was uglier than crying. What is the truth?
Master Su, I don't understand.
Seeing that he was still pretending to be stupid, Su Bei didn't even bother to say anything and just waved his hand impatiently.
Zhao Donglai understood, his eyes sharpened, and he made a lightning-fast move, grabbing one of Qiubo's arms and twisting it hard.
Crack!
A teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking was heard. The intense pain made Uncle Chio scream like a pig being slaughtered. He could no longer care about anything else and begged for mercy. I'll tell you everything. Only then did Zhao Donglai let go of his hand. Uncle Chio held his arm, which was bent at a strange angle, and was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweats.
He endured the severe pain and dared not hide anything anymore.
He said to Qian Koan, "Yes, someone bribed me.
Let me find a way to slander you in front of you, master, and instigate you, to provoke young Master Su."
These words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Qian Koan hard on the head. Only then did he fully understand that he had been used as a knife from beginning to end.
He looked at Uncle Chio in disbelief, his voice trembling. "Uncle Chio?
You've watched me grow up since I was a child. You have been in my family for decades, and I have always treated you as an elder. How could you have the heart to?"
"Treating me well? Elder?" Uncle Chio also gave up at this moment, and a look of resentment appeared on his face.
He endured the pain and retorted sharply, "You also know that I am the elder who watched you grow up?
But how did you treat me? You order me around like a dog."
"I'm not even as good as a dog in your Qian family." He gasped, his eyes flashing with greed and madness. "They can give me more money than I can spend in several lifetimes. As long as I accomplish this, I can live a carefree life for the rest of my life and never have to look at your face again, a fool."
"Why wouldn't I do it?" Qian Koan was completely stunned.
He opened his mouth and looked at the elder in front of him who had become so unfamiliar.
He couldn't say a word.
All he felt was deep sadness and anger at being fooled.
Su Bei glanced at the emotional Qiubo and asked calmly, "Who asked you to do this?"
Upon hearing this, Qiubo's eyes were instantly filled with extreme fear. He shook his head desperately. "This.
Young Master Su. I really can't say this, even if I die." "Su Bei, oh? You can't tell me even if you die?"
Uncle Chio's voice was filled with tears and despair. "Yes, if I tell anyone, my family, they will all die."
"For my family. I can't tell anyone even if I die."
Su Bei nodded, his face expressionless. "All right, then go and die." In fact, Su Bei never expected to find out the identity of the mastermind from Qiubo, because he already had the answer in his heart. Just a few minutes ago, when he was on his way here, he had already sent someone to quickly investigate Qian Koan's background. When he learned that Qian Koan's father, Qian Zhengshu, was about to take office as mayor of Dongshan City tomorrow, a trace of doubt arose in his heart.
His father, Su Jingyuan, is the top leader of Jiangbei province. Given Su Jingyuan's personality and style of doing things, he would definitely appoint someone he trusts to such a key position as the mayor of Dongshan City. Where did this Qian Zhengshu come from? If Qian Zhengshu was one of their own, then there was no way that the father and son didn't know that Su Bei was in Dongshan, and it was even more impossible for him to be so arrogant and even dare to set his sights on his girlfriend. Was this intentional or accidental? But no matter which situation it was, they had already touched Su Bei's reverse scale, and the ending was already determined. In order to find out the truth, Su Bei called his father Su Jingyuan directly to ask. On the phone, Su Jingyuan told him the truth. Qian Zhengshu was not one of their own, but was parachuted in and sent by political enemies. The other party's purpose is very clear, which is to gradually erode the Su family's foundation in Jiangbei province by controlling Dongshan, an important economic city. In fact, with the Su family's old man Su Hushan's position in the top 3 in the country, he is fully capable of directly vetoing Qian Zhengshu's appointment. But Su Jingyuan had his own plans. He was going to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The plan was to create an accident and make Qian Zhengshu disappear completely the night before he officially took office. He wanted to use this to send a clear signal to his political enemies: Jiangbei is where my Su family has the final say. Therefore, he had secretly dispatched people from the Blood Shadow Hall to ambush near Qian Zhengshu's residence, waiting for the dead of night to take action. Su Jingyuan didn't expect that before the plan was implemented, Qian Zhengshu's son Qian Koan had caused such a big mess and directly ran into Su Bei's gun.
As for Uncle Chio, his identity has also been investigated. He is. Brothers, I've read all the reviews these past 2 days and found that many readers are dissatisfied with this book. The reason for their dissatisfaction is that the protagonist Tsubei kills too many people.
Regarding this matter, I would like to ask for your opinions. The author is a very receptive person. If there are any problems with the previous plot, please point them out. I can make simple changes to the relatively minor ones, but if I change the plot with so many murders, I may have to delete several chapters, which will make the plot incoherent. Therefore, I cannot make major changes to the previous part. I can only ensure that the subsequent plot is written with content that everyone is satisfied with. The subsequent plot has 3 styles. The first is to maintain the original style, the second is to no longer treat people other than the Son of Fortune cruelly, the third is to try not to kill ordinary people, and only kill or cripple the powerful and the Son of Fortune who pose a threat to oneself. Of course, there are more than just these 3 styles. If you have better suggestions, please feel free to put them forward. I will write the subsequent plot based on the majority of people's opinions. Chapter 53, Such Cruel Words Spoken in a Calm Tone. Uncle Chio was bribed by the person behind Qian Zhengshu. The other party was worried that after Qian Zhengshu arrived in Dongshan, he might betray the Su family because he was afraid of the Su family's power or was lured by the Su family. Therefore, they bribed Xiaobo, the old servant who was closest to Qian Kuan in the Qian family, and asked him to constantly fan the flames and sow discord in Qian Kuan's ears. The purpose is to encourage Qian Kuan to offend Su Bei. As long as Qian Kuan offends Su Bei, Qian Zhengshu will inevitably be dragged into it and completely stand on the opposite side of the Su family. There is no possibility of him being bribed or compromised by the Su family again. After Su Bei learned of his father's entire plan, he made a prompt decision to have the Blood Shadow Hall take action immediately. Not only did he want to get rid of Qian Zhengshu and his wife, he also wanted Qian Kuan, the ignorant and dissolute playboy, to witness the tragic death of his parents with his own eyes. He wanted to make Qian Kuan suffer the most brutal mental blow, and then slowly torture him, making him experience the double collapse of his mind and body. This is the real murder. Su Jingyuan agreed with his son's idea. So, there was the breaking news that Qian Kuan saw in the video. Back at the scene, Su Bei stopped looking at Uncle Chio and ordered Zhao Donglai, break all his limbs. Then find a vicious dog that's been starving for a few days, lock it up with him, and let him slowly experience the feeling of being torn apart alive. Zhao Donglai's heart trembled, and he immediately responded, yes. Then, he hesitated for a moment, pointed at the bodyguards beside him who were already pale with fear, and asked, Master Su, what about these people? Su Bei's eyes swept over casually. When the 6 bodyguards met Su Bei's gaze, they felt as if they were being stared at by the god of death and were scared out of their wits. They could no longer hold on, and fell to their knees one after another, cowed out to Su Bei desperately, their foreheads hitting the ground with a dull sound, and cried for mercy, Young Master Su, spare my life, young Master Su, spare my life. Qian Kuan forced us to do this. We are just bodyguards who are paid to do the job. Please, have mercy on us. We are willing to work like slaves for the Su family. Please give us a way to live. Su Bei looked at them cowed out like crazy, and a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Working for the Su family? Are you worthy? Hearing this merciless ridicule, the bodyguards became even more desperate. They cowed out faster and with greater force. Bloodstains soon appeared on the ground, and their pleas for mercy became more miserable. Su Bei was a little annoyed by the noisy crying and frowned slightly. What are you doing? Stop it. His tone even sounded a little casual. You are following orders, and I understand. I am not the kind of unreasonable person. Hearing this, a faint glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in the eyes of the 6 bodyguards. However, Su Bei's next words instantly crushed this glimmer of hope and sent them into hell. So, I'll reward you with a quick death. Just end it yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, one of Su Bei's men stepped forward and threw a dagger with a cold glow on the ground in front of them. No. Don't, Master Su, please, spare us. The cry for mercy rang out again, even more shrill and desperate than before. Su Bei frowned even more tightly, pointing at Uncle Chio who was curled up in pain and fear, and said in a cold tone without a trace of emotion, I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. After 3 minutes, anyone who hasn't made a move will be fed to the dogs like him. Such cruel words were spoken in a calm tone. The 6 bodyguards understood completely that no matter how much they cried and begged, it was meaningless and would only bring about a more painful end. They glanced at each other, their eyes filled with fear and resignation. Finally, one of the bodyguards reached out with a trembling hand and picked up the knife on the ground. With the first one, there is the second one.
In suffocating silence and despair, they picked up knives and chose to end their lives with endless fear. The scene was dead silent. Soon, law enforcement officers stepped forward, carried the body away skillfully, and began to clean up the bloodstains on the ground.
Sube then turned around, his gentle smile reappearing on his face, and looked at Chien Koen, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Everyone else has been dealt with. Next, it's your turn.
Chien Koen witnessed the horrific scene of the bodyguards committing suicide collectively, and the fear of death finally overwhelmed everything. He struggled, using up his last bit of strength, his voice filled with tears and pleading, Su Xiao, please let me go. I have money, I have a lot of money, I will give it all to you, just please let me go.
Sube laughed as if he had heard some funny joke. Oh? You have money? How much?
Chien Koen, grasping at straws, hurriedly counted 5 million in cash, 6 luxury cars, and 3 houses.
Added together, they're worth 40 to 50 million.
I'll give you all these, just please let me go this time.
Sube's smile was thick with teasing. Wow, 40 to 50 million, so much? I'm a little tempted when I hear that.
The smile on his face disappeared instantly, and his eyes became icy cold. What a pity, the money you have is not even a fraction of my pocket money.
Okay, stop wasting time.
Sube stood up and looked down at Chien Koen. Your parents are waiting for you to reunite downstairs. I have to send you down quickly, otherwise they will be anxious waiting. Before he finished speaking, Sube suddenly raised his foot and stepped hard on Chien Koen's hand that was still able to move.
Ah! Chien Koen let out a heart-wrenching scream.
Sube's eyes were cold, and he exerted force on his feet, and a powerful internal force burst out of his body.
He twisted his feet left and right. Crack!
The horrifying sound of bones cracking rang out frequently. The bones of Chien Koen's hand were instantly crushed and turned into a pile of rotten flesh.
Aha!
The excruciating pain made Chien Koen scream to the climax, and his body twitched and twisted violently. Immediately afterwards, Sube leaned over, grabbed Chien Koen's collar with one hand, and lifted him up from the ground. The other hand had already accumulated strength, and with a whistling gust of wind, it hit Chien Koen's chest fiercely and without reservation.
Bang! A dull thud. Chien Koen's eyes suddenly bulged out and a large amount of dirty blood spurted out of his mouth.
All the ribs on his chest broke and shattered in an instant, his entire chest cavity collapsed visibly, and the corresponding area on his back bulged strangely. The whole person was knocked flying by this horrific blow, drawing a parabola in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground 10 meters away, sliding for a short distance before stopping. His body twitched violently twice, and a few meaningless sounds came from his throat. Then his head tilted and he was completely dead. Sube withdrew his hand expressionlessly and shook it casually. When he turned around and faced Luo Yunshu and Sui Tom, the cold expression on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a gentle and doting smile. 2 law enforcers quickly ran over and carried Chien Koen's body away for disposal.
Chapter 54 Awkward Relationship.
Sube walked with brisk steps and a gentle smile on his face towards Luo Yunshu and Sui Tom, who had been waiting in the distance.
When he came to the 2 beauties, he naturally reached out his hands and held them respectively, his eyes full of doting. Everything is done, let's go home.
Luo Yunshu and Sui Tom looked at Sube, both of them showing a reassuring and sweet smile on their faces, and nodded gently in response, yeah. Then, Sube turned to Luo Huayan, Su Xiaoping, and others who had been standing aside with complicated expressions. He restrained some of his casualness, and his tone was respectful and a little apologetic. 2 fathers-in-law, I have worried you today.
He glanced at Luo Yunshu and Sui Tom, and said seriously, I promise you, this is the last time. Yunshu and Iton will never be frightened like this again.
Luo Huayang spoke first, young Master Su, with your words, I feel relieved.
He paused, glanced at his daughter Luo Yunshu, and lowered his voice with a hint of concern, but
Yunshu has been a weak child since she was young.
So, when you young people are playing together, please be a little gentler with her and be more considerate.
Hearing this, Sube smiled in understanding and nodded readily. Don't worry, father-in-law, I've made a note of it and will pay attention to it in the future. Only then did Luo Huayang nod with real relief, and the worry on his face completely disappeared. At this time, Su Xiaoping on the side also spoke. He was tall and strong, with a tough demeanor, and spoke with the straightforwardness and sincerity of a warrior. Itong has been sensible since she was young, and her body is very strong.
I don't have any special instructions for her. As long as you guys are safe and happy, I will be satisfied.
Then he changed the subject, his expression becoming particularly serious.
He looked at Sube and said in a loud and sincere voice, Young Master Su, you have done a great favor to my Su family.
I, Su Xiaoping, will always remember this kindness in my heart. Although I don't have any special abilities, my martial arts skills are pretty impressive. If you need me in the future, whether you need help or need me to personally help, just say the word and I, Su Xiaoping, will definitely take care of it. Seeing Su Xiaoping's serious expression, Su Bei also returned the greeting with a serious face and said sincerely, "Father-in-law, you are too kind. I appreciate your kindness. Thank you very much." Su Xiaoping quickly waved his hands. "Mr. Su, please don't say that. This is what I should do. It's really getting late. Master Su, you've just returned from the imperial capital, exhausted in having dealt with so many things. You must be tired. Take them back and have a good rest." Su Bei nodded. "Okay, then the two fathers-in-law, Su Bei will take Yun Shu and Yi Tong back first." Luo Huayang and Su Xiaoping nodded at the same time. "Okay, be careful on the road." As he was speaking, Su Bei's exclusive Maybach drove over steadily. Luo Yunshu and Su Yitong walked up to their fathers respectively and said goodbye quietly. Luo Huayang and Su Xiaoping looked at their daughters with loving eyes and nodded. Then, the two girls followed Su Bei into the car. The car window slowly rose, the car started, and soon merged into the traffic flow and disappeared at the end of the sight. Luo Huayang and Su Xiaoping watched the Maybach go away until it was completely out of sight, then they looked away. The two of them looked at each other subconsciously, and the atmosphere instantly became a little subtle and awkward. Their daughters are all Su Bei's girlfriends. So what is the relationship between these two fathers now? After all, Luo Huayang is the head of the Luo family who has been in the business world for a long time. He has quick reactions and is better at dealing with such situations. He coughed lightly, quickly putting on a polite yet warm smile, and took the initiative to break the silence. "Master Su, this incident today has really been a hassle for most of the day. It's almost dinner time, why don't you come over to my place? We can have a couple of drinks to calm our nerves." Su Xiaoping was a straightforward person who was most afraid of causing trouble to others. Upon hearing this, he immediately shook his head and waved his hands, with a look of uprightness unique to warriors on his face. "Master Luo is too polite. How can I have the nerve to bother you? I'll just find a place to eat and I won't waste your time." "Hey, Master Su, this is too polite." The smile on Luo Huayang's face became more enthusiastic. "Our relationship, ahem." He cleverly evaded the awkwardness of the relationship. Then he changed the subject, speaking with sincerity and businessman shrewdness. "Speaking of which, in this area of Dongshan, your name and reputation, Master Su, are well known to me, Luo Huayang. We've met each other from a distance on a few occasions before, but we were both busy at the time and never had the chance to sit down and have a proper chat." He looked at Su Xiaoping sincerely and continued, "Although today's incident was upsetting, it was a strange combination of circumstances that allowed us to truly get to know each other. I think you, Mr. Su, are a generous and upright person. You are a friend worth making close friends with. Let's not address each other as Master Luo or Master Su, it seems too distant. From now on I'll call you Brother Su. How about you call me Brother Luo?" Su Xiaoping was moved when he heard Luo Huayang's sincere and respectful words. He has a straightforward personality, but also understands the ways of the world. As the head of the Dongshan Luo family, Luo Huayang was able to humble himself and take the initiative to make friends. He felt the sincerity. In addition, the two families now have a subtle connection because of Su Bei, so it is indeed worthwhile to strengthen their relationship. He showed a simple and honest smile that seemed to show a sense of respect, and responded readily, "Brother Luo, what you said touched my heart. Since Brother Luo thinks highly of me and calls me Brother Su, then I, Su Xiaoping, am marrying above my station. From now on, we will be friends." Luo Huayang smiled and said enthusiastically, "Then I'll treat you to this meal today. Brother Su, you have to give me some face." Su Xiaoping no longer hesitated, and smiled brightly. "Okay, since Brother Luo said so, I must give him face. I will have a few drinks with him today." Luo Huayang felt relieved and laughed out loud. "That's right, then let's walk or take my car." Su Xiaoping nodded, "Okay." Then he remembered something and turned to Luo Huayang and said, "Brother Luo, wait a moment. I'll let them go back first." He pointed to the martial arts disciples behind him who had been quietly waiting. Luo Huayang nodded in understanding, "Okay." Su Xiaoping turned around and waved to the martial arts school disciples. His voice was loud and clear, carrying the authority of a schoolmaster. "Okay, everything is fine here. You all should go back to the martial arts school and practice martial arts well. Don't be lazy." "Yes, master." The disciples responded in unison and turned away with quick movements. Su Xiaoping turned around and smiled at Luo Huayan. Okay, brother Luo, I'll stop bothering you today.
Ha ha, what's the bother? I can't even invite you to come.
Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Luo Huayan laughed out loud with joy, feeling that the two of them had become much closer. Come on, the car is over there.
Yeah.
Su Xiaoping also responded with a smile, looking relaxed. Then the two of them walked side by side to the roadside, got into Luo Huayan's luxurious Bentley Flying Spur, and left.
Chapter 55, Special Landlord?
On the way back to the villa, Sube learned from the girls' light-hearted chat that they had gone out specially this morning to personally select fresh ingredients and cook a meal for him. Sube was deeply touched by this pure kindness. He secretly decided to make it up to them in the afternoon. Soon they returned to the villa. The two girls carried the ingredients and headed briskly to the kitchen. Sube looked at their backs and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He went to the living room, turned on the TV and waited for lunch. In the kitchen, the scene was completely different.
Suitong was wearing an apron and her movements were smooth and fluid.
With a flick of her wrist, the food in the pot turned over, the oil sizzled, and the aroma filled the air, just like a real chef. Luo Yunshu standing by seemed particularly serious, with a cooking tutorial lit up on his phone screen. She stared at the steps and clumsily imitated the movements of cutting and frying vegetables, taking every step carefully for fear of making mistakes.
Both girls were immersed in their own battlefields, very focused.
Soon, lunch was ready. Suitong brought out 3 dishes that were delicious, while Luo Yunshu held her own slightly plain plate of finished product and placed it on the table with a little nervousness. Although the dishes are not rich, but this is life in the villa, just 4 simple dishes. The 3 of them sat around the dining table.
Sube didn't rush to pick up his chopsticks. He gently glanced at the 2 girls' cheeks, which were slightly flushed from their busy work, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work.
You've been busy all morning." Luo Yunshu quickly shook his head, a little embarrassed on his face. "Brother Sube, don't say that, I only made 1 dish, and it doesn't look very good. It's mainly because Sister Itong did a lot of the work."
Suitong smiled and patted Luo Yunshu on the shoulder. "Nonsense, it's really amazing that you can do this for the first time.
The first time I cooked, I nearly set the kitchen on fire." Her tone was light and encouraging.
Sube smiled and took over the conversation. "Okay, don't be so modest. This kindness is more precious than anything else.
Thank you for your hard work."
Luo Yunshu finally relaxed a little and urged with sparkling eyes,
Brother Sube, come and taste it." Sube nodded with a smile, picked up the chopsticks, and naturally reached for the dish closest to him.
"This dish is Suitong's specialty."
He picked up a piece, put it in his mouth, and chewed it carefully. Suitong unconsciously clasped her hands together and placed them on the edge of the table. She leaned forward slightly, staring at Sube's face without blinking, with a hint of nervousness in her eyes, afraid that it would not suit Sube's taste. However, it turned out that she was worrying too much.
Sube's brows first relaxed, and then his eyes showed obvious admiration.
He swallowed the food and looked at Suitong sincerely. "It's really delicious. It feels better than what the chef at home makes."
Hearing Sube's praise, Suitong's face lit up with a bright smile, with a little pride. "Really?" Sube nodded affirmatively.
Suitong finally breathed a sigh of relief, a relieved smile on her face. "As long as you like it." Then, Sube's chopsticks turned to the dish next to him, which was slightly darker in color and not very good looking. This dish was made by Luo Yunshu.
Now it was Luo Yunshu's turn to be nervous.
She held her breath and looked at Sube without blinking.
After Luo Yunshu finished cooking, he tasted the dish himself and didn't find any major problems. But for her, having no problem may be the biggest problem.
Although Luo Yunshu was a rich lady, she is never picky about food. Because she is naturally less sensitive to subtle flavors of food. For her, as long as it is not particularly unpalatable and is not shaped like the food in a certain country that looks like a thesis defense, she feels that it tastes the same. In a sense, she is indeed a very easy girl to support. Sube put the dish into his mouth, and an expression of obvious surprise appeared on his face. If it was expected that Suitong's cooking was delicious, then Luo Yunshu's first attempt gave Sube a big surprise. He had already prepared himself mentally to act as if he was enjoying it no matter what it tasted like. After all, it was the girl's gift. Although Luo Yunshu's dish tasted a little worse than Suitong's, it showed no signs of a novice's disaster and had a simple and harmonious flavor. For someone who is cooking for the first time, this is a real talent.
Sube swallowed the food and looked at Luo Yunshu with sincere admiration. "Wow, Yunshu, is this really your first time cooking? It's so delicious." Hearing the comments, Luo Yunshu was so happy that he almost jumped up. But then she thought of something, and with a little doubt, she tilted her head and asked, Brother Sube, you are not saying this to comfort me, right? Sube couldn't help laughing, put down his chopsticks, and said seriously, of course not, if you don't believe me, let Itong try it? Luo Yunshu immediately turned his expectant gaze towards Suitone. Sister Itone, please try it. Suitone looked at Luo Yunshu's nervous and expectant expression and smiled gently. Okay, let me taste it. She picked up her chopsticks, picked up a small portion of Luo Yunshu's dish, and tasted it carefully. After a moment, she also showed surprise and approval on her face. Well, Sube didn't lie to you, it tastes really good, the saltiness is just right, and the heat is well controlled. Yunshu, your cooking skills for the first time are much better than mine back then. You have talent. Luo Yunshu finally believed it, and the huge joy and sense of accomplishment made her whole body bright. She urged happily, really? That's great. Then eat more. The worries in my heart dissipated and the atmosphere became more relaxed and cheerful. The three of them chatted and laughed, and soon finished most of the food on the table. After eating and drinking his fill, Sube leaned back in his chair contentedly, picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of his mouth elegantly. Looking at the two girls across from him who were also wiping their mouths, a mischievous smile flashed in his eyes, and he said, Okay, the meal is over. Let the nanny clean up the dishes later. We still have a lot of time in the afternoon, let's not waste it. How about playing a game? Luo Yunshu opened his eyes wide with curiosity. Game? What game? Brother Sube? Sube deliberately kept the question a secret. Well, think about it, what games are suitable for the three of us to play together? Luo Yunshu rolled his eyes and blurted out, Dodiju? That's right. Sube had a mysterious smile on his face. You guessed it right, but what we are playing today is not an ordinary landlord. He tilted his head towards the bedroom, a little smug in his eyes. Come on, to my room, I'll show you some special prop cards. The two girls stood up at the same time and followed Sube towards the bedroom curiously. Chapter 56 Gameplay Introduction. The three of them came to Sube's spacious bedroom. Luo Yunshu couldn't wait any longer and followed closely behind Sube, his voice anxious and curious. Brother Sube, what is this special prop card? Take it out and show it to us. Suitong didn't say anything, but her eyes were also fixed on Sube, and she was obviously curious as well. Under the two girls' focused gaze, Sube smiled, walked to the bed, reached out from under the pillow and took out a box of playing cards. The size and thickness of the playing card box are no different from the playing cards sold in stores. The two girls moved closer, looking left and right, confused expressions on their faces. Luo Yunshu really didn't see anything special, and couldn't help but look up and ask, Brother Sube, is this the special playing card you mentioned? But I don't see anything special about it. Suitong also nodded slightly, looked at Sube and asked, Yes, Sube, what's so special about it? Seeing their confused expressions, Sube's smile deepened. He said calmly, Don't worry, you'll know what's special about it soon. As he spoke, he neatly opened the playing card box and took out a neatly arranged deck of cards. He casually pulled a card from the deck, turned the card over, and held it steadily in front of the two girls. The moment they saw the pattern on the cards clearly, their two pretty faces turned red in an instant. Luo Yunshu turned his face away abruptly, and the tips of his small ears turned red. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak coherently. Brother Sube, this. She stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say the rest of the words. She just felt her face was very hot. Suitone's reaction was similar. She subconsciously covered her mouth with her hand, avoiding looking at the card again, and even her fair neck was stained with a faint pink. Suitone wanted to say something, but only uttered a few vague words. This is too. She tried hard to think of words, but felt that no word was suitable to describe the content of the card and her own mood. Sube looked at their shy appearance and smiled. He shook the cards in his hand and asked in a relaxed tone, How about it, are you interested? This question made the two girls freeze. It would be a lie to say I'm not interested. But saying I'm interested? That seems too embarrassing. Although both of them pursed their lips and said nothing, their slight nods still revealed their true thoughts. Sube smiled with satisfaction. Okay, since you are all interested, let's talk about how to play this game first. He replaced the card he had drawn and weighed the deck in his hand. I call this game Knowledge Landlord. Since this is a game of landlord, there must be a landlord, and that landlord is naturally me. So, you two need to team up to fight me. He explained as he sorted the cards. There are 54 cards in total, just like regular poker, from A to K. Each rank has 4 cards of a different suit, and there are 2 jokers. Here's the key point.
He paused and emphasized, except for the jokers, which are special cards, each of the other 52 cards has a piece of knowledge on its face.
The gameplay is actually quite simple.
It's mainly about comparing the size of the cards.
For example,
he looked at Luo Yunshu. If Yunshu and I start first, then we will each draw a card from these piles.
If the card you draw is lower than mine, then you lose to me.
Of course, there will be a penalty for losing. Sube said this with a hint of amusement in his tone. The punishment is that you have to study the knowledge on my card with me.
The study time is 10 minutes.
Hearing Sube's words, Luo Yunshu's blush, which had just subsided a little, suddenly surged up again. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the corner of her clothes. Sube didn't seem to notice her shyness and continued, on the other hand, if the card you draw is higher than mine, then you'll be fine this round and pass safely.
Then it's Itong's turn to draw cards and compete with me.
If we both draw the same number of cards, we need to draw again.
At this time, Luo Yunshu interrupted quietly and asked, Brother Sube, what if we draw the Joker? Sube glanced at her approvingly, good question.
The Jokers are special cards.
If you draw one of them.
He looked at the 2 girls and said, then you have the right to designate a piece of knowledge, and Itong and I will learn it together. He changed the subject, but if I draw one of the Jokers, then I will designate a certain knowledge.
But I need you to learn it with me.
Of course, if we're lucky enough to draw both the Joker and the big Joker at the same time, then that round doesn't count and we'll have to draw again.
After Sube finished speaking, he looked at them and said, this is the rule. Do you understand?
Suitone listened carefully, quickly reviewed it in her mind, and then nodded gently, yes, I understand. Although her expression was still a little unnatural, her thoughts were clear. Luo Yunshu next to him had already started counting with his fingers, his little mouth opening and closing silently, as if he was trying hard to recall the rules. Draw cards, compare the size, if you lose, you have to learn, if you win, you pass, you can specify the big and small jokers, She frowned, obviously a little confused by the rules, and a distressed expression appeared on her face. Sube was amused by her trying hard to think yet being a little confused, and couldn't help laughing out loud. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Okay, Yunshu, it's okay if you can't remember the rules.
We'll understand them as we play. We can learn as we play.
After Sube said this, Luo Yunshu shyly buried his head even lower, and said in a low voice, Then shall we start now? Sube shook his head, a mischievous glint in his eyes. No hurry, to play games, we need to equip ourselves with all the equipment first. I'll pick out your respective battle robes first. As he spoke, he walked to the large wardrobe against the wall and opened the door with a clatter. Suddenly, a closet full of clothes appeared in front of Suitone. There are all kinds of JK uniforms, sailor suits, gymnastic suits, and different styles of school uniforms. There are so many varieties that it's dizzying. It was the first time that Suitone saw so many clothes of this kind, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly.
In comparison, Luo Yunshu seemed much calmer. After all, she had seen it before. She just looked at Sube curiously, wondering what he would choose. Chapter 57, Put on Battle Uniform. Sube's eyes scanned the closet for a while, and finally stopped. He reached out and took out a blue and white college-style Japanese sailor suit. He turned around and handed the clothes to Suitone. Suitone was stunned for a moment and didn't answer immediately. Sube explained with a smile, Take it, this is your battle robe today. He had taken this into consideration when he had someone prepare this closet of clothes, and specifically instructed that different sizes be prepared. Suitong is a little taller than Luo Yunshu, so the sailor suit he chose is obviously one size larger than the one Luo Yunshu usually wears. Suitong's face flushed again, and she reached out to take the sailor suit somewhat embarrassedly. Then, Sube bent down, took out a pair of brand new white stockings from the drawer under the wardrobe, and gently placed them on the sailor suit that Suitong was holding. With a smile on his face, he added, it would go even better with the sailor suit if paired with white stockings. Suitong's face turned even redder.
She held her clothes and white stockings and whispered, then I'll go take a shower first, and then try changing into them.
Sube nodded, well, go ahead and see if it fits. If not, come back and change it.
Suitong hummed softly, hugged her battle robe, turned around and walked out of the bedroom quickly. Sube watched her go out, then turned to Luo Yunshu, okay, now it's your turn. He looked at the wardrobe again and carefully selected clothes from the rows. After a while, he took out a JK uniform that was mainly light pink and matched with a plaid skirt of the same color and handed it to Luo Yunshu.
Sube smiled gently. I haven't seen you wearing JK for a long time.
Wear this light pink suit this time.
It should suit you well. Luo Yunshu nodded obediently. Yeah, okay, brother Sube.
As she spoke, she naturally opened the drawer of the wardrobe and skillfully took out a pair of white stockings from it. Then she smiled sweetly at Sube, revealing 2 cute dimples. Then I'll go take a shower and change clothes too. Sube then remembered that he was busy getting socks for Suitong and forgot to get some for Luo Yunshu. Seeing her so proactive and skilled, Sube also smiled. Then, Luo Yunshu also turned around and walked out of the bedroom with light steps, holding her pink JK and white stockings.
For the time being, Sube was the only one left in the room.
He looked at the playing cards in his hand, then looked at the open wardrobe, and a smile with a hint of anticipation appeared on his face.
Half an hour later,
Sube was sitting on the bed in the bedroom, flipping through the different contents on several playing cards with great interest. At this time, the bedroom door was gently pushed open a crack, and then fully opened.
The person who walked in was Suitong. Sube's attention was immediately attracted.
When he saw the figure at the door clearly, he felt his breathing stagnate slightly, and a distinct feeling of heat instantly surged from deep within his body, and an indescribable impulse rushed to his head. I saw that Suitong had changed into the blue and white college-style Japanese sailor suit. She lowered her head slightly, with a noticeable blush on her cheeks, and folded her hands awkwardly in front of her belly. She moved in lightly and slowly, and each step was full of shyness. The reason why Suitong was so embarrassed was that when she was about to change into this outfit in the bathroom, she was surprised to find that the top of this sailor suit was actually a one-piece design. If it was just an ordinary one-piece swimsuit, she wouldn't be so shy. After all, she had worn Japanese one-piece swimsuits before.
But this thing in front of me, how to describe it? It seems to be QQ style.
So after she took a shower, she mentally prepared herself in front of the mirror for a long time before she mustered up the courage to put on her clothes. Plus, the design of this jumpsuit was a bit complicated, and it took her 7 or 8 minutes just to put it on, otherwise she would have come over a long time ago. At this moment, Suitong was wearing that pure white jumpsuit. The fabric has a subtle touch of elasticity, fitting perfectly to her graceful figure and outlining the fullness of her chest clearly and beautifully.
There is an independent neckline on the shoulders that is dark blue with white stripes.
The lower body is a dark blue pleated skirt, paired with classic white stockings that extend from the feet to the thighs. This outfit, sweet yet pure and lustful, instantly impacted Sube's vision.
Sube's eyes widened and his heart beat faster.
Originally, Suitong was most proud of her sweet face. But at this moment, with this perfect outfit as a backdrop, Sube couldn't take his eyes off her for a moment, and was completely attracted by this sailor suit. Seeing Sube obviously stunned and with his eyes wide open, Suitong became even more shy. Her toes rubbed the ground unconsciously, and she called softly, "Sube?" Sube suddenly came back to his senses, coughed lightly to cover up, and forced a smile on his face. "Itong, how is it?
Does the dress still fit?"
Suitong looked down at herself, pinched the fabric on her waist with her small hands, and whispered, It's okay.
It just feels a little tight." Sube's eyes followed Suitong's hand to her slender waistline, his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he asked with concern, "Is it uncomfortable?"
Suitong shook her head. "It's not uncomfortable, it's just a little bit tightening."
Sube looked at her shy appearance, his eyes deepened, and he comforted her, "Don't worry, we will start playing games soon, just hold on for a while." Suitong understood what he meant, her face turned even redder, and she said softly. Sube patted the edge of the bed next to him, "Don't stand, come and sit down." Suitong responded obediently, "Oh, okay."
After saying that, she took small steps to the bedside and sat down carefully, deliberately leaving a distance of about 2 fists between her and Sube, and her sitting posture seemed a little stiff. Sube looked at her, who was deliberately keeping a distance, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He pretended to be casual and moved his body towards Suitong naturally. His arm even touched her arm lightly, erasing the distance in an instant. The two of them sat completely close to each other. Then, Sube turned his head and his eyes fell on the profile of Suitong beside him with undisguised admiration. From this angle, Suitong's profile is absolutely stunning, as if she was secretly looking at the pretty girls in her class during middle school. Suitong immediately felt Sube's burning gaze, her heart trembled, and she suddenly turned her head to look at him. At this moment, the two of them looked into each other's eyes, face to face, and the distance between their noses was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. The fresh scent of shower gel on Suitong's body, mixed with her own faint body fragrance, slowly drifted into Sube's nose. This fragrance made Sube feel dazed. The heat that he had suppressed with great difficulty suddenly rushed up again, and the string of rationality seemed to be stretched to its limit. His eyes began to become a little blurry.
Chapter 58. Have you learned this knowledge?
Suitong felt a little strange being stared at like this, and was about to ask, Su. Before he could finish his words, Su-bei could no longer control the impulse. He moved forward a little and kissed Suitong directly on her soft lips. Suitong's eyes widened instantly, and her body stiffened slightly, obviously surprised. But she didn't push him away or say no. At this delicate moment, the bedroom door was pushed open again, and Luo Yunshu's voice rang out briskly, Brother Su-bei, I'm ready. Her voice cut off when she saw the scene at the window. When Su-bei and Suitong heard Luo Yunshu's voice, they quickly separated as if they had been electrocuted and sat up straight.
Suitong's face turned red instantly.
She was so embarrassed that she turned her head away immediately, not daring to look at anyone.
In contrast, although Su-bei was a little embarrassed, he quickly regained his composure and even had a lingering smile on his face. After all, this is just the beginning, the game will be more exciting soon. He looked at Luo Yunshu at the door, but didn't speak yet. Luo Yunshu's face had already flushed red. He stood at the door at a loss, whispering, No.
I'm sorry, Brother Su-bei,
I came at the wrong time.
Su-bei looked at her embarrassed look, but smiled easily and waved at her. No, Jinshu, you came at the right time. Don't stand there, come here quickly, you are the only one missing. I saw that Luo Yunshu had changed into the pink JK uniform. The top is a fitted white short-sleeve top, the fabric outlines the seductive contours of the girl's chest, and a delicate pink bow tie is tied at the collar. She wore a light pink plaid pleated miniskirt and the same classic white stockings on her legs. The full curve of her chest formed a wonderful contrast with her cute little face with pure innocence. She has a strange fusion of the sexiness of a young girl and the pure cuteness of a Lolita. After hearing Su-bei's words, Luo Yunshu was still a little hesitant and shy. Su-bei smiled and urged, Come on, Yunshu, our game is about to begin. Luo Yunshu nodded, took a deep breath, and walked over slowly with a little nervousness.
Next, the game officially begins.
In order to decide who will draw cards first to compete with Su-bei, Luo Yunshu and Suitong first play rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors.
Suitong bit her lower lip slightly, her eyes focused. Luo Yunshu was a little excited and waved his fists vigorously. After a few rounds, Suitong was lucky and lost the rock, paper, scissors game, which gave her the chance to compete with Su-bei first. Su-bei spread all the shuffled playing cards face up on the bed. He looked at Suitong with a relaxed smile. Itong, you draw one first. Suitong nodded, with a little nervousness, stretched out her slender fingers, and carefully pulled out a card from the deck. The moment she got the cards, her eyes subconsciously fell on the content of the cards. Just one look and her cheeks immediately turned red as if they were on fire. She quickly looked away and looked at the upper left corner of the playing card. It was a J of clubs. The J of clubs is considered to be an above-average number of points in playing cards. Suitong felt slightly happy, feeling that she had a good chance of winning this time. But just as this thought came to mind, another thought popped up. If I really win, it will just be a safe pass.
So should I be happy, or should I feel sorry?
Then, Su-bei also calmly stretched out his finger and casually picked up a card from the deck. He took a look at the cards, a knowing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he showed the cards directly and openly. It was a bright red king of hearts. When Suitong saw the eye-catching K, her face suddenly fell a little, revealing a trace of obvious disappointment.
I still lost. However, this loss only remained on the surface.
Deep in her heart, that secret expectation instead jumped up like a small flame. After all, in this game, losing is winning and winning is losing.
Looking at her pretending to be disappointed, Su-bei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Itong, you lost. If you lose, you must accept the punishment.
Suitong nodded quickly, her voice slightly brisk. Yeah, I see. Su-bei picked up his own king of hearts and explained, according to the rules of the game, your card is smaller than mine, so you have to learn the knowledge on my card together with me. As he spoke, he handed the card to Suitong, allowing her to see the specific content on it. The knowledge on the cards is a common one in life. However, knowledge is not divided into high and low levels, and you have to learn it regardless of how often you see it. There is a saying that goes, live long and learn long.
Su-bei didn't give Suitong too much time to be shy or think.
He leaned forward, his powerful arms passed through her legs and back, and he easily lifted her up sideways.
Ah!
Suitong let out a small cry of surprise, her body instantly flew into the air, and she subconsciously stretched out her arms and hugged Subei's neck tightly, burying her little face deeply in his neck, not daring to look at anyone. Subei held the light and sweet girl in his arms, walked steadily to the side, and began their study time. Luo Yunshu stayed where he was obediently. She sat cross-legged on the bed, her chin supported by her small hands, waiting for the two men to return from study with curiosity and a little anticipation. Congratulations to the host for completing the strategy mission.
Realm Improvement, 6th Stage Midterm. 10 minutes later, the study is over.
Subei looked at Suitone, whose cheeks were flushed and whose breathing was still a little unstable, and asked with a mischievous smile, "Itone, have you learned this knowledge?" Suitone lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at him, her voice as thin as a mosquito. "Well,
I learned it." Subei nodded with satisfaction, and deliberately said in a teacher-like tone, "It's good as long as you learn it. But remember to review what you've learned often, otherwise it's easy to forget, okay?" Suitone felt even more embarrassed by his teasing. She lowered her head even lower and said softly. The two of them tidied up their slightly messy clothes and returned to their original place together. Luo Yunshu saw the fine beads of sweat on Suitone's forehead, her slightly flushed cheeks and slightly moist eyes. "I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, it seems that studying is really tiring." The game continues. Chapter 59, Hell Level Difficulty Knowledge Points.
Subei turned his gaze to Luo Yunshu and gestured with a smile. "Yunshu, it's your turn, draw a card." Luo Yunshu nodded, with a little excitement, stretched out his finger, and pulled out a card from the scattered pile of cards. But after she got the cards, she did not look at the cards immediately like Suitone did, but directly placed the cards on the bed with the cards face down.
Seeing this, Subei asked curiously, "Yunshu, why don't you look at the cards?" Luo Yunshu raised his little face and explained excitedly, "Brother Subei, haven't you heard of a saying? It's called Menpai Xiang. Subei raised his eyebrows and shook his head. "Menpai Xiang? What does it mean? This is the first time I've heard of it."
Luo Yunshu immediately perked up, leaning forward slightly as she explained earnestly, "It means not looking at the cards. Just keep them to yourself and then open them together when we compare the size later. With cards like this, your luck will be exceptionally good, and the cards that come out will definitely be big. We all played cards like this when we were kids.
It worked."
Her little face was full of confidence.
Subei was amused by her childish theory. "Oh? There is such a saying? Okay, then let's see if your hidden cards are good enough."
As he spoke, he also reached out and drew a card. He took a look at the cards, frowned slightly, then shook his head helplessly and showed the cards directly in front of the three people a small four of spades.
As soon as Luo Yunshu saw the small four, he clapped his hands happily, his eyes sparkling. "Wow, Brother Subei, you just drew a 4, it looks like I will definitely win this time."
After saying that, she confidently flipped open the card that had been tied to her bed. The moment the cards were revealed, the smile on Luo Yunshu's face froze. She looked at the number in the upper left corner of the card, a smaller 2 of diamonds. Her little mouth was slightly open, and she was completely stunned.
Ha 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 ha. Subei couldn't help but burst out laughing, pointing at the 2 of diamonds. Yunshu, it seems that your silent card fragrance doesn't seem to be very accurate? Why is the card that was drawn smaller than mine?"
Luo Yunshu puffed up his cheeks angrily, like a little pufferfish, and snorted softly. But she wasn't really angry in her heart. Losing is not a bad thing anyway. Subei smiled and picked up his own 4 of spades. He carefully looked at the contents on the card, and his expression became a little playful. "TSK, this knowledge looks a bit difficult." Luo Yunshu was just focused on the points and sulking, and didn't pay any attention to the content of the cards. Now that Subei said it was difficult, my curiosity was immediately aroused, and my previous embarrassment had long been diluted by the game.
She moved closer and asked curiously, "Brother Subei, what is it? Let me see."
Subei handed the cards to her, and said with a tone of anticipation, "Here, take a look at it yourself, and be mentally prepared." Luo Yunshu took a closer look and was stunned for a moment. Her big eyes widened, her little mouth opened slightly in surprise, and there was only one thought in her mind: this knowledge is too difficult, it's ridiculously difficult.
Is this really something humans can do?
She even wondered if the person who made these playing cards was being a little too whimsical. Suitone, who was standing by, also curiously leaned over to take a look. After seeing clearly, an expression of shock and disbelief appeared on her face.
She secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, it wasn't me.
Subei looked at Luo Yunshu's cute stunned look, suppressed his laughter and said, "Yunshu, let's go, we should learn this new knowledge." Luo Yunshu came back to her senses, her little face wrinkled up with a bit of coquettishness and resistance.
But, Brother Sube, this is too difficult. It seems impossible to do.
Sube stood up and said in an encouraging and unquestionable tone, we have to learn even if it's difficult.
We must face the challenges head on. Besides, how can you tell if it's difficult if you don't try? Practice makes perfect. Maybe, it's not that difficult after all?
As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Luo Yunshu. Luo Yunshu looked at Subei's outstretched hand, then looked at the scary card. He hesitated for a moment and felt that what Subei said seemed to make some sense. In the end, she nodded resignedly and whispered, well, okay then. Subei smiled, reached out and easily picked up the petite Luo Yunshu. Luo Yunshu was small, and she curled up naturally in Subei's warm arms, with her little head resting on his chest. She looked so cute that people couldn't help but want to pinch her face.
Let's go study.
Subei held her and walked aside, ready to start learning this very difficult new knowledge. Another 10 minutes passed.
Subei came back holding Luo Yunshu.
Luo Yunshu in his arms was like an exhausted kitten, curled up with his little head leaning weakly on Subei's chest. Her head was covered with fine beads of sweat, a few strands of hair stuck to her flushed cheeks, her small chest was heaving slightly, and her breathing was rapid and unstable. Luo Yunshu's eyelashes were wet, and there were still traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. This showed how difficult the knowledge point she had just learned was. She was really sore all over that she didn't even have the strength to walk back, so Subei carried her back. Suitone looked at Luo Yunshu's pitiful appearance, who was tortured by studying, and suddenly felt distressed, but at the same time she felt relieved that she had survived the ordeal. She simply couldn't imagine what Luo Yunshu had experienced in these short 10 minutes. As expected, when the knowledge points are too difficult, it will make people collapse. For example, when I was in middle school, faced with those difficult physics problems that I couldn't solve, I listened to the teacher's repeated explanations, but it was like listening to a foreign language and I couldn't understand anything. Even if you manage to understand the steps, you will still be helpless when you encounter the same type of problem next time. The feeling of collapse caused by being dominated by difficult knowledge points was vividly reflected in Luo Yunshu at this moment.
Subei gently placed Luo Yunshu on the bed and let her rest against the pillow. The game continues.
This time it was Suitone and Subei's turn to draw cards and compete. Suitone's luck seemed to be not very good, and the points of the card she drew were actually higher than Subei's.
She won, which meant she passed safely and could rest. Luo Yunshu, who was standing by, saw this result and her face instantly fell. She wailed softly with tears in her eyes, "Ah, why is it my turn again?" She was hoping that Suitone would lose once so that she could rest for 10 more minutes. Subei's gaze immediately turned to the listless Luo Yunshu, with a gentle smile on his face. "Yunshu, don't be lazy, it's your turn." Chapter 60. Are you still being stubborn?
Luo Yunshu said weakly, stretched out his hand slowly, and drew a card at random. This time she didn't play any hidden cards anymore, and just showed her cards directly at King of Spades. Luo Yunshu's dull eyes lit up instantly, and a surprised smile bloomed on his little face. Ha, Brother Subei, now I can take a break."
She hadn't finished speaking happily yet.
Subei calmly drew out a card and showed it to everyone, a king of diamonds. Both players have the same number of cards.
Ah? The same size?
The smile on Luo Yunshu's face froze, and her little mouth pouted unhappily. Subei explained with a smile, "According to the rules of the game, if the points are the same, we need to draw a new card. Come on, Yunshu, draw another one." Luo Yunshu didn't believe it, and with a little temper, he quickly drew another card, the 7 of hearts, a number that was neither big nor small. Then Subei also drew a card, the 8 of clubs, which was just bigger than her 7. Seeing that glaring number 8, Luo Yunshu felt a black screen before his eyes. His eyes turned red with grievance, his mouth was pouting, and his voice was filled with tears. Why is this happening?" Although the knowledge on this card was much simpler than the previous Hell level card, she really didn't have the energy to study it anymore, and she felt completely weak. Subei felt soft-hearted when he saw the pitiful look of the little girl who was about to cry. He considerately took out a crystal-clear pill, handed it to Luo Yunshu, and said gently, "Yunshu, don't worry, take this." Luo Yunshu looked at the pill with tears in her eyes, and the sadness on her face was instantly replaced by great surprise. She recognized this, it was the Wanning pill. She had taken it before and the effect was immediate. So she immediately took the pill, put it in her mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. Almost instantly, a warm current surged through my body, all the fatigue was swept away, and strength came back like a spring. Luo Yunshu immediately sat up straight on the bed, her little face glowing again, the listlessness just now disappeared without a trace. She even clenched her fists and said to Sube confidently, "Brother Sube, come on, let's go study. I feel full of energy now and not tired at all." Sube was amused by her adorable appearance of being revived and eager to try, and couldn't help but teasing her. "Oh? So energetic? Okay, but don't cry again later, okay?" Luo Yunshu raised his chin and snorted proudly, "Humph, no way, don't look down on me." "Okay, that's what you said." Sube smiled, stretched out his hand again, easily picked up the energetic Luo Yunshu, and walked to the side to study. However, 10 minutes later, when Sube came back holding Luo Yunshu again, although the girl in his arms was not completely exhausted like last time, her little face was crisscrossed with tear marks and her eyes were red, obviously she had been crying. She leaned listlessly in Sube's arms, and the heroic spirit she had just felt full of energy had long since disappeared. Sube gently put her back on the bed and looked down at her with a mischievous smile. "Yunshu, how do you feel now? Are you still being stubborn?" Luo Yunshu immediately shook her head like a rattle, her voice still a little hoarse from crying and full of admiration. "No. I won't dare to do that anymore. Brother Sube, I was wrong. I won't dare to brag anymore." She looked both pitiful and cute. Suitong watched Luo Yunshu coming back from a tragic victory and then admitting defeat. She felt both distressed and a little funny, and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. The game continues to advance. It was Suitong and Sube's turn to draw cards. Luo Yunshu prayed silently in his heart, "Sister Itong, please, I must lose this time, let me catch my breath." However, she guessed right at the beginning the point value of the card Suitong drew was indeed not higher than Sube's. Because the card Suitong showed was that special card, the King. Luo Yunshu was stunned for a moment, his little brain working rapidly, trying to recall the rules of drawing the King. King can specify knowledge? And then she frowned. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, the rules becoming a mess in her mind. Seeing this, Sube smiled and explained, "The rules are like this. The King is a special card. The person who draws it can designate a piece of knowledge." "Yeah, that's great." When Luo Yunshu heard this, he immediately cheered happily, his little face full of joy of surviving the disaster. Sube was stunned by her sudden excitement and looked at her puzzledly. "Yunshu, why are you so happy?" Luo Yunshu then realized that she had overreacted, and quickly covered her mouth and waved her hands to cover it up. "No. It's okay, I'm just happy for Sister Itong. Yes, happy for her." She was thinking in her head, "Great. Sister Itong got the skill card, so I don't have to lose. She specified some knowledge, so I must study it with Brother Sube. I can finally have a good rest for 10 minutes. However, her joy lasted only 3 seconds. Sube continued what he had just said, looked at Luo Yunshu, and added slowly, "However, according to the rules, this designated knowledge needs to be learned by the two of us together." Boom! Luo Yunshu felt like a bolt of lightning struck his head. She had completely confused the rules just now. She thought Suitong was assigning the knowledge and that she and Sube were going to study together. It turned out that she was going to accompany Sube's brother to study. The bright smile on Luo Yunshu's face froze, then quickly collapsed. Her little mouth pursed in grievance, her big eyes filled with tears of disappointment, and she was extremely depressed. The gap from ecstasy to despair is too big. Suitong looked at Luo Yunshu's face, which had suddenly turned from sunny to stormy, and couldn't bear it. She quickly comforted him. "Yunshu, don't be sad. I'll pick the simplest one for you." When Luo Yunshu heard the simplest 3 words, she immediately raised her tearful eyes and looked at Suitong with hope. She nodded heavily, with a heavy nasal tone. "Yeah, thank you, Sister Itong." Luo Yunshu looked so pitiful that people couldn't help but want to rub her head. Suitong smiled gently and began to search carefully among all the playing cards. She carefully examined the cards one by one. In the end, she picked out the most common and simplest knowledge in life. She pulled the card out and showed it to Luo Yunshu. "Look, how about this?